I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 1. A man sat in a hospital bed. His name did not matter. After all, he was about to die. Though he was about to die, he had no major regrets. He chuckled to himself and thought, well, maybe that I didn't become a wizard. Not that that was a possibility. After all, there was no magic. Just like there was nothing that could save him from death that night. After all, age will get to everyone. Finally came the time for him to go, and he breathed his last breath with no strong regrets. Well, he was not entirely without regrets. He was not good with people and had never married. His relatives had already passed on. He wished he had some people here with him in his final moments. However, since he was not very good with people, there was nobody. It didn't hurt that he spent a lot of time dwelling on the impossible. Although his life wasn't up to his ideal, he still didn't have any major regrets. He would have liked a more engaging and fulfilling career than office worker. Like being a wizard. He'd really wanted to be a wizard. Well, sadly, that was impossible. Finally, he really did take his last breath, with no regrets that could have been fulfilled. If only wizards were real. The man found death to be more eventful than he had anticipated. Instead of nothingness or a lack of experience altogether, he was in a noisy, cramped room. That was as much as he could tell. He felt an odd sensation, as if he were floating in something. He was beginning to think with all the sounds and feelings that maybe he wasn't as dead as he'd assumed he was. Maybe he had just fallen unconscious. The doctors sounded like they were working unnecessarily hard to save him. He wasn't really sure why it was dark. Was he blind? For the next hour or so, he was very confused. He tried to move, but his body didn't seem to respond. It was still dark, but he could hear muted voices all around him. Then, there was a strong pressure on his body, and he felt himself moving. He came into the light. Although he tried to speak to the doctors, no words came out. He squinted his eyes against the sudden and unexpected light. Then, he was startled as he noticed that the people around him who he had assumed to be doctors appeared more like giants. That was his initial thought, but as he thought about it more carefully, he realized it was him who was small. That didn't make much more sense, but he accepted it. The giants, well, people, did look like doctors though. Their clothing was strange, for one. He also didn't understand their speech. Even though he thought he was pretty good at such things, he couldn't even guess what the language was. He was picked up and held in someone's arms. He couldn't see well, but was comforted by it for some reason. He wondered if it was okay to take comfort in the touch of a stranger, but soon stopped worrying about it. He went to sleep. Of course, an outside observer could have seen a very different story from what the man experienced. There was, in fact, a doctor among the perfectly normal-sized people in this room, although his garb did not reveal that. The words that he did not understand were used quite often in similar situations. Almost there, just a bit more. Push. Breathe. It was quite obvious, from a different perspective, with different knowledge, that there was a woman giving birth. Family and the doctor crowded around during the process. Then, the baby was born and held in his mother's arm. Although they had never seen each other before, one's own mother can certainly not be considered a stranger. Indeed, it was the most natural things possible to take comfort in her arms. Upon gaining further understanding of his situation, the man's logical side wanted to believe he was hallucinating. Indeed, having followed his life so far, there would have been no reason to believe what he was experiencing. However, in this case, what dominated was not the rational side, but the emotional side. The part of him that liked things that he would term awesome. Things such as reincarnation. The man accepted that he was a baby and that he was no longer on the earth he knew. A normal person may not have accepted similar circumstances so easily. However, he had imagined such things in his world, even though he had not believed in the reality of it. In his current circumstances, it would not be entirely sane to disbelieve it as reality, since he had evidence all around him. He also acknowledged that things that were true did not require him to believe in them. They were just true regardless of belief. Many people would not change their beliefs even if confronted with evidence to the contrary, but he liked to think he was better than that. The man, well, the child now, was excited for the possibilities. Although, there wasn't anything particularly thrilling about being a baby. There wasn't much to do, even less than when he had been retired. However, he was excited for the potential that this world held. Basing his hopes on fiction books may have been illogical, but he firmly believed the chances of him entering a world that had magic was very high. If the world had magic, then it had wizards, or something like them. Therefore, he could become a wizard. That was the main thing that excited him. Reining back his enthusiasm somewhat, he also was appreciative of the chance to live another life. Even if this wasn't a magical world, he'd be disappointed if there were no magic. But that was no reason for him to be disappointed in living a new life. Well, there was still the chance that he was hallucinating. After all, he could be having a stroke and currently be dying. However, he doubted that hallucinations would be so vivid and enduring. He really hoped this was real. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 2. As William experienced the next year, he thought a lot about dreams. He knew that while dreaming a dream, it was easy to be convinced that years of events had happened. However, he also knew that thinking about dreaming in a dream often let you realize the situation. More so, he'd had dreams in this new world, though that didn't entirely discount the situation, since dreams about dreams were also possible. That said, he was entirely convinced by the clarity of his experiences. Even if he were dreaming, it wouldn't hurt to act like it were real, and it would be disastrous to do otherwise if he were not. Thus, William Stevenson, as he thought of himself, although names were somewhat different in this world, walked around his house and explored. His actions were obviously very consternating to his parents, but that didn't stop his curiosity. Everything was slightly different, although it was quite recognizably a house. As far as he could tell, his parents were merchants. He was somewhat disappointed they weren't wizards, and that he hadn't seen any evidence of magic so far. He tried not to get his hopes up about becoming a wizard, but he couldn't stop thinking about it. He really wanted to be a wizard. His parents were very concerned about his actions, since he didn't act anything like they expected a normal baby to act. Although his only way to get his needs met before he could speak had been wails, now he could communicate simple things. He was far too patient for a child of his age and far too inquisitive. He'd wanted to act like a normal child, but he realized he didn't really know how that was supposed to work. He liked to explain that he was exploring and learning, but he didn't really know how to say that. To humor his parents, he sometimes played with the ball they got him. In addition to humoring his parents, he did it because he got bored. The final reason, which he didn't like to admit to himself, was that it was pretty fun. He'd gotten a lot easier to entertain after having many months where he couldn't do anything at all. William trips and falls often. Privately, he liked to pretend it was because he was a baby, but in honesty to himself, he knew that he was pretty clumsy before. Actually, he felt like he got hurt less running around after a ball as a toddler than he'd hurt himself just walking around his office at work. William grew to 2 years old. Well, he wasn't exactly sure if he was 2 years old as he would have previously thought. He counted the days, but he wasn't sure if they were exactly the same length as the days he was used to, and the years were off by a few days. Specifically, 360 days to the year. The other units of time seemed the same, or very close, which was good news. His parents considered him a genius. William wanted to believe that, but he wasn't good at lying to himself. He came with a lifetime of memories, after all, and the cognitive development that came with that, somehow. He did think that his brain was currently good for absorbing new information such as language, as well. He was doing much better picking up the language of this world than he'd done in school learning Spanish. He did have to admit that he had nothing else to spend time on, and that helped too. At 2 years old, his pronunciation was not yet perfect, but some of that was his undeveloped vocal muscles, he thought. He was glad he could think as he used to, since his brain was that of a child again. Obviously, there was something special going on here. Well, reincarnation, for one thing. Though his parents considered him a little genius, he struggled with some things he thought should have been easy. Colors and numbers were tough. He didn't have any trouble learning the numbers until after 10. Actually, the real problem came after 11, though at first he didn't realize it. Eventually, he discovered what the problem was. He'd been assigning names of numbers to those he knew, on a one-to-one basis. That would have been fine, but the mathematical system was in base 12. It took him a long time to get used to the change. There was the convenient benefit of all the time units suddenly making some amount of sense. 60 seconds and minutes were multiples of 12, and 24 hours and 360 days were also multiples of 12. There were also 12 months of 30 days. 30 was 2.5 12s, which was still pretty good. The colors, he thought, shouldn't have been a problem. After all, colors were the same everywhere. Indeed, There were no new colors in this reality. However, they had different distinctions for colors and different names for them. The one now known as William remembered a study he had read in his previous world. The study had determined that cultures that don't have names differentiating certain colors had a harder time picking out similar, unnamed colors out from a group of colors that were exactly the same, except for one. However, this similar color was not seen as different, since there was no name for it. So, he had to learn the new distinctions and the words for them. Even realizing that, he wasn't great at it. He'd likely never be an interior designer. The thing that he was happiest about, though, was his progress in language. He was now able to carry on simple conversations with his parents. The first thing he got them to teach him was, "I don't know the word for what I'm trying to say." He needed to use that elaborate sentence frequently. He still retained the ability to create more complex sentences, but he was limited to simpler words than he might have liked to use. Sometimes he had difficulty prompting word he wanted to learn, since he couldn't even explain the concept yet. He did start getting his parents to teach him to read. William was sitting on his father's lap, having a book read to him. He had a huge grin on his face, specifically because the book was about wizards. He loved books about wizards. At first, he hadn't let such books get his hopes up. After all, there were plenty of stories about wizards on Earth. Many children's stories are filled with fantastical, unreal things. However, he learned early how to ask if something was real or not real. He hadn't been sure at first if his parents were trying to keep up some childhood illusion by insisting wizards were real, but he knew they were consistent about everything, once they knew he was really interested in the truth. Thus, he had concluded that wizards were real. William wanted nothing more than to be a wizard when he grew up again. He'd also learned some about the country he lived in. Astana, the capital city, Kanta, was where he lived. Luckily, this city also had one of the world's largest wizard academies. In recent years, they had been accepting quite a few new students. Although it was good they were accepting students, it was unfortunate that their numbers were so low that they had to recruit more than in the past. However, it could not be helped. Every occupation was lacking people, but in a state of growth. The reason for this was very simple, but almost unbelievable at first. In fact, a demon king had risen bringing a large army and been defeated not many years before William was born. The war had been very taxing, and many people had died, including many soldiers and wizards. This also included the populations of many towns that had been destroyed. Fortunately, the world was on its path to a strong recovery, but William heard numbers that as many as one-third, of some countries' populations had died in the war. On the notes he was keeping in his head about why he might have been reincarnated into this world, William crossed out the line that said, "Defeat a demon king." Soon, it was William's 4th birthday. Instead of the normal presents a 4-year-old would receive, he got something special, a book. While books were less common in this world than where he came from, they were not so rare that just any book would be special. This, however, was a magic book. Not that the book itself was magical. Instead, it was a book about magic and magical theory. Calling it a book might be a bit of an exaggeration, since there were only around 20 pages. 24, if William were to use the terminology common to his new world. Although he was now familiar with the language here, there are still many words he didn't know. Thus, his second present, the dictionary, came into effect. The dictionary was the length of a real book, but was probably less expensive than the magic book by a significant margin. William doesn't expect to get much in the way of presents next year. Although his parents thought of him as a little genius, he doubted they would spend such large amounts of money on him every year. Well, he was mature enough to get by without more presents anyway. After all, for most of his previous life, he'd celebrated his birthday alone, or not at all. William was disappointed to think about that fact, so he moved his thoughts back to his new magic book. He had plenty of time to struggle through the hard words, and eventually read everything contained in the pages of the magic book. As a theory, it was not too far from what existed in games he'd played. Generally, there are funny hand motions and a series of spoken words, and then mana was added to complete the spell. Mana seems to be an energy that floats around everywhere. Wizards were called that because they could harness mana to perform spells. The best wizards were good at making efficient use of that energy, and thus could cast more powerful spells, or just more of them, before the nearby mana is depleted. There was also some mental drain on the caster, obviously. William had quite a good grasp on the mechanics after he was done reading his present. He wanted to try the simple light spell written in the pages, but he had trouble figuring out how to add mana. Generally, someone would just feel it. If stories he had read were any indication, not that he wanted to base his thoughts too much on stories, well, he didn't let that bother him. Wizards generally had to go through an awakening to really make use of magic. William wasn't sure how that happened, but he would keep trying things out to see if they worked. After all, with magic this familiar feeling, surely one of the stories had to be close. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 3. Having a book on magic didn't stop William from running around like a fool. It was good to be young again. Interestingly enough, he actually stopped tripping over himself fairly quickly. He seemed to be more coordinated than he had been before. Well, maybe because he'd never really exercised before. It was actually pretty fun. He did avoid pushing himself too far. He remembered something about too much exercise being a problem on a developing body. So, he only did it when it was fun. His parents might have wished he was somewhat less adventurous, what with his climbing everywhere, but he never hurt himself much. Anyway, at 6 years old, William was worried about how to tell his parents about his reincarnation. Sure, in the stories he'd read, people would keep such a thing secret from everyone. For no discernible reason. He understood why making it general knowledge would be bad, but it shouldn't hurt to trust those closest to you, like family. Not that he had a great track record with that, but William was taking efforts to be closer to his family in this life. Honestly, he thought he was already closer to his parents here than in his former life. That mostly showed how bad he had been in his former life. His father and mother were rather successful merchants. His father was Archibald Stevenson. Personally, he thought his father's name was awesome. It sounded very regal. Archibald was a bit round, like Santa, except not as old and without a beard. So, really, just kind of fat and happy. His mother was probably attractive, except she was his mother. She was very kind, always smiled, and gave him hugs. William hadn't known what he was missing out on when he'd avoided hugs from his previous parents. Now, however, he took every hug he could get. They were just so safe and warm and happy. William had not even a single complaint to give about his new family, except that he didn't have any siblings. Well, that could still happen. 6 years old was half of 12, which was an important step in life. Besides the trivial things, like being 1/3 of adult age, there was something important to William personally. 6 years old was old enough to test for magical potential. By 6, magical potential can be fairly accurately calculated. Not that any amount of potential is useful without working at it as well. He was very excited. William was hoping to be a super high-class wizard, like usually happens in stories. Well, he didn't want to be too arrogant, acting like a protagonist. There wasn't anything so far that indicated that he was particularly special, besides reincarnating with his memories. Hopefully, that made him special. Even average magical potential would be great. He tried not to spend too much time thinking about how he was going to get the most awesome staff. The purpose of a staff, besides showing off how good you were, was to help channel mana. Depending on the wood materials, gems, and other qualities of the staff, it would help with converting mana into different elements, and thus increase the efficiency of spells. For example, rubies helped with turning mana into the fire element, for things like a spark spell, or more awesomely, fireballs. Well, before anything else, he needed to take the test. He was a bit nervous, with all the people crowding around to watch the testing. Many of the children were older than him, since not everyone went for testing as soon as it was possible. The testing was free, since the Wizards Academy was more interested in finding people with potential than making profit off of this venture. The test didn't look all that complicated. The person being tested stood in a magic circle and touched a crystal ball. Well, the ball might not actually have been made of crystal, but it didn't matter what it was. Then, the circle lights up, and so does the crystal ball. The color and intensity tells those watching various things. Brighter is better, and color has something to do with elemental affinities. A wizard with an affinity for fire should find fire spells less taxing, for example, similar to having the right kind of staff. William had managed to learn a lot about magic already, but still couldn't figure out how to use mana. Maybe this orb helped with awakenings. He was too nervous to pay close attention to every test, but most people seemed pretty average anyway. 2 more people in front of him. A boy slightly older stepped up. He touched the crystal, and it gave off just a slight glow. The boy shrugged. Perhaps he didn't care much about being a wizard anyway. After all, it's a difficult process. Since the test is free, most enter just for curiosity's sake. The girl directly in front of William stepped up. William was next. He started trembling. Then, he couldn't see. He was scared for a second. But then he realized what had happened. It was just very bright for a second. The girl had really amazing potential, as everyone watching could tell. Currently, it was brighter inside than outside. William hoped to be that good, but even if he just barely better than this last boy, he was still going to be a wizard, even if he was the worst wizard the world would ever see. He hadn't really put all of his effort into anything in his former life, but now that there was this chance, he wouldn't give up. He stepped forward with anticipation. He was sweating now and shaking more. He'd never been this nervous about anything, even in a job interview. His hand reached for the orb, slowly. Then his fingertips barely touched it. Nothing happened. He carefully moved his whole palm onto the orb. He saw a brief flash and got excited for a moment before realizing that it was just the image of the girl's test still burned into his eyes. His results seemed to be nothing. There was no glow. William would have liked to pretend that the orb wasn't working. However, he knew in his heart that it was not true. In a way, his results were just as spectacular as the girl's, but on the opposite end. Nobody else had magical potential so low. Everyone got at least a tiny glow, but he got nothing. Maybe the orb was wrong. If the orb were overloaded and thus failed to work, and he were some kind of super wizard, William would be happy. It wasn't, though, that he could tell. He walked back to his parents, dejected. Then, he cried significant tears for the first time since he came to this world. This world has magic and wizards, but he couldn't be one. What was the point of him reincarnating into a world with magic? If he could, he would have played down the amount of time he spent moping around. For William's sake, it will just be known as a long time. He still had a higher chance of becoming a wizard here in this world. After all, in this world, wizards were real. He knew the orbs weren't perfectly accurate. Not that it would be much off. There was still the chance that he had just a sliver of magical potential, but there was no chance he was any better than that. His potential didn't matter, though. Wizards existed in this world, and thus he was definitely going to be a wizard when he grew up, or die a second death in the attempt. William shook his fist towards the world in general, as if daring it to try to stop him. That said, the world didn't have to do anything at all to stop William from being a wizard. As it was, he couldn't become one, probably. After all, they wouldn't let someone with no magical potential join the wizard school, would they? Well, he knew for sure he couldn't enter the preliminary school. Actually, he didn't know that they wouldn't let him into the school. Maybe lack of magical potential was an interesting phenomenon or something. He was not going to give up yet. He still had a good 80 years to go. 6 or 7 dozen years. If he wanted to use more proper terminology. Well, that's if he got the same lifespan here. He couldn't guarantee that, but he was willing to give it a try. After all, he got a second chance to be a wizard, and the possibility wasn't necessarily 0% in this world. Well, percents weren't really a thing here, since 100 is meaningless. Maybe it's per gross? A nice square dozen, 144. Well, it would still be written something like 100, since it was in base 12. Not that the numerals were the same. William tried to get his existential angst back on topic. He wasn't giving up on being a wizard just yet. His parents have been highly supportive of him thus far. Hopefully, they would remain so. Sorry, Dad, he thought. I'm going to be depending on you. I'm going to be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 4. William stood behind his father, who was asking to speak to a teacher about the application process. However, the real point was to get information about the tests themselves. The secretary was well versed in the former, not so much in the latter. William whispered questions for his father to ask, but either the secretary didn't know, wouldn't say, or couldn't say. Instead of giving up, his father used his negotiation skills he'd gained as a merchant. Sadly, it did not help much in the current situation. William was grateful to his father for even trying, knowing he had no magical potential. Just before the pair finally gave up, an old professor wandered by. "What are you young fellows doing here?" he asked. William thought it was funny to hear his father called a young fellow. It was also odd to hear it applied to himself, since he had been older than this professor in his previous life. William whispered words for his father to speak. "I'm trying to find out what material will be tested during the application process." William knew that the preliminary magic school here only accepted those that had tested with high potential. However, The higher level accepted those who passed a practical test, generally meant for those from other cities to join the school, or the rare self-study. He didn't know anything specific about the test, though. The old professor looked at William's father and at William. "Come with me to my office," he said. They followed. Eventually, they arrived in a rather spare office. It did seem to fit the old wizard, Professor Phineas Pierce, by the plaque on his desk. Professor Pierce definitely looked like a wizard. He had a graying beard and out-of-control eyebrows. He had a staff and even wore robes. The only thing missing was a pointy hat, but William figured they weren't in fashion. Alternatively, maybe they were, and Professor Pierce wasn't. "So, what questions did you have?" the professor finally asked. William again asked the questions through his father. "I was wondering what could be told about the material for the tests to get into the school. I was not sure if the test differed from those in the other regions." This was true, but of course neither William nor his father knew what the tests in other regions were like to begin with. As everywhere, the tests are separated into practical and theory. "What about the weight of each section and the amount needed to pass?" "I'm afraid I can't say either. Such knowledge might tip the chances in someone's favor," the professor said. Then he turned to William. "It might be faster if we just speak to each other directly." William rubbed the back of his head in an embarrassed manner. He hadn't thought he'd be found out so easily, but he supposed he hadn't been really subtle about it. He wasn't very good at that. William was glad he seemed willing to talk, even to a small child, as he currently appeared, and technically was, in a way. "Haha, you found me out. If you can't tell me that, then what can you tell me?" "Nothing that would give anybody an advantage above anyone else." He seemed to be hinting at a possibility. William hoped he had the right idea in mind. "Well, in that case, if there were hypothetically somebody with no magical potential, what would you be able to tell them about the test?" "In that case, well, since there is no way they could pass, I could tell them that both parts are weighted equally. 2/3 of the points are necessary. Each problem is worth the same amount in the theory test, and it covers everything that should be known by an aspiring mage. When to use what kind of spell, reactions between elements, and the like. The practical test involves, of course, using magic. 1/3 of that is the proper chance and hand formation, and the other 2/3 are proper release, targeting, and power of the spell. Thus, it is impossible to get the necessary points to pass if one has no potential for magic." Professor Pierce smiled. William knew that the professor wouldn't have gotten there if he was incompetent at math. Thus, he knew that technically, someone could pass without being able to release magic if everything else was perfect. He just wouldn't say it like that. Likely so he could deny it later if necessary. "That's too bad. It would really be impossible to pass like that." William smiled back. "Thank you for your time." He took his father with him to leave the building. Then, he explained his plan. After all, it involved his father deeply, since he would be paying for the testing fees. William spent about a month preparing for the entrance test. The timing was a coincidence, because nobody expected someone would go straight from the aptitude test into the main school. If they were talented, they got into the preparatory school. If they weren't, they gave up or hired a private tutor, and likely spent 6 years or more studying. William wasn't trying to be arrogant, because he'd spent 3 years studying magic already, and had the added bonus of a lifetime worth of experience, although obviously none in the field of magic. As expected, though, he failed. In total, he got slightly less than half of the points available. This meant that he only got a tiny portion of the theoretical section wrong, because he got no points from the practical. He'd made the mistake of letting the test overseer of the practical portion know that he couldn't sense or use mana. Since they thought it would be a waste of their time, he didn't get to participate. He did, however, get to watch. That was actually good enough. He had failed, but he wasn't going to give up. Indeed, it would be foolish to give up, since he had a plan. That plan was actually being fulfilled, since he'd failed the test on purpose. Well, he'd taken it knowing he was going to fail, not that he didn't put his best effort in. However, now he knew what to expect, and could be prepared for the few types of questions he'd been stumped on. He hoped he would get a different examiner for the practical portion the next year. As long as they were fair, he would accept the results. William was glad that his father was indulgent enough to agree to his plan, taking the test twice. Maybe if his parents had been so supportive in his previous life, well, it was best not to think about that. A large part of the way his previous life had turned out had been his own doing. He had no right to complain, and he even got another chance. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 5. Among the crowd of dejected people who had failed the test, William saw one person he hadn't been expecting. It was the little girl who had been directly in front of him at the aptitude test. Even thinking about someone the same physical age as himself as a little girl made him feel weird. So William amended her status to just girl. No matter her status, he wasn't surprised to see her at the school. Instead, he was surprised that she had taken the main admission test. It would have been simpler if she just entered the easy way, with her aptitude. Barring that, he was surprised that she failed. Although the average student in the main school was 12 years old, magical potential wasn't just the ability to manipulate mana, but it also brought with it some understanding of how magic worked. Well, so he had heard. Thus, William did some quick eavesdropping and learned about the situation. Put simply, she hadn't written anything on the theoretical test and likely couldn't. Although she seemed to have very good mana control, she didn't seem to know the proper incantations, and thus her practical test was also not up to par. William followed her off school grounds. "Welcome back, William. Time to go home," his father said when he saw him. "Can you go back without me? I need to do something for the benefit of the magical community." Huh. William's father gave him the traditional look that he used whenever William did something weird. "Well, don't be too late for dinner. Do be careful." If William didn't know how capable he was on his own, but had just been watching as an observer, he would think his parents were neglectful. Fortunately, they just trusted him and his capabilities, which was good, because William refused to pass up this chance. It didn't take William long to catch up to the girl, since he had made sure to stay in shape. It was pretty easy to do with a kid's body, of course, but being intentional about it still helped. Once he caught up, though, his plan ran into a snag. He had no idea what to say. One possible but quickly rejected thing included, "Hey, I hear you can't read?" William soon realized he hadn't talked to children his age much at all. So, he went with something that would hopefully bring a sense of kinship, or something. "Wow, I didn't think I was going to get 0 points on the practical test. I must be pretty stupid, huh?" He laughed in a self-deprecating fashion. This caused the girl to turn to look at him. She quickly turned away from him, probably to hide the tears going down her face. William understood the feeling, although this time he'd failed on purpose, sort of. Then, she spoke and half laughed. "Huh, you must be pretty stupid." William had a hard time around a crying little girl. He felt really bad, but he was trying to help, so that was something. "Yeah, I'm pretty stupid. I can't do it even though someone taught me how to read. Actually, I heard that nobody taught you how to read, and yet you can still do magic. You must be pretty good." Flattery was good, right? Well, he already knew she had amazing potential, so it wasn't untrue.
Y.
But I still wasn't good enough. I didn't know what magic they wanted me to do, so I couldn't get a good enough grade to get in. Well, of course she couldn't, since the theoretical section had some of the necessary points. William didn't say that, though. Instead, he said, "Well, yeah, it's hard to do anything without someone to teach you. Why didn't you enter the training level? It's more for people your age anyway." That's because I couldn't read. So they wouldn't let me in. They let me take this test for free, though, so I tried it, but I failed. At this point, she started crying even more. William was highly uncomfortable. Are they stupid? This was, of course, exactly what William thought. They wouldn't put in the effort to teach someone with your potential? Do they not want good wizards? William paused at this. Maybe they didn't. Although he'd been treated well, this was a world with a different society than he was used to. The poor were easily discriminated against, and the wizards could still look like they were fair by letting those with high potential take the test for free. That made William want to be a wizard slightly less, but only slightly. "You know, I could teach you to read." The girl looked surprised at this. You could? But you're 6, aren't you?" "So, you're 7, I guess, but I know how to read. That's all that's necessary to teach someone, at least a little. Me teaching you would be better than nobody, right?" Personally, William thought he was the best person for the job. He'd take a 7-year-old girl learning magic and reading seriously, and he was quite good at reading, vocabulary, and the rest now. "I guess I could try. I have to go home now, though." "Well, if you want to try to learn, come by my house. We have lots of books and stuff." He gave her easy-to-follow directions to his house from the Magic Academy, since that was the only place he knew they both knew about. Just ask for William, okay? Okay.
I'm Leela.
I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 6. Fortunately, Lila was interested enough to show up at William's house the next day. Although William was primarily interested in helping her and making sure there were more good wizards in the world, he also had some selfish motives. Specifically, since she could use magic and he couldn't, he wanted to ask her to try some experiments. Nothing dangerous, he thought. He just wanted to gain a better understanding of how magic worked. After all, he only had the word of a couple dozen pages and a few spells he'd seen cast to go on. Lila and William went to the backyard, where there was a pristine target dummy. Not that it was new by any means, but since it was William's, it hadn't been damaged. Okay, Lila, can you cast a fireball on that? I don't remember the words. I can still do it though, I think. It's okay, just repeat after me. Oh, pyromancy, I call upon thee. Grant me thine strength and obliterate my opponents with a mighty conflagration. Oh, pyromancy, I call up on the grant me thine strength and oblongate my opponents with a mighty conflagration. Lila's fireball was pretty good for having most of the words wrong. Well, William certainly couldn't fault someone who successfully cast magic when he couldn't do anything. However, since it was more of a small spurt of fire than a fireball, it still wasn't great. What's a pyromancy and conflagration? Pyromancy is just a fancy name for fire magic, and conflagration is pretty much a fancy word for lots of fire. Why does magic have to have so many big, hard words? William shrugged. He supposed it just did. Then, he thought about it for a second. Maybe it didn't have to? After all, he wasn't sure if there was anything special about the language he was currently speaking. Actually, I want you to try something. I'm going to tell you another chant that does the same thing. Okay? Repeat this. Fire magic. Give me strength to blow stuff up with lots of fire. He wanted to say that it might work instead of absolutely work, but there was a reason he said it in a deceptive way. Okay. Fire magic. Give me strength to blow stuff up with lots of fire. This time, there was an obvious difference. William stood there nodding his head for a few seconds. To really perfect this technique, he'd need to replace the target dummy, preferably with something big and solid, like a rock. He looked at where the dummy had been, and there was now just a pile of ash. Good job. It's much better that way. Lila looked stunned at the effect. That's what it's supposed to be like? William nodded. Well, maybe not quite as powerful, but you're talented, so that's what it's like. Can I have you try something else? This time, he had her repeat the same thing, except in English. The words were all small, though. Her pronunciation was pretty bad, but he told her it was correct. Was it wrong to lie to a 7-year-old girl for the sake of learning about magic? Maybe. However, he couldn't try these things himself. After practicing the words, she cast another fireball, this time at the ground. It was slightly weaker than the last fireball, but that was somewhat expected. Thus, William had concluded several things. Instead of needing a specific chant, anything with the same meaning would work. The pronunciation seemed to matter for the effectiveness.
I'm tired.
I think I ran out of magic or something, Lila observed. William paused to think on that. Magic was gathered from around wizards, as far as he understood. So, they couldn't really run out of magic so much as the area itself was magically depleted, at least for a while. They changed locations, and William started one of the final experiments that he thought was safe. He gave her another sentence in English, completely unrelated to fire, magic, and fireballs. He completely expected this to fail, but he just wanted to be sure. Instead of the expected null result, there was a fireball. It was in no way inferior to the best one Lila had cast. Thus, William changed his thoughts slightly. It seemed the pronunciation was irrelevant, as long as there was sufficient mana around, and the meaning of the sentence also didn't matter. Were the papers and the wizards who wrote them right about anything at all? Well, they weren't wrong in that it worked the way they did it. Another experiment. This time, I want you to say this chant, but it won't work. Lila was rather confused at that, but did it anyway. It was a legitimate enough chant, as well, but it didn't work. An additional conclusion was that belief affected whether or not it worked. Now, think the words in your head. It will still work. Result? Nothing. This suggested a conclusion that words are necessary for some reason. It also required an apology from William. Sorry, I was wrong. I thought it would work. He hadn't been sure at all, actually, but didn't say that. Now then, time to learn to read. What? Can't you just teach me the chance? I could, but I won't always be around, and I definitely can't help you on the written part of the exam. Besides, you can find out a lot of things through reading. Thus, they practiced that. William wasn't sure what the regular curriculum for learning was, so he used something similar to Back on Earth. William also worked on improving Lila's vocabulary, a bit at a time. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 7. William was glad that Lila wasn't entirely unwilling to learn to read, but he would have liked her to be more enthusiastic about it. Honestly, what kind of wizard doesn't like reading? In William's opinion, it was the mediocre kind. But he honestly couldn't see Lila becoming a mediocre wizard. She would either become a great wizard or a dead one. Great, if she didn't kill herself with her own experiments, which were generally much more risky than William's. There was an explosion, not an uncommon thing to hear. In fact, this one was not as loud as usually. Unfortunately, it was also in the wrong location. Lila's hair was frizzled, but fortunately no longer on fire. What did you do, Lila? William looked at her. He'd never seen magical feedback before, but from what he'd read, it occurred when you make a mistake in spellcasting. The spell would go off, or something like it, but wouldn't be directed as the wizard wanted. Depending on the circumstances, it could be anything from a minor annoyance to something that killed the wizard. Lila coughed twice. Well, I didn't feel like talking the whole time I was gathering energy, so I rushed through the incantation. She coughed again. Then, when I finished gathering the mana, it didn't want to listen to me, so it exploded. Don't worry though, I directed most of it away from me. She beamed proudly. It would have been more effective if her face hadn't been covered in black soot. William made some more notes. Incantation must last as long as gathering of mana. Then he looked at Lila. Really, for the size of the explosion, she was relatively uninjured. In some ways, she deserved to be called a genius just for her skill in handling magic, even when it should have been uncontrollable. On the other hand, she caused the situation herself. William was glad he hadn't yet suggested speaking the incantation quickly, because it could very easily have been his fault. Not that he would admit that he'd thought of that, now that he knew it didn't work. Aarg, why don't you just take your stupid books and eat them? Lila shouted, then stormed out of the house. William had no idea how to react at all. He didn't really understand how people worked, and especially not women. That said, he had a resource he could turn to on the subject. William explained the situation to his mother. Then she yelled at me and ran out of the house, and I don't know if she'll come back. William was most worried about the last thing. He didn't know where Lila lived, so he couldn't go find her. Meanwhile, his mother looked down on him with a somewhat knowing smile. Oh, William, you're so smart, but you have to understand that not everyone is like you. William was confused at this. He tilted his head to the side questioningly, then said, well, maybe not everyone is like me, but Lila is very smart and learns some things faster than me. His mother shook her head. That's not what's important. You know, not everyone is ready to be an adult by the time they are your age. Most people just want to be kids. You know, run around and play sometime instead of spending all their time studying. William grimaced. You're right. She's so smart. I forgot she was a little girl. His mother raised an eyebrow. Little girl? She's older than you, you know? William got a shocked expression on his face. He had forgotten. Although he somewhat didn't want to, he said, Mother, I think I need to have a talk with you and Father. When all was said and done, his parents took his story of his reincarnation rather well. Neither of them laughed at him and called him silly. By the fact that they sat in stunned silence for at least a dozen minutes, it even seemed they believed him. Then there was a period of time where they asked him questions, and he answered them to the best of his ability. The end result is that nobody would try to treat each other any differently than they had been. Although he was technically older than his parents, he liked being their kid. Although it was somewhat awkward, they still loved him as their son. He honestly felt a deeper connection to them than he had to his first parents, and he had only spent 6 years here. Well, after all, relationships worked best with effort from both sides, and he certainly hadn't put any effort in the first time. And so, since I really don't know how other people think, I'm going to need your help, William concluded and looked towards his mother, especially when it comes to how girls and children think. After all, William had a hard enough time understanding how normal men thought. His previous life really had been almost devoid of meaningful social interaction. That actually made William a little bit depressed when he thought about it. Now, William had to hope Leela would come back, or that he could find her. After all, for both the sake of the magical community and Leela, it was important that he continue to teach her. Sure, there was also his own curiosity about magic as a factor, but that wasn't what would be important in the long run, probably. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 8. The next few days were somewhat awkward for William, since it was hard for him to adjust to his new family situation. Fortunately, William didn't mind being treated like a smart kid, so his parents were still able to treat him mostly as they had before. However, besides that issue, Leela still hadn't shown up at his house. Therefore, William started searching around the city for her. He didn't know where she lived, but he had an idea. Based on her clothes, staff, and lack of education, it should be somewhere poor, but not the most poor. After all, though her clothes hadn't been high quality, they were well taken care of. Therefore, William searched the less affluent areas of the city and hoped he would be fortunate. Alternatively, he hoped she would show up at his house, where he'd left a message with his parents. William understood that, logically, searching for Leela was almost futile. Still, he felt he would regret it for the rest of his life if he didn't try, and since he was hoping that would be a very long time, he looked. Since he was so sure he wouldn't actually find her, he was surprised at what happened the third day. William was walking through some streets he had traversed before, when out of a side street he heard children's voices. One of them he recognized as Leela. The others were obviously student mages, or prospective mages, at least. They obviously cared for the traditional robe and staff attire. William wasn't particularly good at reading people, but if he had to guess, he'd call their demeanor threatening. Humph. Looks like the little genius isn't so smart after all. What good is your magical potential if you can't pass even the simplest of tests? The one making fun of Leela was older. William would guess about 10. There was also another of similar age, but obviously a lackey. Based on his internal descriptions of them, their first impression on William obviously wasn't great. Leela had a perturbed look on her face. She was obviously unsure what to do. William had no idea as well. His first thought was to step in and provoke them. Fortunately, William knew that his first idea in most social situations was usually a bad idea, so he stayed back for the moment. Then, Leela's look changed to one of resolve. At least I didn't have to pay to get a mediocre score, like you did, Jeff. Inside, William was disappointed, surprised, and happy that Leela came to the same conclusion as he did. Jeff, as he was apparently called, suddenly got a furious look on his face. By this, William assumed it was a true accusation. Then he did something that surprised both Leela and William. Oh, pyromancy dash. Leela was surprised and seemed unsure of how to react, and yet ready to do something at the same time. At this point, William made a decision. It may not have been a good one, but it was a decision. I call upon thee dash. At this point, William threw the first punch he'd ever thrown in his life. Actually, he was pretty sure it was the first punch he'd thrown in 2 lives. He hadn't practiced at all, but was confident that he could hit a still target, in theory. In practice, William was quite surprised at how well his body actually worked. He mostly hit his target. It helped that Jeff, for some reason, decided to be a still target. Gak dash was the next sound Jeff made. It wasn't surprising, since he'd been punched in the throat. Honestly, the punch was a little bit shallow. William was pretty sure it hadn't had much force behind it, as he'd somewhat underestimated the length of his arms. Boom was the next sound that happened. If William had had a few moments to think, it would have been an obvious result. Instead, he was also quite surprised when Jeff's fireball went off in his face. William's first observation was that Jeff's fireballs weren't all that powerful. His second observation was that Jeff wasn't very good at controlling mana from magical feedback. This could be observed by the fact that he looked much worse off than Leela had been when her much stronger fireball had exploded in her own face in training. Leela's hair had been frizzled, and she coughed a couple times. Jeff was unconscious, and his face was pretty badly burned, along with his robes. You! The lackey yelled. Oh, estrapamancy dash. The lackey was smart enough to dodge William's punch. So, William kicked him in his family jewels. The lackey, whose name William didn't know, wasn't too badly off, because he hadn't gotten far in his spell, and thus there wasn't as much mana to run rampant. William looked down at the bodies. Unconscious bodies, not dead bodies. Not that it would have been his fault if it were otherwise. Right. So, do you want to come with me to find somebody to deal with this, or leave and try to stay out of trouble? I'll come with you. William shook his head, since he'd actually meant to suggest the second option, but decided to let her come anyway. Right. So one more question then. Why didn't you use magic? Not enough time. Actually, I didn't want to kill them. Leela looked sheepish. William was taken aback for a moment, then responded, yeah, actually, that was a pretty good choice. I'm glad you thought of that. William imagined the training dummies and rocks that had fallen under Lila's hand. You're going to need to learn some weaker magic and maybe some defensive spells or something. William didn't know what those spells were, but maybe he could figure it out. Together, the two of them headed toward the wizard's school, where William intended to take responsibility for the incident. Although, if his plan worked right, it would actually be Jeff and his lackey who took responsibility, whether they wanted to or not. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 9. On the way to the wizard school, William explained his plan to Leela. Formally, it was known as the Astana Wizards Guild main instruction facility, but it was usually just called the Wizard School, and William went with the latter. Once they entered the front, Leela went to find the school doctor, who knew some healing magic. William, meanwhile, headed off in a different direction. William really hoped his plan would work. Otherwise, he might not be able to get into the wizard school when the next test came around. More importantly, William felt that if Leela didn't get in, then the world would be missing out. William continued down corridors he'd only traversed once before. Finally, he came to a closed door. He knocked. Hopefully, there would be an answer. Yes, who is it? Come in. The door's open. The voice of an old man called from beyond the door. William entered to see Professor Phineas Pierce. Hello. I was hoping you could help me with something. Oh? Didn't expect to see you again so soon. What do you need? Well, I was hoping you could come with me and help make some school rules were properly applied, or at least dangled over the heads of some students like an anvil. Oh? And you thought I would be interested because you're smart and you know what's best from the future of the school. In addition, you'd be helping a genius wizard, and also me, hopefully. We'll need to go soon, though. A genius wizard? In addition to you? Well, I suppose I can at least help the first. Phineas smiled, though his eyes were somewhat serious. Explain on the way. So, William explained. He made sure to bring up specific passages in the school rules, just in case they were needed, especially the ones about using magic to harm others. Then he explained how he'd encouraged some magical feedback accidents. Now, normally, they might be able to weasel their way out of it, but with a good witness. William glanced at Phineas. And some other reasons, hopefully you can at least keep them from retaliating against Leela, especially since they started it, and don't want to be kicked out of the school and forbidden to ever practice magic. Also, if somebody brings up their ages, you should mention that law about wizards always being tried as adults in the case of offensive magic spells. You are a very strange little boy, Phineas Pierce said in the nicest way possible. So, not worried if they try to retaliate against you? They won't try any physical harm, and my parents can help take care of the rest. Either that, or I'll come up with some way to trash their family name. They're not rich enough that the school wouldn't act once the truth gets out. William shrugged. They might still manage to prevent me from ever getting into the school, though. Oh? I thought you were very interested in entering? William shrugged again. Sure, but as we talked about before, it's impossible. More important than me, though, is Leela. You'll see why. In what felt like no time at all, William and Phineas arrived shortly before Leela and the school doctor. William looked down at the charred corpses, which were unfortunately just singed and unconscious. If only they'd been more powerful but less good at feedback control. Well, that could have caused worse problems. William glanced at Leela, who nodded. Then, he started explaining right away. As you can see, Doctor, they both experienced magical feedback, and then we came directly to you. The doctor looked as if he was unsure why it had to be pointed out, then nodded. So, William, have you thought about if they claim that they were trying to defend themselves? Sure. The doctor can confirm that I barely even touched them, And as for Leela, well, she has puny little arms. Hey, but also, is lightning magic affected by gravity?
No.
But why does that matter? Leela, would you mind doing a lightning bolt directly into the sky? Leela gave William a somewhat confused look, then nodded. After a few seconds of chanting, Bezioti, a gigantic bolt of lightning went into the sky. Phineas' hair stood on end, and his eyebrows became even more pointed than they were before. As Leela so kindly demonstrated, they would not have been so lightly damaged. Also, I think you know why I said she needed to enter the school? She only failed the test last time because nobody taught her to read. William glared. Phineas grinned, and the physician just stared slack-jawed. I can indeed see why you said there was a genius to help. Consider it done. In addition, I will also make an attempt on your behalf, though you would also do wonderfully speaking for yourself. I appreciate the compliment, but I'd have a lot of trouble not calling everyone idiots. Good point. Perhaps I should do the speaking, then. I have more practice calling people idiots politely. In the end, William's strategy and Phineas' wit together prevailed. Phineas and William agreed that holding the threat of expulsion in exchange for good behavior from Jeff and the minion whose name William still hadn't learned. Since it wasn't publicly known, they couldn't take any kind of revenge, and if it was publicly known, they would be expelled from the school and shame their families. Phineas even managed to make their families see it as somewhat of a gesture in their favor because of their status, instead of a threat. William had to applaud that. William, meanwhile, worked with Leela on reading, learning defensive spells, and learning less powerful offensive spells. Instead of less powerful spells, the end result was the same spells at lower output. With lower amounts of mana and a more conservative mental image, the effect was the same as using a weaker spell. After all, what were the differences between a lightning zap and lightning bolt but the amount of lightning it made? Once meaning was removed from the chance, there was no difference. Oh, right. Leela, you're going to have to learn the official chants. What? But the words are so big and stupid and long. That's true, however, there's a good reason. Specifically, the test. If you want to get all the points, you have to know the official chants. That's stupid. Why? So, William explained how tradition worked, and also why it was probably a good idea to keep the other way of doing chants secret. At first, Leela was reluctant, but once he pointed out that it was a super secret ability that nobody else would be able to do, she liked the idea more. She only grudgingly accepted the tradition reason to learn the chants, but was smart enough to know that it was true. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 10. Every day, William spent an hour meditating. He wasn't sure if it was helping, but it didn't seem to be hurting him in any way. Actually, he was pretty sure it wasn't helping, since his goal was no closer to being accomplished. Specifically, he was attempting to sense the mana around him. This was the most important part of being a wizard, but he could still not sense anything at all. Still, the meditation somewhat helped calm him, which was nice. William also made sure to keep his body in shape, partly because he couldn't do magic. However, even if he could do magic, he enjoyed being able to move as he wished, which he hadn't been able to do near the end of his previous life. Plus, William could think of plenty of good reasons for wizards to keep fit. After all, sometimes you had to run away, and it wouldn't do to be so tired from walking to, say, a dragon's lair that one was unable to cast spells. William also recommended exercise to Leela, but she didn't do any besides running around while playing. Well, that was up to her. At least she was doing well at learning to read. William wouldn't have called her an expert, but at least she could read most things, given time. That was pretty good, given she'd been learning for less than a year. Her spellcasting didn't need him to help. Even her chants were almost flawless, which was important for the upcoming examination. Two professors stood in a room, conversing. One was a fairly new professor, and the other was an older, stern-looking fellow. "How are the students this year?" asked the older professor. "Mostly average, Professor Farman, though with a couple exceptions. There was one girl, Leela, I believe. You'd have to be there to believe how powerful her magic was. I think I might. She was the cause of that bolt of lightning in the east field?" "Yes, that's right. Aside from that, she was not superb at the theoretical test, but did well enough to pass. Still, book learning can be improved upon, but natural talent is something that can't be made up for." "Indeed. Any others? Well, nobody else was outstanding, at least not in the same way. Some who got 0 points total, noble kids. Then there was one, William. Some of the most accurate and steady chants we've ever seen, or so I hear. Yet, not a drop of magic, not a spark, a jolt of electricity, or even a slight chill. The astonishing part is he's still almost passed. Almost a perfect score on the theoretical side. Everything but a single problem, perfect. It wasn't even that hard of a question. Oh, show me which one it was. The younger professor brought over some papers. It was this one here. Professor Farman looked at the papers. Yes, I see. Well, it's probably for the best. We don't want any without magical talent getting in here. It's bad enough with some of those who managed to pass. The older professor paused. These are the answer key? Yes, that's correct. I filled it out myself. Professor Farman sighed. I'm sure you know. I wish the best for this facility's future. To that end, I seek fairness and despise cheating. Getting a perfect score on the theoretical test, but with no ability to use magic, it's unheard of. I suspect cheating. Well, he didn't get a perfect score. He missed one problem. Did he? Bring his paper to me. Also, be prepared to go back over the others. Your answer was wrong. You fell for the trap of the simple but incorrect answer. As for this William, we'll see. If he passes, he passes. If he was cheating somehow, I will find out, and he will be expelled. I have no tolerance for such. William waited nervously. Although he was confident in his answers, if he had missed even a single point, he knew he could not pass. At least this time, the professor grading the practical side was willing to judge him on his chance, even if there was no magical effect. Leela was also nervous, but William was confident she would pass. She should have a near-perfect score on the practical side, and at least half of the points on the theoretical side. Even if she was a bit lower than William expected, it would be passing. Eventually, someone came out with a list of passing names. As the names were called off one by one, the children who were now student wizards went to get their tokens, proving that they had entered the school. Technically, adults could take the test as well, but by the time one was an adult, there was very little hope of a future as a wizard if one had not already been successful. The small exception would be those who had no exposure to magic or no access to a proper school before coming to the capital. Lila's name was called. William cheered, quietly, since nobody else had been cheering. More time passed, and William knew that the list was nearing the end. Finally, the very last name that was called, William Stevenson. After that was an emotional blur. William went to pick up his badge, and then he was crying tears of joy and hugging his parents and Leela and jumping around in excitement. He was a real wizard now, ignoring the fact that he couldn't use magic. William and part of the other new students were taken on a tour of the wizard school by an older student. He seemed to be 12 years old and introduced himself as Marius. William instantly liked him. He wasn't acting arrogant like the other students leading tours, and he seemed quite knowledgeable. Hopefully, they could become friends. Well, there was the 5-year difference in age. But that wouldn't be too much of an issue later. Almost everything they actually got to see was pretty boring. Since the laboratories were off limits, the library was very impressive though. They didn't enter in far, but it was bigger than any libraries William had seen on Earth, and the majority of these books were about magic. William highly anticipated the future now. He would read all of the books. Well, maybe not, but he would certainly be spending a lot of time in the library. When they finally arrived at William's dormitory, it was also not particularly impressive, except for one feature of the central hall. There was a glass case in the center, in which was a staff that was about 6 feet tall. However, instead of being made of wood, it was made of a bluish crystal. William thought it might even have been a single crystal, since it was hexagonal, like it grew to that size on its own. Marius explained, "Not much is known about this staff, except that it is cursed. In theory, it is capable of amplifying magic greatly, but nobody has been able to wield it." Marius lowered his voice to a whisper. "I hear it just hits anybody who tried to touch it in the face, but I've never tried. I heard that a broken nose or cracked skull was actually one of the least unpleasant of the injuries it's inflicted upon people. Even those who managed to wrestle a hold on it for a short time had their spells backfire. So its magical amplification abilities are just a rumor." The glass isn't there to keep people from the staff, but the other way around. Fortunately, the curse seems to have stabilized once it was placed here, and there haven't been any incidents in a long time. As long as nobody tried to touch it. William smiled and nodded. Cursed, was it? That was a shame. William really wanted that staff. It was so cool looking. However, since he didn't want to get hit, and also because he suspected the amplification of magical abilities was useless if the base was 0, he grudgingly tore his eyes away. Well, just one more look. If only he had that. And an awesome robe. He wasn't sure about the hats, though. Maybe they were out of fashion. Author's note. Finally, I've introduced the most important character of the series. Wait, isn't William the main character, you say? Well, sure. I guess he probably wins that then. Still, this character is no less important. Which one was it? Well, it could be anybody. Even someone wandering around in the background. You'll never find out. Until I tell you later. Darn, just lost my mystery. Oh well, I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 11. One of the classes William was looking forward to, eventually, was practical combat magic. Having experience was obviously very important, and thus there were duels between students in those classes, as well as at other times. For this sake, there was a special arena, designed with magical wards to protect those outside the arena, as well as to prevent any kind of debilitating or deadly attacks inside. Currently, William, Leela, and the rest of the new students were watching one such duel. Marius, who had given William the tour, was up against someone William didn't recognize, which was basically everyone. Both of them got into position and readied their staves. Then, the match began. The opponent started chanting slightly before Marius, and they released a bolt of lightning. However, Marius countered by creating a wall of earth in front of him. Next, a fireball was shot out by his opponent, but he blocked it with a sphere of water. The battle continued on in that fashion, with Marius countering every spell, but he seemed unable to find a good time to attack. Finally, he failed to counter a ball of ice, which struck him in the chest, and he was defeated. It seemed he'd been unable to cast his spell to defend, likely from lack of mana. His opponent had been either more conservative in their power usage or better at manipulating it. William turned to look at Leela. What did you think? Leela slightly frowned. Disappointed, huh? Yeah, they're both so slow at casting. Well, that's because they don't have the right technique. I guess, but I can make bigger fireballs. Then the mana in the area would be depleted faster. That only matters if it takes more than one, and I could just move somewhere else. William grinned at the last comment. In fact, neither of them took a single step from where they started. What a waste. After he got back to his room, William got some paper and started writing furiously. He wasn't sure why he felt compelled to do this, but he couldn't just leave things as they were. It was obvious that Marius was able to identify what spell his opponent was using, because he countered them all quite well. In that case, why did he still lose? More importantly, did he have to? The answer was no. William considered writing a similar letter to the other competitor, but didn't actually know his name. Upon thinking about it, he didn't like the way the other guy looked after he won. Maybe he was biased, but based on the cut of his robes and expensive-looking staff he'd had, William thought he was a noble, and that made him want to help him less. Marius might have been a noble as well, at least he didn't appear poor, but he also didn't walk around with a sneer, as far as William had seen. After he finished writing, William went and found Marius. A teacher told me to give you this letter. William felt that advice would be better received if it were from someone in authority. Oh, thank you. William, isn't it? William nodded and left. Marius opened the letter to read it. Marius Cyril, I had the opportunity to observe your duel earlier this day. I believe you did an admirable job recognizing incantations and coming up with counters, and this is indeed an important skill to wizards. However, I made some observations that I believe will help you improve your application of your skills. Sometimes, an outside observer can provide the needed perspectives for growth. I urge you to read and carefully consider my words. While a wall of earth is a wonderful elemental counter to a lightning bolt and will quite easily negate such, it must be created with precise timing. You do have such a skill, indeed, and the ability to exercise it, but your magical talents could be used better. For example, if you had used the same timing to take a single step to either side, the lightning bolt would have missed entirely, and you would have been free to counterattack with a spell of your own in the same instant. Likewise, water is quite adequate for blocking fire, but it is not always necessary to completely absorb the energy. If you had fired a rather smaller ball of water, or indeed even a ball of earth, when the fireball was in transit, its explosion could have been triggered earlier than intended, having its full power impact, but at a safe location. This would save on effort, though it requires timing as well as accuracy. The letter continued on as such, then ended. Finally, the lack of mana could have been avoided, not only with the more conservative use of spells, but with the very mobility that saves energy in the first place. I think you will find, upon examination of these words, that being a wizard is not just about making a bigger fireball than the opponent. Indeed, it is not even just understanding the elemental weaknesses of the spells. Instead, it is about understanding the spells as whole, including how they relate to your surroundings. The letter wasn't signed. William, though he'd been practicing, was still rather poor at being polite. Even when he used polite language, he was blunt. Although Marius did not know William had written the letter, he felt the bluntness of the words. If Marius had been arrogant, he may have torn the letter to shreds and thought about revenge for the somewhat insulting letter if he could find the owner. Instead, he kept the letter. Though it was painful to have all of his faults pointed out to him, he was the kind of person who would fix them instead of loudly proclaiming nothing was wrong with what he did. It still looked like good advice, even if it was mostly just telling him he did everything wrong. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 12. Professor Farman looked over the students that would be in his introductory magic class. Everyone was fairly typical. Well, except for that Leela, but she was sadly not in his class. He sighed. 8 years old, and with such impressive results. Sadly, he was not involved with the class assignments, and thus could do nothing about it. If he was only, truly, teaching a typical class, he still would have been fine. However, there was still one member of his class that was out of the ordinary. A child of 7 years old. He would normally have been glad to have such a genius. However, this one displayed absolutely no sign of being able to actually use magic. The theoretical test, Professor Farman assumed he must have cheated. Therefore, he would test this William, and when he found him lacking, would get him expelled. It was that simple. It should have been simple, but over the first few weeks it wasn't proving to be that way. First, William actually volunteered to answer most of the questions posed to the class in general, and he got the answers right. There wasn't any sign of anybody helping him. This frustrated Professor Farman, so he started asking harder questions, specifically targeted towards William. Eventually, they got to the point where they were out of the scope of the class. Normally, Professor Farman wouldn't have let it get to that point. After all, he prided himself on being fair. However, he just couldn't believe someone with no magical aptitude, which was never too far removed from understanding of magical theory, could possibly answer the questions he had been asking, at least, not at such a young age. Thus, the questions got increasingly more difficult. Finally, one day, he stumped William. "I'm sorry, I don't know the answer," Professor Farman smiled, but only on the inside. Finally, he'd gotten him. "Yet, can I get back to you tomorrow?" Professor Farman somewhat came to his senses and allowed it. However, he planned to watch William's movements to see who it was that must be feeding him information. Therefore, he prepared to follow him, no matter what dark alleyways he entered, such as the library. Well, that would be a good place for a clandestine meeting, as well. However, William only talked to one person, the librarian. That was, of course, to ask where the section on a certain topic was. Then, he went there and started pulling books off of the shelves. Professor Farman still thought he wouldn't be able to do anything with so many books. It was impossible to read them all in an evening. Indeed, William didn't read them all. Instead, he scanned a few pages near the beginning of each, then a few more pages throughout each of them. Finally, he returned most of the books to the shelves. If he really found the right book and the right section so quickly, he must have actually understood most of the background of the question. Eventually, William took some notes, and though it took him several hours, he seemed satisfied and put the final book back on the shelves. In class the next day, William answered Professor Farman's question, not perfectly, but more than adequately. For a moment, Professor Farman was annoyed. After all, he wanted to kick this kid out of the school. After all, he couldn't stand cheating. Then, he thought about it. He wasn't cheating. He'd seen it. Quite simply, the kid knew his stuff. In the end, though, Professor Farman called William to stay after class. "William, I have observed your progress in this class, and I have to say quite frankly that you cannot remain in this class. It would be a waste of both of our times." "Why, sir? Were my answers dissatisfactory?" "The answers were adequate. The problem is, for the last 2 weeks, the questions haven't really been appropriate for this class. They are more appropriate for those in the second-level class. Thus, I am recommending your move to the second-level class, specifically the section I also teach. If you are nervous about being in a class with those even more your senior, then just spend the time you would otherwise be in my class wisely and prepare yourself for next year." Professor Farman didn't mention that the hardest question had really been most appropriate for the third level, but he hadn't been fully satisfied with the answers William gave for the second-level questions. None of the answers were wrong, though, just less complete than he liked. William wasn't sure how to react. He had gotten the feeling that Professor Farman didn't like him. In fact, that still seemed to be true. He had definitely noticed the questions getting harder, and even before he'd been stumped, had gone to do extra study in the library based on the types of questions he thought would come up. It helped that Professor Farman was fair, even with the more advanced questions, since they were still about the appropriate subjects that were in the lesson plan and the sections of the textbooks they were in. Thus, he barely managed to make it through. So, William was unsure of whether being advanced was just a trap to load him with more difficult work, but he also had to agree that the first-level class wasn't a good use of his time. So, he accepted the move, tentatively. "I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again." Chapter 13. William completed his hour of meditation that he did every morning. There were still no results. He could not sense the tiniest amount of elements around himself. However, he could quite easily understand magical concepts. He didn't like to think of himself as a genius, since he technically knew it was like a review. Math and physics concepts, as well as other sciences, made up most of the information needed for magic. At the very least, they helped. As far as William could tell, the world followed the same rules as Earth, with the addition of the ability to control things through magic. Perhaps magic could have worked on Earth if people had the capacity. In fact, maybe it had, but was kept secret. However, he doubted it would be that easy to keep magic secret. He wasn't big on conspiracy theories. Thus, it would have to be very rare, or nobody was capable. So far, William hadn't been able to determine what was different about people who could use magic. He'd gone to the library here, which had books on anatomy that were better than what he could get outside. There didn't seem to be any extra organs, or any differences in them. Maybe the brain structure was slightly different, but William's body was completely part of this world. Therefore, any physical differences should have been just as likely. In addition, he even found one research paper in an obscure corner. They had those with and without magical potential, and found no physical differences. The official answer was that there was a difference in the soul. William wanted to reject that idea, and before he came here he would have. After all, did the soul really exist? However, considering the fact that he had memories of his previous life, but a completely different body and brain, he knew that there was something like a soul. If it was like a soul, and had the properties one would expect from a soul, was it not a soul? Thus, William had some proof that souls were real. There were even reports of people who could see people's souls, or at least their emotions. William wasn't sure if they were true, though, because the reports weren't well substantiated. He tried to keep an open mind about the possibilities of magic, but he also wanted to verify things. Of course, while he had these philosophical thoughts, he also had to participate in actual schoolwork. Professor Farman asked hard questions about theory. He made William work hard, but William was learning, so that was exactly what was supposed to be accomplished. William's other classes were less challenging, but he still learned some new things. In his basic magical incantations class, he learned many new things. The incantations he memorized, because they were necessary for his grades, but he knew the more important thing was understanding of what could be done with magic. The manipulation of elements was the most core feature. However, the difference between a firebolt and a fireball was just the amount of fire and the shape and density of the fire. William came to the understanding that Leela's spells were so powerful because she put a certain amount of effort into her casting. Since she was so capable, the amount of effort she used created spells that were much more powerful than the normally envisioned counterparts. When William talked to Leela about it, She had basically already figured it out. Even without his suggestions, she had started practicing having different levels of output, such that she could avoid killing somebody with a spell. William found it rather terrifying that she had to try to have less power. How, then, did those with lesser talents functions? Simply, they had to work harder to get the same results. When they couldn't gather enough mana in the timing of the chance for a particular spell, they were unable to cast it. William knew they probably could create something of the same power if they chanted for longer, but since everyone believes in set chance, they couldn't create spells of that power. In addition, they often had a sense of their inferiority and naturally imagined their spells to be weaker. Thus, they might cast a fireball and achieve a lesser effect than someone else because they actually gathered less mana or were not able to use it as efficiently. William wasn't sure how much he should spread his understanding of magic, so he generally avoided saying anything or giving anyone advice. He would help Leela on the few occasions where she needed a different perspective, since she was already in the same boat as him. Nobody else came to William asking for advice on magic, except for a very few, asking for help memorizing the incantations. He didn't have much advice to give on that subject, but gave advice from what he could remember helped with memorization. Repetition worked for some people, but some people learned better by pretending it was a song. William couldn't figure out how they learned, and thus couldn't help them. Though many people came to him for small amounts of help, it was not in a rush. It wasn't even every week that someone asked him for advice. Maybe it would have been more often, but he was younger than most, if not all, of the other students in the main school. In addition, nobles would not ask for his assistance even if he were older than them and had been the smartest genius for centuries, since he wasn't a noble. William also kept up his exercising. If he couldn't use magic, he at least needed to keep himself in shape. Although he wouldn't be entering any classes that had duels for at least another year, he didn't want to lose without at least dodging a few spells first. After all, even if he could predict where a spell was going to go, if he couldn't get his body to move, he would be ashamed, especially since he gave advice to somebody else on it. Though he pretended the advice wasn't from him, he would still know and be embarrassed to lose too easily. William hadn't been athletic in his former life, so he only did basic things like running, push-ups, and sit-ups, with occasional other things when he remembered some things from his physical education classes many years previously. In addition to his productive activities, William sometimes went into the dorm lobby late at night and looked at the crystal staff. It was really awesome looking. He really wanted. Sometimes, he thought nothing that cool could be cursed. Then, he thought about the fact that nobody would use a cursed item if it looked cursed, with skulls and black things everywhere. Then he thought again, and realized that he'd probably use a staff with skulls on it too. Maybe not if the skulls were real though, but just carvings. He didn't really want a dead person, or part of a dead person, to travel with him. Still, he didn't have any first-hand proof that the staff was cursed, and he really wanted it. Maybe that was part of the curse. It would tempt him to try and take it, and then kill him. Though, he wasn't sure what benefit there would be to that. Also, he wasn't sure if it had actually killed anybody, or just cracked their skulls. The information he had been able to find was rather vague. The only thing new he discovered is that it had been here for a long time. Centuries. Or grosses of years, he guessed. Whatever. It had been many generations. Occasionally, it was moved to a different location. It hadn't left the wizard's school since it first arrived, but it had been stored in different places. However, it had always been placed prominently. Otherwise, it seems that it broke out and started hitting people on the head. Apparently, there was one time that it had been wrestled into an iron chamber and locked in. It had beat on the door continuously until it broke out. It took it several months, but it never stopped and came out without a scratch, unlike the door. It was obviously a lot tougher than regular crystals. William sighed. Even if it was cursed, it must have some other purpose besides being displayed out in the open for people to look at and hitting people on the head for trying to do otherwise with it. In addition, it should have a reason for being in a wizard academy and not somewhere else, like a palace. William just wasn't sure what. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 14. William watched more duels. His reaction after watching one set of duels was to mutter, "Does nobody know how to fight? Why is that?" He didn't expect an answer. However, the elderly Professor Phineas Pierce was nearby. He had helped William a couple times in the past. Although he could tell William didn't expect an answer, he could also tell William actually cared about the question. How could most people learn how to fight well without someone to teach them? William turned towards Professor Pierce. He gestured around to the school in general. Is this not the greatest academy of wizards in the nation? How is it that none of them learned or figured it out themselves? Professor Pierce smiled slightly. William, you're a smart kid. Surely you can come up with the reason. Well, perhaps a hint is in order. The last Demon King War occurred just before your generation came to be born. William pondered that. Right. The war cost the lives of about a third of the population. So, a third of the good wizards also died, and thus couldn't teach anybody else. However, that should leave 2/3 of them, and I haven't seen anybody skilled in combat. The professor shook his head. Certainly, a third of the general population perished. However, civilians contributed very little to the war effort. Those that became knights and such were valuable, but that was a very small part. The Demon King is not a threat that the nations take lightly. Sending anything less than the entirety of those capable of combat would have been foolish. Then, instead of a third of those dying, 11 parts out of 12 of the best wizards, knights, and martial warriors were killed. Thus, those that are left were the lucky survivors, or those who were almost useless in combat. I'm part of the second group, in case you were wondering. William's jaw dropped, and he just sat there in stunned silence for a time. Then he sighed. So that was how it was. He looked around the arena and realized it looked very empty. Even if all the students and teachers attended, it wouldn't be close to full. Though there were many students, they were mostly young. In contrast, most of the teachers were very old. The exception were those devoted solely to research and the non-combative parts of magic, and they were only somewhat younger on average. As you can now see, we are in quite a sad state. Most of the promising young wizards of the previous generation participated in the war effort. The majority of those who managed to survive couldn't handle the experience and have quit studying magic. At least, they no longer are at the academy. A somewhat more real smile crept onto his face. The good news is that there are several promising students in the next young generation. William nodded, especially Leela. There were a couple other kids he could think of, but nobody else was close. Well, William had seen another duel by Marius, and he'd improved significantly in only a short time. Phineas Pierce just laughed to himself. Sometimes, William acted more like an old man than himself. He knew that William understood he was exceptional, but somehow he felt that William sometimes forgot to consider himself as a child. Thus, he subconsciously excluded himself from that group. Over the next several years, William got used to his life as a student wizard, the one that couldn't use magic. He felt that he could likely have advanced through the classes more quickly than he did, but he didn't want to miss any information. It was not like he was short on time to learn. He was quite happy to live his new life normally. Well, as normally as a wizard could live. A wizard that couldn't do magic. He'd gotten used to being unable to do magic, but he thought it would likely become the biggest problem in the near future. Soon, he would start participating in duels. He didn't have to, of course. After all, wizards weren't just about fireballs. They were also about conveniences, such as ever-burning lanterns, as well as many other things, including studying magic that as of yet had no practical use. William equated that to some higher-level mathematics, though of course he couldn't be sure, since he hadn't studied any of such magics yet. After all, there was only so much time to learn. However, though he didn't have to participate in duels, William wanted to. Part of that was that he was now 12 years old, and basically a teenager. He thought that might make him want to get into fights more. He was also interested to see how he'd do. Maybe if he actually did well, people would learn from what he knew and become less terrible at combat. William knew Marius would definitely learn from him, but only if he did well. Right now, Marius was at the top of the pack, even against those who were older than himself. William would like to say that it was all due to his advice, but Marius always applied everything the mysterious teacher told him better than William expected. To be honest, Marius wasn't even close to being the best at casting spells. Whether it was casting speed, use of energy, or power, he wasn't at the top. However, he was good enough at everything to come out ahead. Some others started imitating his style of moving around the arena during duels, but none of them understood the precise timing he was putting to use. Instead, people generally ended up circling around, which only made them slightly harder to hit with spells, since they were moving but predictable targets. William was nervous about how his first matches would go because he had only sparred against Leela. The arena was often open for practice matches, since it kept participants safe. All that was necessary was that a teacher was willing to be there to help with any unexpected accidents. As it was, most injuries could be recovered in only a few days, faster with a trip to the infirmary. William had gotten quite used to such injuries. He would have liked to say that he always lost to Leela because he wouldn't hit a girl. However, that wasn't true. Sadly, it was just that he couldn't. The difference, of course, was that he tried. However, she was very good at magic. He could avoid some of her spells, but she'd somehow managed to learn to change her spells' trajectories after they were cast. The power was lowered, but it still usually ended with him being laid out on his back halfway across the arena. Sometimes, they would spar just using padded staves, since staves were the only thing allowable in the arena besides magic. Though the magical wards kept even unpadded staves from causing serious injury, the padding made it so there was rarely even bruising. Of course, the intention of staves in the arena was that the staves be used to amplify magic, but hitting your opponent with a staff was still perfectly valid, if somewhat outside of the spirit of the rules. William wouldn't have been comfortable sparring against Leela if anyone other than Professor Pierce had been watching, because it was best that Leela not show her full abilities to most of the professors. Professor Pierce, however, just quietly asked about how some of the techniques worked, instead of getting upset over non-traditional methods. William was going to have to rely on the, admittedly rather poor, staff techniques he had developed to have any chance in duels. Still, he expected that most people would be completely incapable of fighting back if he could get close to them. Thus, he focused quite a bit of his efforts on running and other types of movement. He wasn't sure at all if his exercises were optimal, but he tried to make them close to what he actually thought he would do. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 15. William felt weird. He thought that maybe he was sick. He had aches and pains all over, and in general his whole body felt weird. He'd been feeling this way for at least a month, though the pain had come and gone. He didn't think it was to a dangerous level, just uncomfortable. Still, since it hadn't gone away, he felt that he needed to do something about it. He was also having trouble concentrating in classes. Since he had pretty good comprehension, all that meant is that his progress slowed somewhat. It didn't particularly harm his studies, and he wasn't actually in a hurry. After all, this life was a second chance given to him. He wasn't going to rush through it. Though he was sick, he still exercised. If he'd felt there were problems afterwards, he planned to immediately stop. Instead, he actually felt that he was improving more rapidly. He thought maybe he was experiencing a weird, magical sickness that could only happen in this world. However, after doing some research, he couldn't find anything with similar symptoms. He did learn some things, but they were useless and didn't help him. Instead, during his lapses in concentration, he noticed things that didn't matter much. Like, although the society he was in wasn't exactly equal opportunity for men and women, the number of wizards, or apprentice wizards, who were female was almost as high as the number of men. He wasn't sure how this information was useful, but his brain wouldn't stop thinking about it. That is, he couldn't stop thinking about it except when he was thinking about punching people. William liked to think of himself as a relatively peaceful person. He'd actually only been in one fight in his previous life, and it was over something stupid. He didn't even remember what, actually, just that he'd walked away with a bloody nose. In this life, he'd been in one fight. That was to protect Leela. Well, maybe he ended up protecting the other side from Leela indirectly, since he doubted she would have been so stubborn as to not use magic once she was actually hurt. Either way, though, he couldn't stop thinking about punching, or otherwise fighting, people who barely even deserved it. Many other thoughts flashed through his mind, and he didn't even want to dwell on them. Maybe he was cursed? He had been spending a decent amount of time around the crystal staff. As far as he could tell, it hadn't done anything at all. That said, since he couldn't sense mana, as long as it didn't turn into anything visible or audible, he had no way of knowing. He decided to head home to visit his parents and talk to them about seeing a doctor. If that didn't work, then a curse specialist. Besides, he liked visiting them. Though he lived at school, it wasn't too far to go see them casually when he had a day off. He could have even lived at home, but would have spent a decent amount of his time each day going back and forth between the academy and home. If he had a car, it would be a short drive, but sadly there weren't cars here. Hiring a carriage would have been too expensive to make up for the time saved. Thus, William lived at the dorm and went home once every couple weeks. William's parents were quite smart. Perhaps knowledgeable or wise was a better word. But then again, all three were likely correct. They were successful merchants, and they knew more about the things of this world, with the sole exception of magic, than William. Thus, he would often come to them for advice. He gave them a basic description of his illness, and they followed up with questions. His mother asked for more clarification. So, your body feels strange and has aches. You can't concentrate and think about fighting. Is that correct? William nodded. You also think about girls more than you did? William nodded again. His mother turned to William's father. It sound like? Yes, indeed. William's father nodded. Son, I'm afraid you're not sick. I could tell you, but I think it would be more fun to have you figure it out yourself. He grinned. That said, you could probably use a hint. How old are you? 12. William replied. He could also have answered, about 100. But that wasn't the answer that his father was looking for. William looked at his father, but he didn't seem like he was going to give any more hints. What happened at 12? Well, it was somewhat of a special time. In this world, 6s and 12s were important. Specifically, he was 2/3 a man now. William thought about things involving 12, but couldn't come up with an answer. What was he missing? Then, he realized. It was applicable to the previous world as well. 12, exactly, wasn't significant. It was his age that was important. William felt awkward saying it. Puberty? His mother clapped mockingly, but in the kindest manner of mocking possible. Figured it out, huh? William blushed. I didn't think about it. After all, before, it happened a long time ago. Plus, I don't think it was so strong. Maybe that's just bad memory, though. William's father smiled. Glad to see that we can still help. If you have any questions about girls, you can ask me. If you want useful answers, though, I'd probably ask your mother. I think I'll try to stay away from that area, at least for a while, because it's super weird. William shuddered. I am like 100. Don't forget that everyone sees you as 12, though, his mother mentioned. A young man like yourself may get some women interested. William had browsed a fair amount of fiction in his previous life. In it, the main characters were usually either perverts or oblivious. He didn't want to be either of those things. Thus, he decided to ask for advice on dealing with young women. He wanted to be able to have real friendships with them. In the chance they were interested in more, he wanted to be able to respond appropriately, whether he was interested in return or not. Although he thought of everyone around him as very young, he realized that physically they were the same as him, or older. He couldn't ignore the chance that he would grow to actually like, and not just lust after, someone much younger than him mentally. Well, that would be everyone. Not that William was expecting many women to throw themselves at him. He just wanted to be prepared for anything that did come up. Thinking about his previous life, there had been perhaps a few who were interested in him briefly, but he squandered the opportunity due to being terrible at interacting with people. Likewise, he'd been unable to make any progress with those he liked first. Friendships with women had been even more lacking than the ones he'd had with men. On the friendship front, he could perhaps do a bit better here as well. Thus, William made his secondary goal in this life to have friends and not die alone. Perhaps he should rework the goal into something that didn't involve dying, since it sounded sad that way. Thus, his secondary goal was to leave an impression on the world and its inhabitants, including many friends. Obviously, first was still becoming a wizard, and he seemed to be doing that rather well. Besides the fact that he couldn't do magic. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 16. William wasn't sure if he was making a good choice or not. He thought he would be fine, but he wasn't exactly sure. More importantly, as he'd previously noticed, his thought patterns hadn't been exactly stable lately. Thus, he wasn't sure if his current confidence was just overconfidence or stupidity. Well, it was rather late to back out now. He was already standing in the arena. William clutched his staff nervously. It made him feel more secure, even though it was just a cheap staff. Quite honestly, it was worthless for a wizard. Its wood was no good for amplifying magic, and it didn't have a gem or even any kind of stone for amplifying magic. Since it was made of oak, it was also more cumbersome than most staves a wizard would use. That said, William didn't choose this staff because it was cheap. He chose it because, quite frankly, The advantages that it lacked weren't relevant since he couldn't do magic, and its disadvantage of weight was really just a trade-off. William understood that wizard staves weren't used to hit people. That didn't mean that they couldn't be, though. Specifically, he remembered at least one movie series that had a white wizard who didn't seem to mind using a sword and hitting people with a staff in his other hand. It had worked surprisingly well. That said, movie wizards were somewhat unreliable as a reference. Many thoughts passed through William's head in a short time. While relevant, they weren't important. He really needed to pay attention to the student across the arena from him, the one chanting a lightning bolt spell, loudly. Not that it bothered William. It just made his job easier. William approached him, swiftly walking at a measured pace. His opponent continued his chant in a very consistent manner as well. When William was about a third of the way across the 30-meter arena, the lightning bolt spell finished and shot straight through him. Well, where he had been. William tried to not let his anxiety show on his face. He'd known when the spell would complete, and had thus dodged with timing he had practiced before. However, he still couldn't get over the fact that if he hadn't dodged slightly before the spell went off, it would inevitably hit him. After all, lightning doesn't move at a speed that people can react to, unless they were no longer where it was targeted, as was the case with William. Immediately, he sprinted forward. His opponent started on a fireball spell, this time aiming at William's feet. That was actually a surprisingly good tactic. Even if William took a quick step to dodge, he'd still be somewhat affected. Of course, that was only relevant if the spell finished before William got next to him. In that case, his choice of spell would be poor, and he'd either have to take some damage himself or redirect the fireball elsewhere. An Olympic-level sprinter could cover 20 meters in about 2 seconds, maybe a fraction more with the acceleration times involved. Of course, the Olympics didn't exist in this world, and William wasn't anywhere near that fast. William wasn't sure exactly how fast he was, because there weren't any stopwatches or magical equivalents in this world. However, less than 4 seconds was good enough, and he was at least much better than half the speed of an Olympic athlete. Thus, William's opponent wasn't finished with his spell when William arrived in front of him and drove his staff into his stomach, a heavy oak staff. If it weren't for the fact that William held back somewhat, the student could have been severely injured. Well, except for the magical wards. That lessened William's attack to a level that wasn't even that painful, at least, relatively. It was, however, plenty to disrupt his casting, both from the shock and the slight loss of breath. William was really glad for the magical wards, because he didn't particularly enjoy the look of magical feedback from up close. Not that magical feedback and proper damage from a spell were much different. In this case, it was only to the point of scorching the student's face and clothes, and with proper treatment nobody would be able to tell within a week. His opponent, not quite incapacitated, looked around shocked for a moment, then immediately surrendered. Well, it wasn't surprising that he was confused. After all, duels in the wizard arena rarely devolved into melee duels. Specifically, there was only one recorded instance, in which all the mana had been drained from the area by the opponents, and they disliked each other enough to start pummeling their opponents with their staves. William was aware that the duels were supposed to be magical in nature. However, what was intended wasn't necessarily a restriction. He checked very carefully, and while attacks with a staff were discouraged, they were explicitly allowed in the rules. Maybe not on purpose, though, but the rules stated the following. Any form of attack that the wizard and his staff shall engender shall be allowed, so long as permanent harm is avoided. Theoretically, that meant that he could kick people too. Not that he would, because an attack with his staff was better. He also couldn't cause any harm besides bruising, an occasional broken bone, or the effects of magical backlash. The last was a point he would bring up if there were any complaints. Technically, even if one were to experience great pain, a wizard could complete their spell with sufficient concentration. Thus, magical backlash was just a lack of skill. William also had other excuses, though they were actually quite legitimate. He was declared the victor, though most of those watching were confused, and some of them looked annoyed. William was ready for any complaints that would be raised, now or in the future. He was sure there would be complaints. Marius had been watching. He was not the most magically talented student in the school, but he was smart. He'd read the advice from the letters William had delivered. Since it had been useful, he'd implemented it. Then, he'd attempted to look for the mysterious professor who came up with the advice. However, Nobody had the right expertise to give that advice. Perhaps there were some who could, but it wasn't their specialty. Then, there was the fact that the letters always came from William. He'd managed to get an assignment of William's from one of his teachers to look at, and the handwriting had matched. For a noble, Marius wasn't very arrogant, but it still irked him to get advice from someone 5 years younger than himself. It was still solid advice, though. Today, he'd come to watch William see if he could implement his own advice. Though the match was very short, and he only saw William dodge one move, he was convinced. Somehow, this kid had figured out most of the weaknesses that wizards had years before. Then, he'd taken them into account so well that he didn't even have to use magic himself to defeat his opponent. Actually, he didn't know that William couldn't use magic. Everyone just assumed that he didn't use it in public, for some reason. Leela came up to talk to William. That was pretty good, but if you tried it against me, I would have just smacked you on the head with my staff when you charged straight on like that. William rubbed his head, remembering. Yes, you already did that. That's why I wouldn't do that against you. Leela grinned. That's right. Remember which one of us is stronger. Don't forget which one of us taught the other almost everything she knows. Will, that's true, but I would have figured it out on my own. Eventually, Leela said somewhat disappointedly. William agreed inside that she probably would have. Although he would figure things out before her, there wasn't anything she couldn't do. And she was clever enough to learn things on her own, just slightly slower than if William taught her. William couldn't help being a little jealous, mostly because he couldn't make fireballs. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 17. Over time, William came up with unofficial rankings for students in the duel arena. Everyone near the top was 15 years old, or more, with two exceptions. In first place was Leela. She had become terrifyingly good and never lost. She seemed to really enjoy dueling as well. The other exception in the age category, to his own surprise, was William. Though he always lost against Leela and Marius, who placed second, William could fairly confidently rank himself third. William honestly couldn't say that he'd expected to be so good at dueling. However, he had a great feeling for timing and could tell what spells were going to be cast and where they would be aimed. He was also surprisingly fit. Sure, he'd worked at it, but he'd never been even the slightest bit good at physical activity in his previous life. Some of it was just lack of motivation, but William was also pretty sure he inherited good genes in this life. Not that anybody knew about genes. William lost to Leela for several reasons. First, she could chant whatever she wanted, so he couldn't guess ahead of time what her spell would be. She was also good at pretending to aim spells at different locations, but actually aim for where he was going to dodge. She was powerful enough that she could miss on purpose with a fireball and still damage him. William would probably never beat her, but he did learn a lot whenever they dueled, so he kept trying. Marius was good all around, and his strategy was excellent. He also was pretty good with his staff, at least relative to everyone else. Thus, he managed to keep William from hitting him before he could get off a spell that William couldn't dodge. He even managed to keep his concentration up even when William did manage to hit him. Well, he was still older than William, so he had that advantage. William didn't only lose to those two, but only rarely was defeated by anyone else. The exception to that was the person in fourth place, Jeff Ruxburg, the same one that had been bullying Leela. He hadn't, and frankly couldn't do that anymore. He'd kept his actions under control, but he was still an arrogant jerk. William wanted to say that he was almost as terrible wizard as he was a person, but that wasn't true. He wasn't a good wizard, though. How, then, did he beat William about half the time? Money. No, he didn't cheat or bribe. He might have if he thought he wouldn't get caught, but he hadn't. Instead, he won through virtue of items. He had a very expensive staff, topped with a ruby suited to amplify his favorite fire spells. His robes were enchanted to increase his defenses. He even had rings that helped him control mana more efficiently. Even with that, William still beat him more often than not. Technically, William was ahead by one duel. Right now, on the whole, the quality of duels had increased. They had to, with Leela and Marius participating. Even if they were arrogant or stubborn people, there wasn't anyone at the main instruction facility who was actually stupid. Thus, people learned to move and dodge, at least to some degree. Though William's participation was frowned upon based on the fact that he didn't use magic, he spread the idea that it was to help people gain experience fighting against non-wizards, such as knights or monsters. Though fights against actual monsters would be very good for learning, It was very dangerous. Monsters didn't stay in nice areas of weak and strong, and nobody could know what to expect if they went into the wildernesses. Fortunately for normal citizens, monsters wouldn't come near civilization often, and thus they were relatively safe. This was due to the efforts of patrolling knights and a very small number of combat wizards. Monsters were also less aggressive when there wasn't a demon king, and there wouldn't be another one for more than a century. The minimum time was 144 gross years after the death of the previous one. 12 times 12. It seemed that there were many good reasons to have a base 12 number system, but William still occasionally found himself thinking in base 10 still. Either way, the last one had died 5 years before William was born, so it would be a long time. William was glad that his lifetime would be peaceful, at least relatively. Demons weren't the only threat in the world. To further encourage the growth of students in the duels, a tournament was organized. William was excited, not only because he could have an official ranking, but also because of the prizes. There was a variety of enchanted equipment available as prizes, and those at the top would have the chance to pick the item they liked best. That is, the person in first place would get to choose one item first, then the person in second, continuing until the person in 8th place. There were more prizes available than there were people who would receive prizes, so even 8th place would have some choice. Anything unchosen would be available in a future tournament, apparently. The items had fairly high market prices, but as they were made in the academy, it wasn't too expensive for them. Though enchanted items were very expensive, it wasn't actually a guarantee that anyone would need or purchase them. They often were around for a long time before being sold, since they were expensive enough that even nobles wouldn't usually buy them unless they had some use. Among other things, there was a very nice wizard's robe with defensive enchantments. William liked how it looked. Of course, there was also a very nice staff. It wasn't as nice as the cursed crystal staff, but it had durability enhancements in addition to the diamond embedded in it that would slightly amplify all magic. There were a few other items that interested William, but not as much as those two. Thus, he had to aim to do better than just 3rd place to be sure of getting one of them. William thought that maybe with a bit more willpower, he could get 2nd or even 1st place. That is, until Leela found out about it. Leela was still using a staff that, quite frankly, did almost nothing for her magic. The talk of prizes made Leela grin madly in a way that William found rather terrifying. Marius looked like he'd be interested in getting something too, but as a noble he already had some things. He wasn't extremely fired up. Thus, William decided to aim for 2nd place. If he was doing well enough in the tournament, he'd probably just surrender if he came up against Leela, just so that he could avoid the chance that he ended up injured enough to not participate in the next round. William was glad the tournament wasn't single elimination. Instead, each participant would fight in a number of matches against random opponents, and then those well-ranked would fight matches against each other as well. This meant that someone who deserved 2nd place wouldn't get knocked out of the tournament in the first round, just because they fought the person who was the very best. Likewise, an average person couldn't get 2nd place by ending up against only easy opponents. Luck was significantly reduced as a factor. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 18. The preliminary matches against random opponents went smoothly. William wasn't matched up against any opponents that he had too much trouble against. Leela, of course, won all of her matches, some of them through the opponent surrendering. Marius actually was matched up against her and surrendered immediately. William would have made the same choice. It wasn't required to win all of these preliminary matches. Thus, it was best to save your energy for fights you could win. Marius still won all of the rest of his matches, so he had no issues getting into the main tournament. Jeff participated in the tournament too. Probably not that he needed or wanted any of the prizes, but because he liked prestige. He liked to win, to be on top. Of course, William could have told him that he wouldn't actually be on top because Leela was around, and that would be enough. What William had seen of her battle performance indicated that, if she had to face off against every single one of the 32 people in the main part of the tournament without breaks, he thought she would probably still win. Of course, she would only have to fight 5 times, and not in direct succession. There was still the chance that William was overestimating her, because she was his friend and very flashy. However, her perfect win rate so far couldn't be too far off. Thus, after several days of preliminary matches, there was only one arena after all. Those with the best win rates were placed into a double elimination tournament structure. Those who were unlucky enough to get matched against Leela, against a much stronger opponent near the beginning, would still be able to proceed in the tournament. Again, the point was to reduce how much luck affected proper placing. The reason for having 32 participants was that way, they would have to win 2 matches to get placed in the top 8 and win a prize. Even with 2 wins, if you did not get any further, you would have to pick the prize last. In William's case, he was still actually quite lucky. Specifically, Leela was on the other end of the bracket, so he wouldn't have to fight her until the final match, if he made it that far. Though, honestly, he wasn't sure if he would fight her even then. Being second wouldn't be so bad. He could still get one of his top picks. It's not that he was afraid to fight Leela. Well, okay, he wasn't that afraid. He just didn't like getting hurt. While he knew that Leela wouldn't seriously injure him, it still hurt. The wards had nothing to do with Leela not seriously injuring him. He was sure they couldn't stop Leela if she wanted to. That might have been because he saw Leela practicing at night once, and she cracked the arena floor. It was a good thing that the floor was enchanted to be self-repairing, though William expected they hadn't thought it would get anything more than scratches. The first 2 rounds passed uneventfully for William. He was happy that he would get a prize, but he couldn't slack off. He wanted some of the better options, after all, so he had to get a higher rank. Plus, his next opponent was Jeff. He seemed to be in even more expensive equipment than normal. In addition, he'd actually managed to beat Marius in the second round. That showed he was serious. He even came up with a good strategy to fight Marius. William wasn't sure if it would work a second time, but the fact that Jeff actually pulled it off was impressive. William wasn't confident that he could win. William could afford to lose once, however. He reserved that for going up against Leela. More importantly, he didn't want to lose to Jeff. He just wasn't sure what he could do, since they had been pretty evenly matched, but it seemed Jeff had actually been working on strategies and not just buying fancy equipment. That was good in general, but bad for William. He would have to come up with something before tomorrow, or he would have a very tough fight. William wasn't even sure what strategies Jeff had to counter him, so he couldn't come up with any of his own. He'd already tried to reduce the weaknesses he knew about, but that didn't mean there weren't things he hadn't noticed. William worried about the upcoming match so much that he couldn't sleep. So, he wandered around the dorm. If only he had equipment to match Jeff's. However, most of it wouldn't be useful, and he didn't have the time to get any. More importantly, he didn't have the money and didn't want to ask his parents to spend that much for something like this. Robes would be nice. In terms of staff, William actually wasn't sure if anything would be better than his oaken one. Since he couldn't use magic, all he could do was hit people with it, so it just needed to be sturdy. No magical staff would have any of the kind of enchantments that would help using it as a melee weapon. William sighed and stared off into the distance. Well, there was that staff, the one that had beat its way out of an iron prison. His gaze fell onto the crystal staff in its display case. He couldn't help but walking up to the glass and pressing his face up to it to get a better view. If only it wasn't cursed. I can't afford to risk getting injured or killed just for this stupid tournament. He sighed. You are cursed, aren't you? William didn't know what he expected to get from talking to his staff, but since nobody was around to hear him, it wasn't a problem. He did know, however, that he didn't expect it to glow. Specifically, it glowed blue for a few moments. That had never happened before, as far as he knew. William looked around. Not that anybody would be up and around, but maybe someone was messing with him. He saw nobody. Did you just glow? After a moment, it glowed again. The same color, the same period of time. Are you trying to tell me something? William wasn't sure. It glowed again, in the same manner. However, it could be happening naturally. William noticed it was a regular pattern, and possibly not in response to his questions. It might just be reacting to the sound in general, too. What could he do to determine if it actually understood? Can you glow a different color? William hadn't actually expected that to work. After all, the staff was blue, so it glowing blue wasn't actually anything special. It might be the only color it could glow, and it was probably just responding to sound, for some reason. The staff glowed blue. William started to think of other things he could try. Then, the color shifted to purple, then red. You understand me? If you can, glow blue. Blue will be yes, red will be no. Immediately, it glowed blue. William grinned. It was either a lucky coincidence, or it actually worked. This may be a rude question, but are you cursed? Then, the staff glowed. However, it kept switching between red and blue. Do you mean sort of. Purple can be ambiguous, or both yes and no. It glowed purple, right? So, you're partly cursed? Purple again. Is it your curse that makes you hit people? Red. That actually caused William to pause. The curse didn't cause it to hit people. You hit people because you wanted to? Blue. Is it because they were bad? Purple. Did you just not like them? Blue. So, the staff hit people because it didn't like them. Wonderful. You can control your own actions then? The staff glowed blue and also moved around on its pedestal. Then, is your curse something else? Blue. William wanted to know what it was, but he didn't even have a good guess. He decided to satisfy some of his other curiosity. Can you glow even more colors? Having more responses available would be nice. Blue. Then, the staff's glow moved through most colors William could think of. That's pretty awesome. Since it wasn't a question, there wasn't a response. It doesn't bother you that I'm asking a lot of questions, does it? Red. That could be interpreted a few ways, actually. Let me rephrase that. Is asking lots of questions okay? Blue. Good. It's kind of hard to communicate with just yes or no answers. Blue. It's actually pretty cool to see what you can do, but I actually have something important to ask. See, there's a duel I have to go to tomorrow, and I was wondering, can you help me? William prepared to run away in case it decided to be upset and bash his head. There was only glass between him and it. Fortunately, it just glowed blue. You'll help me? That's great. Actually, though, even though I look like I'm a wizard and technically am, I can't use magic. So, mostly I'd be using you to hit people. Is that okay? Blue. Well, William hadn't really expected it to object to hitting people. Do you have a name? After a few moments, the staff glowed red. No name, huh? Do you want a name? The staff turned blue. Okay, I'm not very good with names, but I'll come up with a few and see if you like them. William pondered for a moment, but couldn't think of any good names. All he could think of was Head Basher and Staff of Destruction and other stupid things. Then he giggled to himself. Well, he could ask, do you like puns? Blue. Okay, let me try to explain this. The name I thought of is Chris. He said Chris in English. It's a name from another language I know. It sounds like the first part of crystal in that language, and since you are a crystal staff, I thought Chris might be a good name. Is that okay? There was no response for a few seconds. Then the staff rapidly flashed blue many times. Does that mean you really like it? Blue. Then, from now on, your name is Chris. Though, I guess we can change it if you change your mind. So, how do we get you out of there, Chris? The answer was immediately apparently, as Chris smashed through the glass, on the opposite side from where William was. Then, he flipped end over end, moving around the display case, and stopped next to William. Is it all right to carry you? Blue. Well, here was the moment of truth. Hopefully, the staff wouldn't kill or maim him, though he supposed it could have done that at any point. He picked up the staff. William couldn't sense magic, but he knew as soon as he picked up Chris that it was very magical. Not that he couldn't tell that before. What with the glowing and moving around on its own, the staff, Chris, actually felt different than he had thought. The hexagonal shape seemed like it would dig into his hand, but it didn't, and instead it seemed like it would just make it easier to keep his grip. It was quite nice. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 19. William wrapped Chris in cloth after asking for his permission, since William still wasn't sure that Chris was safe and wouldn't decide to bash him in the head. The cloth covered Chris so that people couldn't see that it was the cursed staff that formerly resided in the dormitories. He wasn't hiding it because he felt guilty, but because Chris was a trump card. In fact, William had idly talked to Professor Pierce about the crystal staff before, and the general consensus had been that if anyone could take it away and not have it cause trouble, everyone would breathe a sigh of relief. Just sitting there, it was a head-bashing incident waiting to happen. William grimaced for a minute. He hoped that Chris wouldn't cause any problems. William thought that Chris felt trustworthy, but he didn't have any evidence for that. He also wasn't a particularly good judge of people, so he could easily be wrong. On the other hand, it was clear that Chris could have gotten out at any time to cause trouble if he wanted to. Though, maybe he could get up to more trouble in the hands of a wielder? William was starting to regret his rash actions. He may have just made a very bad decision. On the other hand, Chris was a really awesome-looking staff. William was almost starting to regret naming Chris something that sounded so normal, but he also thought it was a great pun, if one that only he would understand. Shortly, William realized that he should stop pondering about whether his decisions had been bad and pay attention to his surroundings. William turned to Leela, who was sitting next to him at the arena. "Did I just get called up?" Leela nodded. William hurried towards the arena. He was very nervous. He wasn't sure what tactics Jeff would use. What weaknesses of his own might he have missed? In addition, Chris, plus the cloth covering him, had a different weight than his previous staff. Would that mess him up? It was probably a bad idea to go into an important fight with a new weapon. Was he making a big mistake? While all these thoughts and more were flying through William's head, the call for the start of the match came. Chris tapped William on the head. Not hard. He mostly just leaned towards him. However, the feeling jerked William out of his confused thoughts and into action. William started moving. Since whatever else happened, he needed to be moving. What spell would Jeff cast first? Jeff started casting, but William only heard distorted sound. Ah, so that was it. Jeff had something to confuse the sound of his voice. It was a good move. William had to say that Jeff really had learned quite a bit. That didn't mean that William liked him anymore, though. Just respected his skill. William thought hard. If he couldn't hear the chant, what else could he use to figure out the spell? Eye movements? Jeff was following William's movements. Based on past battles, he would probably use a fireball. That was Jeff's area of specialty after all. William was confident that he could at least avoid most of the impact of the fireball if he got the timing right. How long had Jeff been casting? William counted the time in his head as he moved toward him. He watched Jeff's lips. The timing should be now. William prepared to dodge in either direction. Jeff probably couldn't change the trajectory it was going to go after it launched. Unlike Leela, if he could, William would still likely avoid most of it. Jeff might even launch it directly towards William's feet, or in front of him, so that he couldn't continue forward. William was prepared for anything, or so he thought. However, suddenly Chris shifted his position in William's hands. William wasn't used to his staff moving on its own, so he was slightly unprepared. However, he still held on with his hands, and the staff pointed at an angle in front of him. Then, there was a loud bang and a flash of light. William had experienced this before. It was a lightning bolt, specifically, one targeted at him. William could do nothing to avoid it. He would have had to dodge before it was launched. It was unfortunate, but it looked like he would lose here. Though, the next moment, William realized that Chris hadn't moved for no reason. The top part of the staff was directly in the path of the lightning. As it struck, the cloth that was tightly wrapped around was burned off of that area. However, instead of damaging the staff, the lightning bolt was deflected off course slightly. However, it still grazed William's shoulder. Jeff looked surprised. Frankly, though, he was only half as surprised as William. However, William quickly recovered. "Thanks, Chris," he muttered, then started to sprint towards Jeff. Hopefully, he could take advantage of this opening. His shoulder wasn't too bad, but he probably wouldn't be able to put all of his strength into his swings. Still, he was confident that he could still continue, though he would have been defeated without Chris. Upon seeing William sprint closer, Jeff rapidly started casting again. William shifted his grip on Chris. He thought that maybe the lightning bolt could have been completely blocked, except that his hands would have been in the way. Perhaps it couldn't be done more than once, though. Still, he changed his grip to allow Chris to move more freely if he needed to. He seemed to be able to react more quickly than William could. Before William could reach Jeff, his spell was complete. However, there was no reason for William to block or dodge. This was because Jeff had casted a defensive spell. Flames rose up around him. William recognized the fire shield spell. Again, he had to admit that Jeff had made a very good choice. The shield could block magic attacks as well as physical. In addition, melee attacks would require one to get close to the flames, and thus likely get burnt. Though metal weapons would be alright, a wooden staff wouldn't last long. Except, Chris wasn't made out of wood. He was strong enough to break through an iron door. He'd even deflected a lightning bolt. However, William wasn't sure if that was something that could be done often. Could he also resist fire? It was even possible the lightning bolt had harmed Chris, but William hadn't had the luxury to check. William managed to reach Jeff before he could get off another spell. Then, he swung his staff at Jeff. Chris could control his own movements. William decided that if he resisted the action, that he would let him. Chris should know what would hurt him and what wouldn't. William would have liked to ask about such things, but he hadn't had the luxury of time, especially not in battle. The part of the staff that was still wrapped in a cloth swung in an arc toward the fire shield. However, instead of slowing down or resisting, it actually went faster once it got closer. There was a loud sound as staff struck shield. It bounced off, and the cloth caught fire. William quickly moved his grip to the parts of the staff that weren't covered as the fire quickly consumed the cloth. He carefully touched the parts that had just had cloth burned off, but they were not even warm. He readjusted his grip. The fire shield still looked stable, but maybe a touch weaker. Still, he thought he might be able to break it. Previously, William been running forward, so his stance hadn't been good. William wasn't sure if the stance he'd come up with was optimal, but it was definitely better than others he'd tried in practice against Leela and others. In addition, he hadn't been prepared for Chris to accelerate. This time, he would have a more solid swing. Jeff was casting another spell. William could see his lips moving, but the sounds were still incomprehensible. William didn't think he'd be able to easily dodge at this range, so he had to do his best to break through the shield. William took a grip that wouldn't put too much strain on his shoulder and swung his staff with all his might. Chris again accelerated beyond what William could do alone, but this time he was prepared. Staff met shield, and a loud sound rang out. However, this time it was a shattering sound. Momentarily, William was worried. However, he could clearly see his attack had gone through the shield, and the flames dispersing. He didn't hit Jeff, though, since the shield had extended about 2 feet away from him, and William had been concentrating on breaking the shield. He hadn't even really expected it to work. Jeff's look of surprise showed the same. William took the chance to take another step forward and thrust Chris into Jeff's gut. Jeff partly dodged, but still took the hit. He lost his concentration, and fire flared around him. William prepared a follow-up attack, just in case. A moment later, Jeff stood there mostly unharmed. He'd managed to control the backlash well enough to take minimal damage, with the rest absorbed by the defensive properties of his robes. However, he quickly surrendered, seeing William ready to strike again. William was glad to have one, though he knew he was somewhat lucky. He knew that, as much as he would have liked to say it was otherwise, he couldn't have one without Chris. His equipment made all the difference. Then, he remembered how much expensive stuff that Jeff was wearing and felt better about himself. He knew he would have to answer some questions about how he got Chris, the cursed, hexagonal crystal staff, to let him wield it. Well, he would deal with that when it came to it. The good news was that Chris hadn't hit him in the head even once, so it seemed he would be fine in that regard. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 20. After the match with Jeff, William took a few moments to have a combat debriefing with Chris. Though, since Chris couldn't talk, it was mostly one-sided. Good job, Chris, especially blocking that lightning bolt. Are you okay? William, though Chris looked fine, but maybe he was injured under the surface. However, Chris responded with a blue, yes. Good. When we get some more time, I'll have to ask how you can do that. For now, I guess I have to talk to my friends. William had noticed Leela and Marius walking towards him. Marius was the first to comment. Isn't that the cursed staff from the dormitory? How'd you get it to let you wield it? Or even not beat you up? Well, I'm not completely sure, William responded. He had a pretty good idea, but he wasn't actually sure yet. I wouldn't try holding him, though. He'd probably beat you up. Would you? William looked at Chris, who glowed blue. Yeah, best to avoid touching Chris. Chris? What a profound name, Leela said. Well, his name did sound a bit special and mystical to those who were raised in this world. The naming system was rather different. Even William was actually not the completely correct way to pronounce his name, but it was close enough that he considered that to be his real name. Leela and Marius spent a few minutes admiring Chris. William had to admit that he was pretty awesome. He was pretty lucky to have met the conditions to be accepted, though he thought that it might have just been treating Chris like a person and talking to him. He would ask later in private, especially since he could only really get yes or no answers at this point. Several teachers also came to look at Chris, but they didn't come near, except for Professor Pierce, who grinned. I can always expect interesting results from you, can't I? William shrugged. He didn't know what to say to that. I just thought it was a waste that an amazing staff was gathering dust, especially when he's only sort of cursed. Sort of cursed? I'm not sure yet. Actually, I only tried because I didn't want to lose. Here is where, as your elder, I should tell you to not take such risks. However, since your gambles have all paid off so far, all I can say is, continue to do well. Internally, William also acknowledged that Professor Pierce wasn't even technically his elder. He did have a lot more knowledge of this world and experience with magic, but William was still technically older, which was strange, because Professor Pierce had gray hair, and William's body was a teenager. William's other opponent for the day wasn't anywhere near as much of a threat as Jeff. Now that William had Chris, it wasn't even a problem at all. William reminded himself not to get overconfident, though. Tomorrow, he was going to be up against Leela. If he lost, he would fight against whoever of Jeff and Marius won their rematch. Since they were now both at one loss, they would fight again. If he won against Leela, she would fight in that match. Since she would likely win, she would then fight against William again. She would have to win twice, since 2 losses were required to knock someone out of the tournament. Likewise, if he lost now, he'd have to beat either Jeff or Marius and then beat Leela twice to obtain first place. The tournament structure was definitely more complicated than single elimination style, but it made it harder to get a low place from just bad luck. William wanted to defeat Leela today. He had a good chance with Chris. Although he'd never been able to defeat her before, he had a chance this time. He didn't know whether Leela had come up with any new tactics, though. Well, even if he lost, he would still place well in the tournament. However, even if not for the sake of picking rewards first, he wanted to win. Though he wasn't too prideful in general, it was still somewhat embarrassing to keep losing to a teenage girl, even if she was undoubtedly the strongest among everyone of the same age. William faced Leela across the battlefield, and the match started. He advanced towards her cautiously. Even with Chris, he knew he couldn't afford to be reckless. Her chant was complete gibberish. Unlike Jeff, she knew that the actual words didn't matter, and thus she didn't need a magical item to conceal her words. William made a mental note to try to figure out why there needed to be chanting, but it didn't matter what it was. It would be a good topic for research once he got to the point where he would be doing that. Leela's spell finished when William was only about a third of the way across the field. She was talented at gathering mana, and since she didn't have to finish a specific chant, she could finish spells quickly. William dodged out of the way as soon as he thought the spell was finished. In case it was a lightning bolt, he would likely still get grazed even if it was. However, this spell was not a lightning bolt. Instead, it was a fireball. If that had been it, William would have been fine. He even thought he could avoid those tricky curving fireballs that Leela could do. That would change trajectory. However, this was 2 fireballs? They were a bit smaller, individually, but that didn't make it better. William couldn't avoid them both, and they also both changed trajectories. They exploded on both sides of him, but it wasn't enough to make him give up yet. It was rather painful, but neither of them had actually connected directly. William sprinted towards Leela, hoping to reach her before her next spell completed. It seemed she had needed to concentrate on the 2 fireballs and hadn't had the chance to start the next spell until they exploded. This gave William a slight opportunity. However, just before he reached her, a wall of earth appeared. That wasn't a big problem, since William could just go around it. It's not like it was blocking any spells he was casting. He should have known that she wouldn't use a useless spell. Before William could move around it, it started moving towards him rapidly. He wasn't far from it, so he couldn't dodge. It collided with him, although Chris tilted forward to blunt the impact. Thus, William only blacked out for a few seconds. However, it was pretty clear that he had been defeated in just 2 spells. Well, if the match had gone on much longer, William would probably have gotten to Leela, and she might have lost. William decided to gracefully surrender. After William got his relatively light wounds treated, he went to see the other match. Next up was the rematch between Jeff and Marius. William wanted Marius to win, but he thought he would rather fight Jeff again, since he was pretty sure he would also win a second time. Marius would be trickier. However, he still wanted Marius to win more, since he liked him. He sat down to watch the match with Leela. There was no reason they couldn't cheer on their friend together just because she had crushed him in a duel a few minutes ago. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 21. The rematch between Jeff and Marius was quite different from their previous match. Normally, Marius fought defensively, countering his opponent's spells. However, since Jeff had equipment that distorted his voice, he couldn't use his usual tactics. The earlier match had surprised him, and thus he had lost. This time, Marius took the initiative to attack. He started chanting a lightning bolt. However, Jeff was faster, thanks to yet more items assisting him. Instead of a fireball or lightning bolt, he launched a wind blade. It was a few meters wide and aimed toward the middle of Marius' body. It required much more speed to dodge out of the area than a fireball, but had a wider area than a lightning bolt. It wasn't as powerful as either, but it would have no problems against Marius, who had not put up any magical defenses yet. In addition, Jeff hadn't used it in a duel before, so it was unexpected. Marius couldn't possibly dodge either to the left or right in time, even if he had already been moving. However, he wasn't second-ranking, by William's estimation, for no reason. He took the only remaining method to dodge. Marius fell to the ground beneath it. This, of course, meant that his mobility was limited, and he would have trouble dodging subsequent spells. On a battlefield, this would place him in a very weak position. However, this was a duel, and he only had a single opponent. He would have time to get up and into a better position before Jeff could finish another spell. In addition, Marius hadn't stopped his own casting. From the ground, he fired a lightning bolt toward Jeff. An attack from a lightning bolt couldn't be called fast. Fast was something that could be dodged. The only way to not get hit by a lightning bolt was to block, or to move out of the way as it was being cast, such that the targeting was off. Jeff had started to move to one side, but he was not fast enough to throw off Marius' targeting. Thus, he was struck directly, the lightning bolt piercing through him. Its power was restrained to a safe, or at least non-lethal level by the barriers around the arena, but it was more than enough to knock him out and would require some time to heal. Thus, after a single exchange of spells, the match was over. This wasn't too uncommon, since many of the student wizards hadn't gotten it through their head that avoiding attacks was not just a thing that knights did. Among those William considered top tier, of course, everyone had learned to dodge. Even Jeff had tried to avoid the attack, but failed. This was perhaps due to surprise at Marius avoiding his attack, or overconfidence. Either way, Marius had won. This meant that Marius would be William's opponent. Was a new staff enough to beat Marius? William had yet to defeat Marius in a duel. However, William hadn't just sat around all day when he wasn't watching or participating in matches. He had worked with Chris to synchronize their movements. While William couldn't say it was perfect, or even great, he still felt that he wouldn't be as surprised when Chris tried to block something, and would at least not hold him back. Chris seemed confident that he could block anything. Based on the story of him breaking out of an iron room, and the fact that he deflected a lightning bolt without even a smudge on his surface, William was inclined to believe him. However, even if he blocked a fireball directed at William, it could still burn his vulnerable hands, and much of it would continue past Chris and still hit William. Thus, it was still best for William to avoid all the attacks he could. Marius and William faced each other across the arena. William was again aware of the fact that he had never beaten Marius in a duel. Marius was 5 years older than him, but that didn't mean he wasn't also very good. Marius was quite good with using a staff as a weapon, or to defend himself. William, meanwhile, could still not use magic. Of course, even if William lost, he had already done pretty well. He could stand losing to Leela, but his pride as a man wouldn't allow him to just give up against Marius. Though, William wasn't sure why his pride as a man would let him lose to a girl either. Of course, he was also aware that his body was only 2/3 a man's age at this point. Chris tapped him on the head to inform him that the match was about to start. He seemed to have already noticed that William got lost in his thoughts quite easily. William ran straight toward Marius. There was no point in taking his time, and he wouldn't keep his straight line movement for long. Marius was already great at following movements. There was no reason to give it to him easily. However, William needed to get closer. No matter the distance, it was hard to dodge a spell when you didn't know what it was. It was not that Marius had the ability to chant whatever he wished, like Leela, though William was considering telling him about it, nor that he had something that made his words sound different like Jeff. Instead, it was a very basic method that was still quite effective. The arena was 30 meters across, therefore, he just wasn't loud. Though chants were necessary, they did not have to be done at the top of one's lungs. There was a certain minimum that was necessary for some reason. William reminded himself to try to figure that out. But beyond that, being louder was just unnecessary noise. Marius knew this, and he knew that William could dodge his spells easily. Thus he chanted at the right level, around a normal talking voice. Normally, chants were done loudly, and with a powerful voice. It was partly tradition, it seemed, but from talks with Leela, William had determined that it was also somewhat instinctual. Chris tapped William again. Right? He was already in the middle of this duel. He was just close enough to make out a few words of Marius' chant. Not good. A lightning bolt. He wasn't confident with Chris deflecting it. Thus, he had to dodge. That said, Marius had consistently still hit William even when William had dodged with the right timing. This time, he needed something more. Fortunately, Chris could provide that. At the moment when Marius finished chanting, William dodged at an angle. In addition, he thrust Chris out to the left. Normally, this would do nothing but throw off his balance. However, Chris could move on his own, likely through some kind of magic, and pushed against William. This gave him a little bit of an extra boost, and he managed to get out of the way of the lightning bolt. William still stumbled a bit at the odd maneuver, but then he gained his balance and continued towards Marius. Marius managed to complete a fireball before William reached him, but instead of aiming at William, aimed at his feet. William dodged quickly, but the fireball exploded in a larger area than expected. It only slightly scorched William, so it seemed a bit weaker, but it still slightly injured him. William reached Marius, and their staves crossed. Marius put all his effort to deflect William's attacks, and his skill could be seen. Though he would inevitably lose in pure staff work, he managed to cast a wind blade spell. However, William took a page out of Marius' book and threw himself to the ground. A disadvantageous move, and one anticipated by Marius. However, he didn't anticipate William sweeping out his leg to trip him. In addition, William only went part of the way to the ground, holding himself up with Chris planted in a vertical position. It was very awkward, but Marius went to the ground. William got himself balanced again, then brought Chris crashing down towards Marius' body. Though, he slowed his attack and only lightly touched Marius' ribcage. Fortunately, Chris caught on and allowed himself to be stopped. Marius surrendered, obviously aware that he had been defeated. That was excellent. Your movements were very unexpected. I admit defeat. Of course, that doesn't mean I won't beat you next time. William was well aware that Marius probably would defeat him in a rematch. He never let the same thing defeat him twice, except Leela, but even she usually had to come up with some new techniques to keep defeating Marius. As William thought of this, he looked at Chris in his hands, then over at Leela. William wouldn't be able to beat her without coming up with something new. He even had some ideas, however he couldn't try them out. He knew they wouldn't work yet, and if Leela saw them then she could counter them even if he got them right the next time. Thus, he decided to surrender and take second place. He reasoned that it wasn't admitting defeat, it was just putting the duel off for another time. Or something. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 22. William was nervous again, though he wasn't doing anything dangerous or even painful. It was just that he had forgotten something about the awards ceremony. The reason he had tried so hard in the tournament was to get second place, and thus second pick from the items. That was because there were only really two things he had wanted. Everything else was only really useful if he had the ability to cast magic. After all, rings that help with controlling mana were great, but only if he could control mana in the first place. Likewise, everything else enhanced magical control or power in some way, except for one pair of defensive robes and a very sturdy-looking staff. The staff was for amplifying earth magic, and thus was tougher than other staffs would be, which was the only appeal to William. Except, he no longer cared about the staff. After all, Chris was the best staff William could ask for. As long as the curse didn't do anything to him, he still needed to figure that out. Maybe he did need another staff. However, he didn't want another staff. Chris was awesome. Regardless, that wasn't the problem at the current time. The problem was that he no longer needed the staff. Thus, there was only one thing he wanted. Leela was going to choose before him and was currently in the room. If she chose the robe, he would be out of luck. He hadn't thought about it before. He could have asked her to pick something else. If she chose the robe, though, he didn't want to ask her to trade for something else, because it would be what she wanted most, and she had one. Plus, she didn't have anything good, since she couldn't afford to buy anything. In a few minutes, William learned he was worried for nothing. Leela came out with a staff topped with a ruby. The wood was made out of a redwood, presumably able to enhance fire magic like the ruby. After seeing it, William wasn't sure why he had even thought she would take anything else. She was able to cast offensive spells if she needed to, but having even more control of offensive spells suited her more. In addition, the staff would help with other types of magic than fire, just not as much. Next, it was William's turn to enter the selection area. The choices were arrayed across various tables. There were a few teachers watching, partly as a precaution, but they could also explain the abilities of the items. William already knew what he wanted, though. His eyes settled on the robe. It was white, but had green runes down the sleeves, as well as 2 trails down the back of the robe. William confirmed its abilities with one of the teachers. It protected the wearer from attacks, both magical and physical. In addition, it had some self-repair abilities. However, it could only protect from a certain amount of damage before it ran out of energy and needed to recharge, which it would do by absorbing mana from the surroundings. Though it was a robe, it still looked easy to move in, which was also important. After William, Marius chose a ring that helped with magic control. It wasn't as powerful as a staff, but Marius explained that accessories such as rings were harder to make, and thus more expensive, even with less effect. Thus, it was worth more than any staff. This meant that he could buy a staff of similar quality to the ones offered as prizes for much less than the price of the ring. He had been saving up money to do such for some time. Although he was a noble like Jeff, his family was either poorer or just less wasteful with the money. William thought it was a little bit of both, but more of the second. William didn't wait around to see what anyone else chose. William was outside with Chris. He had been trying to get specific information from him, but was finding it difficult. Not that Chris wasn't willing to answer questions, but since he had only a limited choice of answers, he couldn't communicate well. However, William had finally come up with an idea. Chris could move on his own. William had asked if he could write, and after a few questions, he determined that Chris knew his letters. At first, Chris had said no, but William determined that it was because he didn't have hands, which was a reasonable reason to not be able to write. However, nothing was stopping Chris from scrawling answers in the dirt. William started with the most pertinent question. Earlier, you responded to my question about being cursed with something like, partly. Is there any dangers I have to watch out for? Chris started writing on the ground.
No.
People just called me cursed because I refused to let them use me and beat them up. It's not like holding me will make you go crazy or drain your life force or cause you to grow an extra arm or go bald early. William wasn't sure why Chris needed to give so many examples, but he thought maybe Chris just liked being able to express himself again. Anyway, the curse is different. Basically, I'm a staff. Right, so the curse is? That I'm a staff. Probably. I was a human, I think. I don't really remember though. Anyway, then I was a staff. William felt that there was a lot of story skipped over. Can you be uncursed? Probably not. Honestly, I don't care. It's been so long. I think I like being a staff just fine. Don't you get bored? You were just waiting around for a long time? Bored? Chris stopped to think for a while. Nope, not really. Right, so, you're okay with just being a staff now? Yeah, I've been a staff way longer than I was a human, though it was a little bit lonely not being able to talk to anybody. A little bit? Well, I didn't particularly like that being around people all that much. Besides, I got to see a few people around here and it was kind of fun to watch. Though, there have been less people around for the last bit. A few? Or maybe less. I don't keep much track of time. How long have you been a staff?
No idea.
Pretty long though. Not that I've done much, though that's changed recently. I hadn't found anyone worth of wielding me before. Can I ask what makes me worthy? Chris rolled across the ground to smooth out the patch he was writing on, then shook the dust off. He then started writing again. Well, you talked to me. Then I felt, yeah, this person will be fine. That's it. You'd be surprised how few people actually tried to talk to me without commanding me to do something. Even those few that did, I didn't feel like answering. Until you. William sighed to himself. It seemed it was just a stupid coincidence that he was able to, or rather allowed to, wield Chris. Well, I think you're pretty awesome. Can I still keep using you as a staff? It doesn't bother you. I am a staff, so it would be a shame not to. Don't worry about asking me to do things. If I don't want to, you'll know. William nodded to himself. Chris certainly had been able to show his displeasure with people in the past, and wasn't shy about it. William was just glad that the curse wasn't a problem, though personally William thought he would have wanted to become a human again. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 23. William had experienced a previous life. He didn't particularly have any more happy memories than sad memories, and he'd seen about the same amount of people he would consider good as bad. Even though he hadn't seen particularly more good in the world, he still liked to consider himself an optimist, even if it wasn't always true. In his current situation, he also tried to be optimistic. Though, aside from being optimistic, he should also probably pay attention. Well, William felt he got the gist of what was being said. He'd been called by a teacher and told to come to a meeting room. Of course he had gone. Inside, he found a collection of teachers sitting behind a long table in an imposing manner, like an inquisition. The words the most imposing one in the center was now speaking summarized the whole situation. Thus, now that the staff is no longer cursed, we feel that it should be taken care of by older, more responsible members of the Astana Wizards Guild. Basically, they wanted Chris because he was awesome. William had memorized the faces and names of the teachers arrayed here. He had heard good things about none of them. However, they did have more authority than him, so he decided that he would take the easiest route. It could end poorly for him, but he decided to continue being optimistic. Of course, I would gladly give the staff to older and wiser people. I would like to inform those present, however, that the staff is indeed still cursed. However, I will respect the judgment of those present in the room and leave it for you. Then, William whispered to Chris, "Do whatever you want, as always. Though, I'd like you to not follow me immediately if that's what you want to do, because then they might think I just made it so that you would follow me." William stood Chris upright. Normally, it would be a very precarious position, but Chris was capable of balancing himself. He'd done so in the display case as well. William left the room with one last sentence. One warning, I actually cannot control the staff, so I'm not sure what it will do. William didn't even have to lie about that. Then, he left the room to absolve himself of responsibility. Also, to go find some teachers who were responsible and not greedy, like Professor Phineas Pierce. Even Professor Farman, though he still didn't, like William, treated him quite well. He still gave William hard assignments though, but wasn't unfair in his grading. William had no idea what was going on in the room. He didn't know, but he was optimistic. Inside the room, the most imposing and arrogant wizard spoke. It seems he has some idea of what is proper. Though he still needs more respect for his betters, we did not say he could leave. This arrogant man was Jeff's uncle, Ashfield Lockridge. I trust that no one has problems with me claiming the staff? The remaining four nodded. After all, Ashfield Lockridge had quite a bit of influence. The others were here at his request, to repay favors or to be owed favors. Ashfield walked toward the center of the room where the crystalline staff stood. As he reached out his hand to grasp it, it fell away from his reach and clattered on the ground. He bent over to pick it up, but as he did so, one end suddenly came off the floor and hit his jaw. Ashfield Lockridge was knocked over onto his backside. The crystal staff had clattered back to its position of laying on the ground and was no longer moving. The four others in the room stood up at this, startled. What happened? Is something wrong? Meanwhile, Ashfield was more embarrassed than injured. Though he was a bit dizzy, his chin wasn't broken. He had just been unprepared for the staff to move. He thought maybe it had just bounced off the floor. Though he had heard rumors of the staff moving in the past, he thought they were exaggerated. Besides, that was because of the curse, and since that young William fellow had used the staff, the curse must be gone. At least, this is what he thought. Nothing's wrong. The floor was just unexpectedly slippery. Ashfield was an older man, though calling him elderly would have been too far. However, he had the typical fitness level of a wizard. That is, enough to walk around and occasionally go up and down the stairs of a tower, though not too many times in a day. He tried to hide his embarrassment with an impressive display. After a few seconds of chanting, a wind started blowing, wrapping around the staff, bringing it toward Ashfield. However, instead of going into his hand, the end hit his face. His nose, specifically. There was a loud crack, and Ashfield fell flat on his back. The others could easily tell that something was wrong more than a bit of slippery floor, and rushed over to Ashfield to help him up. Blood was streaming from his nose, and it was obviously broken. While they were asking what was happening, one of them was careless with where they walked and stepped onto the crystal staff, which then rolled out from under his foot. He, too, fell onto his back. However, he couldn't be blamed too much for his carelessness, since the staff hadn't been under his foot when he started to step. William walked down the hallway. Following him were both of the professors he had gone seeking, as well as a few others. They chatted casually as they walked, though casual chats for wizards were somewhat out of the ordinary. This particular discussion was about gravity magic. Though a pressure similar to gravity could be created, it was just a force pressing downward. Actual gravity magic could not, or at least had not been done. William suspected that this was because it would require increasing the mass of the whole planet. After all, that was where gravity came from, mass. Practically, though, since similar effects could already be created, it didn't matter. Shortly after they passed by the room William had been in earlier, 5 people staggered out of the door, in various stages of disarray. William turned to look, then spoke. "Oh my, what happened? Are you all right?" Ashfield had a look of rage on his face. "Are we all right? You know what happened, you brat. You'll be punished for this." Inwardly, William smiled. He didn't actually know what happened. At least, not exactly. However, he was optimistic. Seeing their disheveled states, he had a feeling his optimism had been reasonable. "Me? I have done nothing. I have been with these professors since you required me to leave my staff in your hands." Some of the professors with William got looks of surprise on their face. William thought they were pretty good actors. "That's it. Your staff is what did this to us. You made it attack us." "My staff? You mean the one you required me to leave with you? The one you insisted wasn't cursed, and I warned you that it still was? The one known as the skull-splitting staff, the crystal calamity, and that damnable staff? I don't see what its actions should have to do with me." Professor Pierce spoke up next. "What is this I hear about you taking William's staff? There was no such decision made by the council. Such shameful behavior from a professor." "What?" William pretended to be startled. "You mean, they just wanted to take my staff? How terrible." At this moment, the door, which had been barely hanging onto its hinges, suddenly crashed to the floor, revealing the room inside. In the center, a crystal staff lay on the floor. Around the room there were signs of fireballs and other magic. William changed what he was going to say next. "Whoa, I didn't know professors were allowed to use magic indoors. Even breaking the windows. Impressive." Ashfield yelled at William. "It was your staff that caused us to do that." "I'll dash." Professor Farman interrupted him. "Quiet. Using magic indoors is a very serious offense. In addition, you should know that staff has not caused one bit of trouble in William's hands. You'd better be prepared to face your crimes at the next meeting. Now, be off. I'll have no threatening of a student." Ashfield glared, but turned and walked, well limped anyway, away. "He'll get off just fine, won't he?" William asked after he was gone. "Probably," Professor Pierce replied. "However, we'll make sure he can't blame anything on you. He'll definitely have his hands full just defending his actions. Though, he'll at least pay a big fine, at least several times the cost of the damages there." William sighed. He'd have to watch that family. He wasn't sure if Jeff was involved with this or not. Although he was a jerk, he hadn't done anything but being a jerk lately. William had thought maybe he had somewhat reformed from his bullying ways. Perhaps he had, but William would still watch him. It didn't seem a coincidence, but there wasn't anything Jeff had actually done this time, so William decided to let it go. Though, he didn't plan go easy on the bruising or possible broken bones in any future duels. "I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again." Chapter 24. William was glad for the timing he had come to this world. It was very convenient for him. Specifically, since he had been reborn here shortly after the Demon King had been defeated, he didn't have to worry about that. Instead, he was in an age of peace. Though from what he had seen, that might not last forever. Based on the history he had studied, wars between nations happened more often when there hadn't been a Demon King lately. After a few dozen years of peace, countries might go to war with each other. Almost made the Demon King a good thing. However, all appearances of the Demon King caused much more death than any of the wars between nations. So, even though the nations were united temporarily when one appeared, it still cost more lives than constantly fighting each other. In summary, peace was likely to last for some time longer. This allowed William to just live in this new world and not fight for survival. Though, that didn't mean that training in combat magic was useless. It was important so that future generations could be strong. After all, the Demon King always returned. Over the course of time, William finally came to be a man, at least by the technical definition of the age of his body. In summary, he was 18 years old. Although there were no technical age requirements for any of the classes offered at the Astana Wizards Guild, the general age at which one graduated and went from being a student to a full-fledged wizard was at this age. William had completed all the required courses 2 years before, though he didn't think it was that impressive of a feat, since he'd previously gone through university. That was a higher level of education, except for the fact that it didn't involve magic. Still, William had been able to apply what he already knew to continue to stay ahead of his age range. The last 2 years, he had been taking some higher-level classes, which mostly went over theoretical aspects of magic. As they were highly complicated, William would consider them an equivalent to university courses. He couldn't say they were practical, since they wouldn't help with daily life, or even combat. Instead, they were classes with titles such as The Origin of Mana and Knowledge of the Soul. Though they were called that, there wasn't actually much information to be had. Instead, they had various theories that were consistent with observed data. William still enjoyed the classes, as he was interested in the topics. Sadly, there was nothing about reincarnation, which he had a personal interest in, since he had experienced it. In addition to classes, he worked on improving himself, continuing to exercise and practice combat with Chris. Though some aspects of Chris were still a mystery, even to Chris himself, William had learned a few things. As previously observed, Chris was unbreakable, at least in a practical sense. Nothing had caused even the slightest amount of damage to him, even when William tried. Chris could also change size somewhat. He discovered that after he realized that Chris had been too big for him, at least when he was younger. However, it was only a short change, from approximately anywhere within 5 to 7 feet. In addition, it wasn't a quick change, taking a few minutes per inch in length. That somewhat ruined some of the cool ideas William had, but it was still good information to learn. However, he still had the fortune to come up with a secret technique, though he said that nobody else would consider it something special upon seeing it. Still, he was certain it would work as a trump card against Leela in their upcoming duel. Probably. He still hadn't won a duel with her yet, but he would. That was his current goal. He and Chris had been practicing for almost a year on the new technique. William was disappointed it had taken him so long to think of it, since the potential could be seen from the very first combat with Chris. Chris had blocked a lightning bolt. Well, deflected it, but the point stood. Eventually, William realized the potential behind that. He just hoped he could pull it off in real combat, though it was actually mostly on Chris. Well, whether he could win or not, he had to think about his actual future. Personally, he wanted to be a researcher, studying magic, the soul, mana, and possibly reincarnation. Whether or not he could actually make any advancement would remain to be seen, especially on the topic of reincarnation, since if people couldn't remember their previous life, which he expected was normal, then it would be very hard to find anyone else reincarnated. Even if there were some who remembered, it would be difficult to find them, and also very hard to determine if they were genuine. Still, he had an idea to try. Though, he would have to have a bit more status, not to mention actually having a job as a researcher first. Though, in the worst case, he would make money as a merchant or something and research on the side. Thinking of coming up with something unknown to magic, actually having some kind of accomplishment, was an exciting thought. Though, in terms of something unknown, perhaps the fact that the words in a chant didn't have to be specific was a great discovery. He even knew what the factors were. Now, however, he didn't feel like he wanted everyone to have the ability to do that. He had taught Marius, and Leela already knew. Other than that, he would be willing to teach others if something critical came up, but for some reason he felt that it was something that shouldn't be made known widely. Maybe he was overthinking things, but Leela and Marius had also felt that it should be a secret. Therefore, they would only teach it to those they could trust completely. At the very least, William didn't want Jeff to find out. That may have just been prejudice speaking though. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 25. Ask Chris number 2 is also out. Or, maybe it will be in a few minutes, if you got here fast. William faced off against Leela across the 30-meter arena. It was, effectively, a private duel, with only Marius and Professor Pierce watching, in case someone was seriously injured, though this was unlikely with the barriers in place. However, Extra precautions never hurt. William certainly didn't mind, since it would probably be him, if anybody, who got injured. If the duel hadn't been mostly private, William would likely not use the trump card that he had developed. There were various reasons he didn't want people to know, but the easiest one was he wanted to be able to use it as a surprise again, against someone else. Though, it certainly wasn't worthless without the surprise element. The match started, and William instantly started moving. He was much faster, with his body fully developed. Though, at this distance, it was really only a matter of parts of a second. However, this wasn't good enough to get to Leela before she finished a spell. After all, she had gotten faster at casting spells. She was only restrained by the speed at which she could gather mana. Since she was the one who had helped William learn about chanting, she didn't have to chant anything specific and didn't have to actually finish preset phrases. William had learned just a little bit more about how and why chanting worked, but he hadn't told her yet, since it was just technical information and wouldn't really improve her performance. Soon, Leela finished her first spell. More of those seeking fireballs. 3. This time, he was rather familiar with how much they could do, so he would be able to dodge them fairly well. As he started running to the side, he did something nobody expected. He started chanting. In addition to that, there was a faint humming sound. Leela didn't look bothered at all. She knew William couldn't use magic. She continued with her next spell, finishing it as William was still dodging the third fireball. She thought it was slightly odd that he hadn't deflected that one with his staff, as he often would, but she decided not to worry about it too much. Most of the time, any changes he did were just to play mind games with her. She launched more fireballs this time, though much smaller than even the previous ones. She didn't need to beat him with this, just reduce his mobility. William inwardly grinned. He just needed to dodge this attack and the next one, and he would have an opportunity. Not that it would be easy. The 6 fireballs came at him from different directions, and he had to dodge and weave around them. Though he was successful in not getting hit, he had to slow down his movement to avoid them all. There was still a small amount of collateral damage from their explosions, but nothing that his robe couldn't handle, since he avoided getting hit. However, now William was almost not moving. He needed to be fast to avoid the next spell. He had fallen to this tactic before, and maybe he would again. However, even if that happened, he thought he could still tie. The next spell should be a lightning bolt, powerful and hard to dodge unless he was already moving, and even then if his direction could be predicted, he would still be hit. However, William really wanted to win, so he put everything he could into moving. It only took a few steps to get up to speed, but he probably still wasn't fast enough. He reached further into himself, trying to see if he could just get a little bit more speed. At first, he thought his body had reached its limit, but then he felt just a little bit more energy, and he dashed forward faster than he ever had before. His timing had been very good, though partly by luck. However, he had correctly predicted the lightning bolt, and it went just behind him, close enough that he could feel his hair stand on end. If he hadn't gotten just a tiny bit faster, he wouldn't have gotten off unscathed. However, he did. Somehow. He still wasn't close to Leela though. She had gotten quite good at making it hard for him to approach. Then, he stopped. He was still about half the distance of the arena away. At the same time, he stopped chanting and held Chris out before him. Immediately, the low humming ceased, and something that nobody but he was expecting happened. A lightning bolt shot at Leela. Leela was completely unprepared for that result. Certainly, she could deal with a lightning bolt or two with a defensive spell. If it were someone predictable, she could even dodge it. However, she wasn't prepared for magic to come from William. In addition, it was a fairly powerful one. It struck through her lower stomach, and she dropped to the ground. William ran over and stood above her. After a few moments, her eyes blinked a few times. Then, she felt where she had been at. It wasn't particularly bad, since there was a barrier and William had no intent to really hurt her much. However, she looked more stunned than injured. I lost. Leela had never lost to William before. Only Marius had managed to defeat her, on occasion. She sat up. I lost. Though, since when can you actually do magic? Well, said William, that's a bit complicated. William had always desired to be able to use magic. He'd put a lot of effort into being able to use it. However, with his current resources, the answer he'd found was quite simple. He couldn't. He was unable to sense mana, and thus couldn't control it. As far as he could tell, Nobody had ever gained such an ability later in their life, though it might often go unawakened. However, he knew that he didn't have the right soul, probably, to use magic. That said, Chris could sense magic. William hadn't immediately made the connection from the blocked lightning bolt, but he'd learned that Chris, though he had good reflexes, wasn't anywhere near fast enough to block a lightning bolt after it was completed. Quite simply, he had just sensed the path that it was going to go beforehand. It was something Leela could do as well, or anyone with the ability to sense mana and sufficient practice and concentration. A lightning bolt needed a concentration of mana in the path it was going to go, otherwise it would just head for the ground. It was real electricity after all, and would follow the path of least resistance. After William realized Chris could sense mana, he was disappointed, because Chris couldn't speak. Thus, he was still not able to use magic, since the chants were an important part. Why? That was the question that William had wondered. Then, he'd come up with a theory. Chris was quite willing to help him test it. After quite a bit of work, he had his result. Chanting didn't matter what was said. However, it did still require continuous chanting for the duration of casting a spell. Why? In simplest terms, based on William's discovery, the sound was key. Specifically, the sound waves. As they moved through the air, they excited the mana, making it easier to control, from almost impossible to do anything, to simple. Chris had helped him confirm this. This was why it needed continuous chanting and a certain volume. Otherwise, it was not enough to cause the mana to flow freely, and if the chanting stopped, it became uncontrollable, and the concentrated mana would behave as it normally would. However, since it was concentrated and had begun to be made into a certain form, it would violently move apart, causing the phenomenon of backlash. Theoretically, this meant that William could chant, and Chris could control the mana to cast a spell. However, that didn't work very well. William had mostly done the chanting as an excuse. Though Chris couldn't talk, that didn't mean he couldn't make sound waves. After all, sound waves were just vibrations in the air. Thus, the part that took the longest to train had come. Chris had learned to vibrate at the correct frequency to make sound, though it took a lot of concentration, so his speed of gathering and forming mana was rather slow. That was why Leela had been able to use several spells in the time of Chris one. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 26. Since William had reached 18 years old with his body matured, his staff work had grown significantly better. He would no longer come even close to losing to either Leela or Marius in pure staff technique. William would have been happy if this was because he was a genius, but he knew the real answer was something different. Quite frankly, he had more experience. Even if the others spent the same amount of time training battle techniques, he obviously spent more time improving his body any staff abilities. He couldn't use magic, after all. Chris could, but that was something different. Of course, there was a problem with Chris. It wasn't that he wasn't a good staff. He was even a good friend. It was just that, as a staff, he was too good. With Chris supporting him, William could often win a duel against Leela. However, he found himself slightly slacking off. He wouldn't dodge spells that he could parry with Chris. He wasn't as fast to react as he could be, because he wasn't worried. It didn't take too long for William to notice his dependence. Thus, he always spent some of his training time without Chris. He even entered some real duels that way. He could certainly tell that his overall performance was worse that way, but his personal performance was better, as long as he didn't get complacent. One very tangible benefit took a while for William to recognize. This was because the effects were infrequent. However, he noticed that when pushed to his very limits, he could sometimes go beyond them. Not in the way he expected from an athlete or adrenaline. Instead of just running a little faster or further than he thought he could achieve, he would attain a burst of speed that was almost twice as fast, or strike noticeably harder than normal. This phenomenon wasn't unique to William, though wizards rarely experienced it. Instead, it was something that knights experienced. Unfortunately, they didn't have any explanation for it, or methods to trigger it consciously. William was disappointed, because he would have liked to be able to control that strength. Though, he would have preferred to be able to use magic. It was somewhat of an embarrassment to be more similar to Knight, yet still call himself a wizard. Though, his knowledge was at least on par with the rest of the wizards. No matter his abilities in combat, William's heart was that of a wizard. This meant that anything he found interesting, he put thought and research into. His favorite topic, how magic worked, was hardest to gain insight into. Even though Chris was very helpful and would do whatever William asked, he was frankly bad at explanations. Leela did almost everything by instinct. She wasn't a great candidate for figuring out how things worked. Marius was the best option, except he was busy. Aside from his wizardly studies and other such activities, he was also a noble. Thus, he had family affairs to take care of from time to time. If that wasn't enough, William was pretty sure he had a girlfriend, not just an arranged relationship, but one he actually liked. Thus, Marius was busy. William didn't really know anyone else that wasn't really old. In fact, there weren't even very many middle-aged teachers, just young students and old teachers. Consequence of the last Demon King. Most of the generation of wizards before William had been killed. The Demon King phenomenon also interested William, but it was very hard to get information on. As far as he could tell, it couldn't, or at least didn't, happen more often than 100 base 12 years. Other than that, information was sparse. What William did learn about the Demon King was that the Demon King himself was very strong, and he also had many strong demon followers. Every appearance was a major disaster for the world. Even with all of the nations gathering together to fight, losses were still high. In fact, from the information William had found, losses were worse every time. He wasn't sure if this was because the general population was going up, or the wars were killing a larger percentage of the people. There was also some indication that the Demon King reincarnated. At least, from what William could glean, it wasn't that a new Demon King was born. It seemed to be the same one, getting stronger every time. There wasn't much else about reincarnation, though there were a few references to other cases. They may have just been stories. Indeed, William wasn't even sure if the information he'd found about the Demon King reincarnating was correct, or just the prevailing belief. Unfortunately, he couldn't just go ask demons about it. Though they might know, it wouldn't do him any good since he would be dead, even if magical beasts or monsters, not that there was necessarily a difference between the two, didn't kill him on the way to demon territory. William had his own idea on how to research reincarnation, at least something that might work. However, he didn't have the resources to implement his plan just yet. He would have to attain an official position as a researcher, which would still take some time. Then, he would have to get his research topics approved. He would have to put time into topics he didn't find interesting, of course, but securing funding was more important than only doing what he wanted. It wasn't like he could just go slay dragons for their treasure hoards and suddenly become rich. Not that there weren't some dragons. He just didn't have confidence in beating them. They really needed a small army, at minimum, to combat them. Even if he could survive fighting one, if he couldn't kill it, it would be a big problem. The dragon would be angry and would cause trouble in a large area around where it lived. Needless to say, entering the territory of any dragons was a crime, because there could be consequences beyond just what could happen to the one person. In addition, though dragon corpses were highly valuable, they didn't collect gold coins or anything. Frankly, it was ridiculous to think they could even pick up tiny coins. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 27. Professor Farman and William had come to an understanding. Professor Farman remained grumpy and strict, and William continued to secretly be his favorite student. Though, that wouldn't really be true any longer, since William would no longer be a student. Instead, he would be a research assistant. Although Professor Farman taught classes, most of the higher-level faculty also were researchers to some degree or other. The main focus of Professor Farman's study was magical theory, although calling it a focus was rather incorrect. In essence, it was a study of natural law and what could be done by a wizard to manipulate the world. With proper understanding and enough mana, in theory, anything could be done. Mana, however, was often a key issue in those things that were deemed impossible. For example, although one could theoretically create edible food out of mana, there wasn't enough mana around to make anything. Even if the mana were present, controlling large amounts was incredibly hard. Indeed, to make any mass, it would take a very large amount of mana. If mass energy equivalence was the same, assuming the world worked in basically the same manner as where he came from, making something from nothing was basically impossible. Put simply, even a 1 kilogram rock contains almost 1,500 times as much energy as the nuclear bomb, Little Boy, which was dropped on Hiroshima. Thus, making a 1 kilogram rock of energy would take slightly more energy, accounting for losses in the conversion process. How, then, Did people cast water spells or create earth walls? Quite simply, they moved the matter instead of creating it. Thus, it was harder to create water in a desert. How much easier was it to move matter than create it? It would be about 100 billion times easier to move the same 1 kilogram of rock from the other side of the planet than to create it. Still not a trivial amount of energy, but it was not necessary to move anything that far. Though, this did put a bit of a damper on any plans to teleport things long distances. Though, William still wasn't sure exactly how wizards used mana to accomplish these things. To really understand, that was going to take quite a bit more learning, if it was even known precisely. It was around this time that William implemented the first stage in his plan to find other reincarnated people. Though he called it the first stage, he didn't actually have a second stage in mind. His plan was quite simple, but by no means guaranteed to produce any results. William's parents, being merchants, would be key. He created some flyers, which his parents would have delivered to all the largest cities. Then, the flyers would be hung somewhere people would see it. What did the flyers say? Quite simply, if you can read this, contact William Stevenson and his location in Astana. How would that help? Simply, it was written in English. Unfortunately, the plan still had many holes. It cost money to have the flyers delivered, and more to have them hung up. William couldn't even guarantee that the people in the other cities would put them somewhere they would be seen, or even put them up at all. He also would pay to have some instructions translated into local languages that asked for people who recognized and had first-hand knowledge of the script to contact him for a reward. This would allow him to find reincarnated people who didn't speak English, but were also from Earth. Unfortunately, William had no way to know if there were even other people from Earth who had reincarnated here, and that they would see and respond to his request. However, he didn't know of any way to determine the genuineness of a reincarnated person unless they were from his universe. The process would be long and expensive, at least on a research assistant's pay. William would be sending out flyers over the course of a few years, and then there would be travel times. Thus, he wasn't expecting much in the way of results for quite a while, unless he got lucky. It was also possible that even if there were a large amount of reincarnated people with memories, they might not be from William's universe. After all, if there were a very large amounts of places to draw from, then it was less likely that many would come from Earth. William also didn't know if people would keep their memories at all, or if he was one of a few lucky exceptions. However, William was still willing to put effort into something that might produce no results, because he knew he would regret not trying. And, if it did work, it would be a great accomplishment, at least to him. He wasn't sure if he could get, or even wanted, any kind of public recognition of his study on reincarnation. While he may be comfortable telling his parents and those close to him about being reincarnated, he wasn't planning to make it public knowledge. As for the other thing William was most interested in studying, the soul, he had absolutely no idea how to study it. How could he study something that couldn't be seen or felt? Well, he didn't know for sure that nobody could do something like that here, but he also had no indication that there was anybody who could, either. In addition to studying the soul, William wanted to look into possible other ways to use magic. Were there other ways to sense mana? Were there ways he could control it, or something similar, without the usual senses? So far, the answer had been no, but that was what he could find with the resources available to a student. Perhaps he would find something in the future. If not, well, he had a second life and the chance to live in a world with magic. That was more than he was expecting. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 28. William scratched his chin. It was itching because a beard was growing in. In his previous life, he had tried a few times to grow a beard, but it never looked good. Since his genetics were completely different here, he thought he'd try again. Though he'd grown hair on his face before, it wasn't something he would have called a beard. Now that he was technically an adult, again, and mostly done with his physical maturation, he had a good chance to grow a beard. Why would he even think so hard about growing a beard? Obviously, it was because wizards had beards. Well, not all of the wizards here. However, whenever William thought wizard, he thought of some very particular things, and one of those was a long, gray beard. Obviously, his wouldn't be gray yet, but that would come with time. A large amount of time, probably. He wasn't sure what the actual average lifespan was here, since they didn't keep careful track of such statistics, but it didn't seem to be too much different, even with less medical knowledge. Of course, that was due to the availability of healing magic. It wasn't extremely common, but small amount of healing magic combined with the decent medical knowledge still allowed people to live fairly long, healthy lives. Except, unfortunately, poor people. Although they were less likely to be able to afford good health care in his first world, there was somewhat of a bigger gap here. William would have liked to help with the healthcare standards here, but just because he came from a world with more advanced medicine didn't mean he knew how it worked. Although they didn't know in detail about bacteria and other microscopic organisms, they knew enough to somewhat prevent the spread of disease. William was glad that this world had pretty good levels of sanitation. He wouldn't have liked to live in a completely medieval-type world if the only addition was magic. It was fun to think about living in a castle until you realized they were pretty terrible as a home, being drafty and uncomfortable. Another thing that made William recognize he was now an adult, besides having just a job and being able to grow a beard, was another aspect of his employment he hadn't been expecting. Sometimes, when he was busy with something important, Professor Farman had William teach a class or two. Although he had always considered the people around him in class as children, being on the teaching side, he really felt it. Even though he was only a few years older than most of them in body, it was a critical few years. At first, when William came to teach as a replacement for Professor Farman, the students were excited. After all, any classes where the exceedingly strict professor wasn't there had to be better. William had recently been in their position, so certainly he would be merciful to them. That was what they thought. However, they soon discovered they were wrong. William not only held them up to the same standards Professor Farman required of them, he even held some of them to the same standards that had been required of himself. It was not that he was ever unfair. However, those who had talent couldn't get away with doing just as well as the rest of the class. They had to do better. Though a few of the students were self-motivated, a higher percentage of the students were nobles who generally did not have to work hard for anything. William, however, wouldn't let those who could be better fail to achieve that. After some time, Professor Farman sometimes had William teach even when he wasn't at a critical point in research. His reasoning, well, sometimes I just want students to appreciate that I'm there. William was also considering teaching a class on staff work. However, he realized that he really didn't know much about it. Sure, he could fight with a staff. He could certainly beat any of the other wizards in a match. Still, his technique was still very sloppy. Training with the knights helped him overcome some of his glaring weaknesses, but they didn't have any techniques for fighting with a staff. For knights, a sword or spear was much more useful. William asked one of his friends among the knights, Gerald Vaughn, if there was anyone who did train in staff techniques. Well, not around here. However, I heard there's a country off to the west that does. The stories tell of some impressive feats from their warriors. However, they train in many weapons besides the staff. I can't say if their staff techniques in particular are any good. William decided he would check the markets for anyone who traded to the west. The chances that they would have any information with them was very low, but maybe he could find someone who was making a trip that way in the near future. Then, maybe they could pick up a book or something for him. While he thought about it, he realized that it would be more difficult than he thought. Even if he got a book, well, he couldn't even determine if it was genuine. Sure, he could test the techniques, and if they were good, he would know. Except, he wouldn't be able to read it. Learning another language for the sake of a side project actually appealed to William. However, he was very busy. Maybe he could get something translated. Even if he didn't, it wasn't too important. Though he liked winning duels, it wasn't like William wanted to spend his entire life fighting. He would rather live peacefully, at least, as much as he could. It wasn't like magic's potential was limited to war or fighting. Just that violence was the easiest thing to do with large amounts of power. It was much harder to contain power to levels that were useful in more general situations. Though he himself might not need to be ready for war, he realized that this world did need to be ready. Not this generation, and maybe not the next, but eventually, the Demon King would come back. That was an inevitable part of this world that William was still trying to get used to. Even though he hadn't been personally affected by the Demon King at all, William couldn't help thinking about it from time to time, since it was a part of this world. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 29. When William was 20 years old, he was extremely used to calculating that age as 12 and 8, instead of two tens. Though, no matter how he calculated it, the importance of what happened was the same. William received, somewhat unexpectedly, the first response to the flyers he had created. He wasn't even very hopeful that there would be anyone else reincarnated from Earth. Of course, it could also be someone trying to cheat their way to a reward. There had been a few of those in the past, but William had confirmed they really didn't know anything. This time, however, he had a good feeling. The person who showed up was a well-dressed merchant. William would have called his features Asian, though there was no Asia here. However, there was a country called Liaoyang to the west, and people from around there tended to have features similar to what William thought of as Asian. William invited the man into his office. Though he called it an office, it was little more than a room with a desk and 2 chairs. After some greetings, William got to the main point. Now then, since you are here, I'll need to verify your information. Do you speak English? The man looked confused briefly, then started thinking. Not very well. English wasn't my first language. That accent, is it Indian? That's right, and even though I was all right before, I haven't spoken English in, well, 22 years. That's understandable. Now, if I could just get a final confirmation. William pulled out a globe. He'd had someone make the globe itself, then painted a roughly accurate drawing of Earth on it. If you could point to where you were from? The man rotated the globe and pointed straight to India. Here, approximately. Good. I just wanted to make sure. William rotated the globe and pointed at the west coast of the United States. I was from California before, well, I died. William confirmed some things with the man, Jean Shengruei, that he was curious about. It turns out that William had actually died earlier than Jean Shengruei by a few months, but was reincarnated here about 2 years later. William also acquired one of the globes to test for magical potential. Unlike William, his potential was pretty bad, which, sadly, made it better. It also allowed William to cross one thing off his list of reasons why he might not have magical potential. Jean Shengruei was a merchant, basically, because he had memories and prior education, which allowed him to get a step up. He felt it suited him better than any other choices he could make, and he had the talent to make a living. Unlike William, though, he seemed to have some gaps in his memory. William wasn't sure if it was related to how he died, a car crash, or something else. However, at least he now had 2 data points. That was much more than he'd had before. After paying the reward money, even if he had mostly come to satisfy his own curiosity, the man was, after all, a merchant. William arranged a dinner with his parents. After all, merchants could always use contacts in different countries, and Jean Shengruei would be traveling many places, so perhaps they could both benefit. He also asked him to look into a book, manual, or some such on staff techniques. Having someone who could directly obtain it would be better than hoping to find something through barely known merchants. Over the weeks that Jean Shengruei stayed in town, they met several times. After all, there weren't many chances to meet with other reincarnated people, and they both had questions for each other. Jean Shengruei promised to visit again when future trips brought him to Astana. William was currently watching Leela in a duel. He sighed. The sighing wasn't just because the duel was rather one-sided and boring. There were other reasons involved as well. Lately, his parents had been hinting that he should get married, or at least look in that direction. William didn't have any particular objections to the idea itself. Leela was quite attractive, as well as some other girls he knew. However, even though he had now lived a second life all the way into early adulthood, he still felt much older. If he had to marry someone, he wanted her to be at least a somewhat similar maturity level. This made things very awkward for him. If they were around his physical age, they were generally going to be less mature. On the other hand, if they had the emotional maturity he wanted, they would probably be at least twice as old as him physically. William couldn't do anything about the fact that both situations felt weird. In the particular case of Leela, he liked her, but not in such a way to want to marry her. Besides the fact that she was still rather childish, she really just felt like a little sister, though she was technically slightly older. Though he wouldn't object a relationship with someone if he came across a good opportunity, he personally had different priorities. Soon, relatively, anyway, he would be able to access some of the formerly restricted sections of the library. William almost couldn't wait. It wasn't a process that could be rushed, however. It required a minimum of 3 years teaching or research experience. It also required showing a certain amount of responsibility. Some of the books were restricted because they were delicate and hard to reproduce. There were also many that were restricted because the knowledge could end up with someone hurting himself or others. Some were just in those sections because they required more experience to be safe, or even useful. Those could be lent out by someone with access, though it was very rarely done. William thought what he wanted was likely in the latter category, but it was easiest if he had the access himself. In addition, he wanted to keep at least a few things secret, even from those he trusted like Professor Pierce, because it wouldn't benefit them to know but could cause problems for William if the information got out. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 30. William finally had access to whatever books he wanted. Though he thought of it as finally, he was one of the youngest to ever receive access to the restricted library. Mostly, this was because he had finished his schooling and attained real wizard status earlier than others would have. Currently, he was trying to figure out what books he actually wanted. Information about reincarnation, information about souls, information about alternate types of magic, if such existed. Specifically, some kind of magic that didn't require him to be able to sense or manipulate mana. William wasn't sure where to look exactly, so he first made a brief overview of what there was. He stayed away from the section that contained potentially dangerous information. Though he was likely responsible enough to use the information well, he thought he could get what he needed elsewhere. There were a surprisingly large number of histories in the restricted library. After briefly scanning them, William determined that was mostly because they contained doubtful or speculative information. There were some, however, that seemed to contain reliable information, but were still not available in the main library. While William was generally for freedom of information, he understood the reason to keep some things secret. Though this information was just history, as William read it, he understood some reasons the information wasn't public. There were a pair of volumes that covered the same period of time. The books were not finished, however. Each had more pages blank, and upon a quick scan, William could tell that different sections had been written at different times, by different people. The first sections of both were written by Marcel, or the first Archmage. Archmage was the position of the head of the Astana Wizards Guild. Currently, the position was empty. However, Marcel, or had been the first, and had thought the writing of these books important. The first book was a comprehensive history of the guild, beginning with its founding some 1,200 years before. After Marcel, or it appeared that each Archmage had continued writing the history. They included any advancements in magic that they thought were important, and any other events that affected the guild or the country as a whole. There were often mentions of a numerical reference book, which William had not yet seen, and the second book he had found. The second book was a record on the Demon King. There had, in fact, been a wizards guild in Astana before the founding of the current one. However, it was treated as a separate entity, precisely because the previous one had been completely destroyed. It was more than just the buildings of the guild, but much of the city. This was because the incarnation of the Demon King at the time had managed to invade that far, only to be barely defeated. Marcel, Or, and a few others were the only survivors among the wizards, and they decided that it was better to found a new guild. The history of the guild had much information that was important, but it wasn't what William was interested in. The history of the Demon King, however, confirmed some things for certain. It was very specific that there was only one Demon King, and each appearance was an incarnation. Though he'd mostly gathered that information already, this was much more in-depth. It contained specific details, such as when each of the signs of the Demon King's return had happened, and when they were defeated. It even included details on the battles. It was upon reading these that William discovered some sections that were not written by the Archmages. After all, they could not write a summary of the battle and events afterward if they were dead. Of the 6 Demon King incarnations in the past 1,200 years, 4 had killed the current Archmage in battle, or the Archmage had died of wounds shortly after. William took note that there could have been 8 Demon Kings, if the minimum known reincarnation time had always occurred. Upon further research, he determined they always reincarnated between the first and second 144-year cycle since their death. There was one instance where the Demon King did not appear for slightly more than 300 years since the previous time, but adding in the time it took for them to reach maturity, it still fit within the right time frame. The Demon King reincarnated as a baby, as far as had been able to be determined. Obviously, no humans had been around for his birth, and information from the demon's country was hard to obtain. The Demon King's history also mentioned the third book, the numerical reference. This bothered William, so he set out to find it. Upon finding it, he looked through it. It kept track of how many wizards were in each generation. It recorded various statistics, such as the percentage of the population that were able to become wizards, as well as the total population. It also included casualty numbers. The total number of participants on both sides of the battles seemed to be growing. The population total had grown as well, though, so this was fine. However, the casualties had increased not just in number, but percentage, 3 incarnations before. William looked up information about that time and discovered something unsettling. That was the time that the Demon King had learned how to use some kind of soul magic. There weren't many details in the record, but it seemed to be useful for destroying souls, which was very effective for killing people, as well as using souls as some kind of power source. After this point, the casualties had understandably gone up. However, William discovered something more disturbing. Casualties had gone up, and the percentage of wizards in each generation had gone down. The actual number of wizards had still increased, but a smaller portion of the population had the ability. Though William thought it could have been a coincidence, similar drops happened after all 3 battles since then. William was taken aback. He needed to talk to somebody about this. In addition to those he would normally consult on such matters, there was one name he found but hadn't known that he needed to talk to. In addition, there was one person he saw every day that he had to talk to about some things that hadn't come up, but were very important. Chris number 1. This is a question and answer thing. Not sure how often I'll be doing it. It probably depends on how many questions come in. Also, Chris will be willing to answer questions about other series as well, unless there are enough questions to merit splitting it up, which seems unlikely. No spoilers, though. I'll certainly be willing to provide clarification on some things, though. Questions I received since last week. 1. Can you transfer mana to William? I think that's what William was lacking, right? Mana just floats all around, so I could throw mana at him, but since he can't sense it, he can't do anything with it. At best, nothing would happen. I might break something if I do too much. Basically, he can't sense and control mana, which is an ambient force. This question was also answered by another reader, but I felt that several others may have had similar questions in mind, so I placed my version of the answer here. 2. What do you think of the wizards as they are in the present, especially after having fought in matches against the best of the next generation? I remember there were a lot of strong guys a while back. Even recently, there were some pretty good ones, but they haven't been around in a few years. The ones called Leela and Marius aren't too bad considering their age. I haven't seen any of the old ones fight since I met William. Well, nothing I would really call fighting anyway. 3. Do you not remember your human past because of the curse, or simply the great amount of time you have been a staff? It's the curse. Though, I'm not sure whether it was intended. I didn't stick around to ask about it because everyone there was really mean. Well, I may have forgotten a little bit since then from time, but those memories might still be around here somewhere. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 31. William had 2 people to talk to, based on what he learned from the history books, but he would need to find where the one he didn't know stayed. First, he would put that off until later. After all, he could talk to the one he saw every day quite easily. In fact, he didn't even need to go anywhere to find him. Chris was practically always with him. William thought about being tactful, but it was Chris he was talking to. It was easier to just get to the point. Chris, you were brought into the Astana Wizards Guild shortly after the defeat of the incarnation of the Demon King 5 times ago, correct? Dunno. Maybe. Maybe? What do you mean? I know I was brought here after the defeat of some incarnation of the Demon King. I didn't really keep track of the ones after that, so I don't know if he was 5 ago. Right. Well, the records I found indicate it was this one. Unless there was another crystal staff similar to you. Oh man, I hope not, Chris scrawled on the ground. I tried to teach a lesson to the guy who did this to me. Well, I killed him. Maybe someone else knew how to do this, but I doubt it. It seemed very difficult. I don't mind being a staff now, but I was super angry at the time. I feel like I had a grudge with that guy before. You killed him? Just asking, but was it the Demon King? William had read that the Demon King of that time died mysteriously. The armies raised against him found him dead upon entering his fortress. Sadly, that didn't mean there weren't still large losses fighting against his army, but some lives were likely saved by not having to engage the Demon King himself. Was it the Demon King? I'm certainly not strong enough to do that on my own. You've seen my capabilities, after all. Though, he was really drained of energy afterwards. Now that you bring it up, It might have been. It was some demon. My memories are most confused around then, since I was just transformed into a staff. William had surmised something similar. The records on Chris' reclamation mentioned that he was cursed, partly because of his reaction to people trying to control him, but also because he was found in the Demon King's fortress. With the mysterious death of the Demon King, it was either a huge coincidence in which some unknown thing or person killed the Demon King, or Chris did it. However, the description of the corpse that was found as pummeled to death was very indicative of it being Chris. How strong was he at that time? Then? Well, I only vaguely remember he was very powerful before turning me into a staff, but afterwards he was barely able to stand. Fortunately, he was paranoid or something and didn't allow anyone else into the room during the process, so I could beat him. Though, even with him barely able to move at all, it was hard to kill him. His body was tough. Demons were known to have strong bodies as well as the ability to use magic. It wasn't known whether this was true of all demons, or just the ones that had been fought against by various armies. There was never any desire to enter the demons' lands, so there had been no contact with any civilians, if such existed among demons. William was glad to have some clarification on Chris' history. The other person William needed to talk to was one of the few wizards who returned from the fight with the last Demon King. William only knew he existed because he had been the one to add the latest update to the record books, summarizing the battle and casualties. Ariston Ilias was his name, but William knew no more than that. Actually, he didn't even know if he was still alive. Hopefully, he had just retired and not died. It had been almost 30 years. William decided to ask Professor Pierce about him. Ariston Ilias, huh? Where did you learn that name? William told him about the record books. Good. It's important that someone in the younger generation knows about them. There are some contingencies to make sure they are not forgotten, or so I've heard, but it is best that someone shows interest, especially a bright young man like yourself. Learn anything interesting? Interesting? Yes. Even more so, disturbing. That was part of the reason I want to find Ariston Ilias. Yes, records of wars are always troubling, even more so when there are so many casualties. It gets worse, actually. Did you know? William told him what he had learned about the casualties. The numbers and percentages had gone up, and less wizards were being born. That was something I did not know. I had not scrutinized the numbers so closely. I will need to talk to some people about this. In the meantime, I do know where you can find Ariston. He lives outside the city, now. He's retired, and has become very reclusive. He may not wish to talk to you, but I can write a letter of introduction. At least, that will give you some chance of him actually speaking to you. Whether he will answer your questions, or will even know what you want, well, that's something different. Thank you, Professor. Fortunately, he did not live far outside the city, so William could visit him the next day, though it would be an all-day trip. William hoped it would be worth it. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 32. Ariston Ilias' home was a bit bigger than William had expected, but mostly because he was expecting a hut. That was what he imagined a reclusive wizard living in. Instead, it was just a relatively small house. William would have described it as cozy. William knocked on the door. Coming. William heard from beyond the door. Who is it? Came the question as the door opened creakily. An old man stood there, but he seemed relatively healthy. At least his back was straight, and his eyes seemed good. Those very same eyes looked over William, taking in his mage robes, as well as Chris. I don't teach combat magic. His eyes moved over to Chris and half frowned. Don't worry, that's not what I'm here for. However, I was hoping to ask you about the records. The records? Ariston shook his head. Did they change the time requirements? Not as far as I know. I graduated 5 years ago. Actually, William didn't want to sound arrogant or anything, but it was the truth. Ariston scratched his chin. Sadly, there was no beard there. Well, William was slightly disappointed anyway. Then, did Professor Farman die? No, he's still alive. At least, he was yesterday. Oh, really? He looked over William again. William was glad the robe concealed his more than wizardly muscles. Then you must be pretty good, or older than you look. Well, come inside so we can talk. William was older than he looked, but not in the way Ariston meant. He followed him inside to a small dining table that only had 2 chairs. One of them was dusty. I found out about you from the records. You were the one who updated them last. I understand if you don't want to talk about it, but I don't. Ariston grimaced. But I should. There aren't going to be many more people asking. Ariston paused for a few moments. What can I tell you then? Well, I noticed some things when reading the records, especially the numbers. There wasn't any mention of the trends I noticed, so I wasn't sure if it wasn't known, or just wasn't written down. What things? Well, there are less wizards. Not total, but there are about a quarter less wizards based on the population than there were 1,000 years ago. Well, the numbers remained the same until 3 incarnations of the Demon King prior. That many less? Maybe it's just this generation? Ariston didn't look like he actually thought that was the problem, just that he hoped it was. William shook his head. Since the Demon King learned some form of soul magic, the numbers have been gradually decreasing. They slightly recover each generation, then become much worse again after the Demon King appears. Ariston leaned back in his chair and breathed out a long breath. Really? Well, if anyone else noticed, they didn't write it down, and they didn't tell me. That seems like something someone should have written down. I read everything to be passed on to the next Archmage, but there wasn't any indication of anything like that. William sighed. It's honestly not looking good for the future. Fighting off the Demon King has worked in the past, but this is just going to get worse. I'm not sure if it's having an effect on the knights or anyone else, though. It might also be good to check with people from Liaoyang. Though they are far, the Demon King's appearance affects them as well. They send their warriors to fight as well. Liaoyang was the country to the west, where Zhan Shengrue was from. Other countries as well, if it can be done. Maybe the kingdom has records, if we can access them. I'm not the only one you've told, am I? No. I told one of the professors I trust as well. He was going to consult with some others. Good. This isn't something that can be done by one person, especially not one so young as you, since people might not listen, even if they should. I suppose I may be needed to pull up some old contacts, assuming they are not too old anyway. Ariston half laughed at his terrible joke. Although I would like to stay here and enjoy my retirement in peace, I suppose the future of the world, possibly, is worth it. Even though there was a potential major problem in the future, it wasn't something that required rushing preparations. Indeed, it would be generations before anything would happen, except something had to be done now to figure out what preparations needed to be made. William wasn't sure what he could do, or even the wizards, to help the future. Optimally, of course, they would kill the Demon King and stop his reincarnations. However, that would require, well, William didn't know what. That was the whole problem. They could bind the Demon King or seal him away, but William thought that was a disaster waiting to happen. Plus, it would be even harder than just killing him, and there was already enough issue with that. The other option that William could think of, well, to fight fire with fire. More specifically, to fight destroying souls with destroying souls. If they could figure out the soul magic that the Demon King used, it might be able to be used to destroy him, likely preventing future reincarnations. Assuming they could figure out how it works and use it without killing themselves. William didn't doubt there was a high difficulty associated with soul magic. Ethically, well, William was fine using it on just the Demon King. Not that he would be there to do that. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 33. While the matter of the Demon King was important, indeed probably the most important thing for the world, it wasn't exactly
urgent.
In fact, it wasn't even something that could be sped up by trying to deal with it earlier. Thus, after some initial planning by William and some professors he trusted, he had no need to do anything further right away. That was good for William, because if he had to think about the possible end of the world, or at least of the humans, all the time, he thought he would go crazy. He definitely wasn't comfortable with being even partly responsible for the future of the world. In his previous life, he was pretty sure he hadn't been involved in any world-altering events, even circumstantially. Here, though it would only be affecting future generations, he would have such a part. Fortunately, he had time to relax. One way he did that was by visiting his parents. They were his only family in this world, and they were very relaxing to be around. Mostly, anyway. William, dear, are you sure there aren't any girls you're interested in? William's mother asked. She brought it up almost every time they met. I've already told you, Mom. I don't think it's gonna happen. William's mother sighed and looked at his father. I told you we should have had another. After William? His father grinned. I don't think we'd know how to handle a normal kid. He was both too easy and not easy enough. After that, the conversation naturally moved on to trading and other things. William was glad for the chance to think about mundane things. Things not involving the Demon King, and not even magic. William did a pretty good job of pretending to not care that he couldn't use magic himself, especially since most people thought he could use magic now. However, it still bothered him, with the ability to use magic seeming to sit just out of his reach. Over the course of time, William received more people responding to his flyers about English. It wasn't always one every year, but some there were more. Sometimes, there were fraudsters who really didn't know anything. They may have known quite a bit about languages and would have been relatively convincing, except they didn't actually know what William was looking for. The English was just a gateway to studying reincarnation. However, the arrival of anyone else who knew English or knew it, and there were indeed several, allowed William to know something for sure. Though it was only a few people out of millions, or hundreds of millions, it seemed there were still a surprisingly large number of people reincarnated from Earth. With memories intact, of course, it wouldn't be possible to discern otherwise. With the appearance of a few more people, William discovered a few things, and was able to surmise some possibilities. First, none of those who arrived to meet William had been born before the latest Demon King War. William thought this indicated that it may have been related to the destruction of souls, but it had some possibility to instead have a connection to another event that happened at the same time, though William knew of nothing. William wished he had some way to find other reincarnated people from other worlds, but he couldn't think of any way to discern truth from lies in those cases. He also knew there weren't too many people who were reincarnated with memories, at least compared to total population. Otherwise, he imagined that there would be a larger change to society as a whole. This implied that not many people reincarnated from other worlds, or most lost their memories upon reincarnation, or both. William learned that the knights, at least, also kept detailed records. Not that he had access to the information, but he was easily enough able to learn that they had it, which was good. He didn't really expect them to just open up their records to any young wizard who came along and asked about it, so he was willing to be patient. He was working with Professor Pierce to organize information that would be helpful in persuading them to share the information. William hoped that the next Archmage would be able to put it to good use. He also hoped that one would be selected, since there hadn't been one for quite some time now. Well, it was better than choosing someone unqualified. As for the warriors from Liaoyang, they were very secretive. However, Zhang Xingrui knew they definitely would keep such information. At least, individual factions would, but it wasn't likely that comprehensive records existed. William wasn't even sure where he would start there. He also was putting together lists of others that participated in the Demon King Wars. It was such an important event that every nation contributed, but William wasn't sure if they knew how important it really was. Generally, he assumed they knew it was an issue that could lead to the extinction of the humans, but he doubted they knew that it was also, somewhat, a never-ending war of attrition. Unless, of course, it was just the wizards that were affected, but William seriously doubted it. William still hadn't given up on meditation. He had yet to sense even a speck of mana, though he wasn't really sure what it would be like to do so. He wanted to give up, but he felt like he was making some kind of progress. The frustrating thing was, he didn't feel like he was making any progress toward magic. This confusing feeling of progress and lack of progress was even more frustrating. William wasn't even sure if he wasn't just tricking himself into thinking something at all was happening. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 34. William's career wasn't the only one to advance. Marius went along a similarly scholarly path, though he had somewhat less time to devote to it. He had matters to attend to as a noble, as well as family to spend time with. William found it somewhat odd to be of the age where his peers had children again. Even though Marius was older, William himself was still of the age where it would be reasonable and expected to have children. William's only immediate interest in the topic was whether or not wizards produced children with the potential to be a wizard. However, the potential to be a decent wizard was rare enough that it was hard to gather proper statistics. All that was known for sure is that the children of a wizard, or two wizards, didn't always have the potential to be a wizard themselves. There had, of course, been a number of cases where the children had equal or greater magical potential, but there were mostly cases where they had lesser potential as well. Even if the probability was 5 or 10 times as high, which was really just speculation, there were not enough records to check to determine the truth. There would have to have been hundreds, preferably thousands of births. While there had indeed been thousands of children born from wizards, most did not have specific records. William added a note to keep track of such statistics in the future. Leela, meanwhile, went into field research. This involved much more time spent away from the academy, doing various things. Occasionally, she would fight or capture some magical beasts, either things that people needed for research or to remove them from populated areas. There weren't enough magical beasts that attacked populated areas for them to be a problem, but it would be extremely dangerous to try to exterminate them. Thus, they were mostly left alone, as long as they didn't bother anyone. There were also safer jobs, such as finding and gathering rare herbs. Even Leela, who enjoyed fighting, didn't want to risk her life every day, but she did enjoy traveling. William also broadened his areas of study. He wanted to have at least a fundamental, working understanding of every magical area. Among these was alchemy, though it really wasn't particularly magical. It was basically medicine, though some of the ingredients were magical, and wizards were the majority of those who studied it. However, it was not like even alchemy could create miracle drugs. There wasn't a single thing that could be used to cure all disease or all poisons. Even those things made to a specific end often had some side effects, big or small. Thus, it was medicine. Some things required the injection of mana to function properly, and for those William called upon Chris' help. Fortunately, Chris didn't need to understand the mixtures to fulfill that role. It was not that Chris was stupid, but he wasn't interested in learning many things. Even if he had been interested, it was not like he had hands to mix herbs or do anything of the sort. William also ended up fulfilling the role of combat magic teacher, though it certainly wasn't a full-time position. Nobody, with the possible exception of Leela and Marius, had more expertise in the subject than him. William was somewhat disappointed in that, but that was the way things were. Leela was not always available and not suited to teaching, so she rarely contributed. Marius did provide some guidance as well and was generally preferred to William. This was likely because William required students to do physical exercises, though nothing excessive, just enough that they could run or sprint if they needed to. It also helped with lung capacity, which was helpful for continued spellcasting, which the students reluctantly admitted that they needed. William himself hadn't fought any magical beasts himself, however, so occasionally he would catch Leela when she was around and get information from her. She may not have been able to explain things in a manner general students would understand, but William was able to extract useful information from her descriptions of fights. The most important thing was that, unlike in a duel, real fights could contain the element of surprise on either side. This meant a wizard performed best when they were alert, or had allies who could scout, or both. Knights were a necessity for fighting magical beasts as well, since some beasts could run fast enough that they would overwhelm a wizard before they could even finish chanting a spell. Not that wizards needed to chant anything in particular, but William kept that secret fairly closely. He had only told Leela and Marius, and they could keep a secret. Even Leela, who was somewhat irresponsible, kept the secret. In real combat situations, she would cut short the typical chants once she was done gathering magic power. Even if others noticed a discrepancy, they would likely contribute it to her status as a natural wizard, capable of amazing feats. It was possible that it would be an important matter for fighting against the Demon King, but that was also another reason it should be kept secret. The Demon King, and many demons with him, used magic. If they had such an ability at their disposal, it would make them even more dangerous. If it really became necessary to use, it was fairly quick to learn. At least, if the learner had a flexible mind. If they didn't, they probably couldn't learn it at all anyway. In addition, William would leave the information for the next archmage, and those following, to keep, whoever they would be. If they decided that it should be widely known, that would be their choice. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 35. William had almost forgotten that he'd asked Jean Shengruei to procure a manual containing staff techniques. In fact, it would be more fair to say that he had forgotten. It had been so long since he'd asked for it, and he had other things on his mind. Then, It had to be translated. This came in the form of an additional set of papers corresponding to each page. There were also pictures showing the forms, since words were mostly insignificant. Zhang Shengruei explained, "This is a very basic set of techniques. Anything more is much more expensive and generally considered secret. All the factions are very secretive with their techniques. This, however, is so common that nobody would even bother trying to keep it secret. As for what is considered high class, well, I don't think it would be worth the price just for the sake of curiosity." William thanked him for his help and paid him. Then, he started flipping through the manual. Even with pictures and translations, it was somewhat hard to get a firm grasp on what they were trying to convey. There were many subtleties that couldn't be conveyed without actually seeing it. Still, it gave William some insights into methods he hadn't considered. After all, he had just been making up what seemed to work for him. The fact that he was best as staff techniques among the wizards was because the others were all even worse. With these, William thought he might be able to better hold his own sparring against a knight. At least, the more junior ones. In fact, William was looking forward to showing his friend Gerald how much better he could be. Not that William would be able to do much of anything to him, but Gerald knew how to hold back, which occasionally made William feel like he could win. Of course, this was only on the condition that William didn't use Chris and magic. When they sparred, William would use a normal staff, and Gerald used blunted weapons. The knights had several arenas that had been set up by the wizards to allow for safer sparring. They were somewhat easier to set up, since they only protected from physical attack. Thus, William would never use magic there, though he could if he and Gerald were at the academy. Chris, well, as a weapon, he was exceptional. William was pretty sure he could do serious damage when wielding Chris, even with the restrictive wards. In fact, that was something Chris had figured out how to do on his own. He'd felt somewhat disappointed at being unable to move as he wanted to win in the restrictive wards. So, somehow, Chris had figured out how to ignore the restrictions on his actions in such wards. When William asked him about it, he couldn't really explain how. He seemed to know, but was unable to explain precisely. He also didn't completely ignore the restrictions. In his words, "I just do things that aren't restricted. Fast attacks and magic are restricted, but not my inner magic. I think it's because I'm a magic weapon." Probably. Not that William would let him use whatever those abilities were in a duel. Even people knowing he could injure people in such circumstances would be bad, and he didn't have anyone he wanted to do that to. Even Jeff, though, only barely on that part. He was still a somewhat unpleasant person, but it had come to the point that he and William just avoided each other now, instead of getting into more conflicts. When William was 25 years old, he went out to fight his first magical beasts. Not for fun, of course. There just happened to be a larger amount of them, approaching human territory than normal. Not enough to be worth mobilizing an army, but enough to warrant the squads of knights requesting more wizards to assist them. After all, even Leela had limits to what she could do. Though William thought some of that was because she didn't want to burn down the forests that were the most common place to encounter magical beasts. Maybe that was just his imagination, though. William joined a squad that also included Gerald, which he was happy about. In addition to Gerald, there were 11 other members, for a total of 12. It was a good-sized group, not too many or too few, and it was also a nice round number, with a base 12 number system. William still sometimes found himself thinking in base 10, even though he had a long time to get used to the change. With William, the group was 13 people, but there were no stigmas associated with the number here, and William didn't believe in number luck, so it wouldn't have bothered him anyway. Marius also joined a squad, since he was also rather capable at combat magic. William thought his joining was also somewhat political, though he knew Marius cared about saving lives as well. However, having a noble willing to go out and risk his life could be good for their image. Not that it was particularly dangerous, though there were sometimes casualties. Magical beasts were taken seriously enough that more soldiers were sent than the estimated requirements. Of course, no combat situation was ever safe, even if you had the advantage. William was somewhat nervous about approaching his first life or death combat situation, though he had some idea what to do. Leela had told him about her experiences and provided him with some idea of what to expect. In addition, the knights were the only ones who should be approaching melee combat, which was more dangerous. William's job was to use magic while they were far away, and if there weren't too many, It was even possible to take them out without the knights having to engage in combat at all. There was no reason for them to risk their lives unnecessarily. The one thing that William ended up thinking about most on the trip, though, was that he hated riding horses. It was uncomfortable. It would have been even worse if he'd had to wear his robes. He knew the horse wasn't to blame, and was sure it was also uncomfortable for the horse to be ridden, but he still found himself getting angry at the horse inside. Fortunately, after days of travel, they finally made it where they needed to be. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 36. William was nervous for his first real fight. Though he'd been in plenty of arena matches, they were of course designed to be safe. Yet, the very reason that he was here was because it was unsafe. He wasn't exactly afraid, though. He had a good enough understanding of combat that he was pretty sure that he would be fine. However, since he had experienced an entire lifetime of peace, where there weren't even any such monsters or magical beasts to be fought, he wasn't exactly used to the idea. Fortunately, he wasn't going to go up against an entirely unknown enemy. The first group of enemies were dire wolves, the scouts said. While giant wolves were certainly dangerous, they weren't exactly foreign to William. Plus, unlike the arena, he didn't have to wait for the opponent to be ready. When the scouts reported again that they were close to the pack they were hunting, William prepared himself, and Chris too, of course. The forested area wasn't extremely dense with trees, so it wasn't too hard to spot the wolves from a distance. This of course worked both ways, as it was also rather hard to hide a squad of knights on horses. The wolves turned toward the knights, and were obviously not afraid as they began moving closer. Since the trees weren't too dense, William had a good chance to do his job, namely, to pick off as many enemies as he could before they got to the knights. Once they were engaged with the knights, it would be harder to safely use magic. William started out with a lightning bolt, though in reality it was Chris who did the actual magic. William just pointed Chris at a wolf and chanted. A bolt of lightning flashed through the air, hitting the wolf at the head of the pack. However, this bolt wasn't large enough to cause any real damage to such a large wolf. These wolves were as tall as a horse, which with the build of a wolf made them much larger in actuality than a horse. Even a real bolt of lightning wouldn't be able to defeat them in a single blow. Except, the wolf fell, and the bolt had pierced through it to one behind it, which also fell. Though it didn't look like much, William wasn't really about the spectacle. In fact, the destructive power of lightning could vary significantly. Sometimes, it would be strong enough to destroy a building, or at least a large part of it, and sometimes it would strike a person and not kill them. In the case of humans, what usually killed them was not the burns from the lightning. Instead, it was the shock to their heart, which would stop it. Here, William used the same principle. Fortunately, the spell worked properly the first time it had been used for real. William hadn't used this even in the arena, because it would either be useless or lethal. Neither of those were what he wanted. This version of the spell was intended to strike only the heart. Thus, William had Chris work on the penetrating power and accuracy of the bolt, instead of the size or total destructive force. It didn't look impressive, leaving only a small burn mark on the chest of the wolf, but it was quite effective. Normally, electricity would choose the path of least resistance. This meant an uncontrolled bolt would usually just directly hit the ground. However, wizards could control the bolt to go where they willed, though straight or mostly straight lines were easiest to accomplish. It wasn't too much of a stretch to continue this control inside of a target, though it was indeed a bit harder. Controlling mana through any solid object was more difficult. This was why wizards didn't, or couldn't, generally, originate spells inside of things. Even the lightning bolt application was only possible because it would create a path at the same time as it followed it. Immediately after the lightning bolt struck, the wolves picked up speed. They knew danger when they sensed it, but they were also fairly confident they could overcome it. William didn't have time to cast more than another pair of lightning bolts, taking out another 3 wolves between the two. Then, the remaining 5 wolves reached the knight's countercharge, who took them on in pairs. Of course, William did not plan to just watch, but he also couldn't carelessly cast spells where he might hit the knights. The reinforced lances of Gerald and the other knight with him pierced into the wolf they were fighting, severely injuring it. They easily finished it off. The same happened with other groups, but not entirely. One wolf's thick fur managed to deflect some less well-aimed lances, and it clawed and bit at the knights there. One of them managed to block with their shield, while the other was hit by a claw and knocked back. Even some of the injured wolves managed to get in some attacks. However, the battle was over very quickly. William hadn't expected battles to be quite so short and deadly. In less than a minute, before he had time to find another good target for a spell, the knights had finished off the wolves, those who had quickly defeated their helping the others. The knights were all living, though not uninjured. 3 had injuries of some sort. The one who took the claw attack had the worst. The claws of the wolf had been sharp enough to somewhat crush and somewhat slash his armor, leaving him in a bad state. William was glad the knights knew how to apply first aid, because he certainly didn't know more than what an educated guess would do. William almost felt bad that he didn't take out more of the wolves and just hid behind the knights. However, Gerald came up to him and congratulated him. "Good shooting there. It made it much easier for my squad to fight that pack." William realized that it was indeed his job to hide behind the knights, though hiding may not have been the most flattering word. Though he didn't want to think too arrogantly about himself, there weren't that many wizards to be had, so his safety was important. That is, Chris was important, and William held Chris. After remembering that, he definitely wouldn't get arrogant. At least William had taught Chris how to do magic, and he was the only one he really listened to. He had that going for him. Hopefully, they would continue to perform well against the rest of the beasts, as well as the different kinds. After all, one small pack of wolves, even giant wolves, was not exactly worth recruiting more wizards for. "I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again." Chapter 37. William's group encountered some more dire wolves, though they weren't a significant threat. William's spells were more timely after some real practice, and the knights certainly weren't insignificant. In fact, William realized that they all seemed to be going beyond the physical limits of humans, at least, the limits of his previous world. Here, he'd found that such limits were somewhat different. William wasn't sure exactly how, but it was obvious once he saw Gerald block the paw of one of the dire wolves. He barely even got pushed back, unlike what would be expected from normal people. The expectation William had for people getting hit by such an attack was a broken arm behind the shield, and then a broken everything else and probably death. Instead, Gerald just got a slightly strained look and was pushed slightly back. This gave William confidence in the squad's abilities to fight more dangerous magical beasts, especially since he wasn't entirely confident in his own abilities. Though Chris was getting better at his speeds for casting magic, he still wasn't able to make particularly fast or powerful spells. This wasn't because he wasn't any good at it, but because he also had to concentrate on vibrating enough to create some sound waves. Splitting his concentration made both tasks less than half as efficient. As for his staff fighting skills, well, William just hoped he never had to use them against any kind of magical beast. He didn't exactly have much in the way of armor, and he wasn't sure if he could swing Chris hard enough to hurt some of the things he had heard of, even if they let him. On the other hand, Chris was an exceptionally good staff, so it might work. William would rather not find out if he could help it. After some more battles with dire wolves, they stopped being found in the surrounding area. After meeting with the other squads, it was determined that they had been eradicated, or at least reduced in numbers enough to make them leave the area. However, there was another area a few days away that had other magical beasts that were threatening the safety of the surrounding areas. Thus, after resting and resupplying, they moved on. The scouting reports said that the enemies were fewer in numbers than the dire wolves, but that didn't mean they were less dangerous. The enemies were chimeras, strange creatures with various strange abilities. Generally, they were like someone had smashed a dragon, lion, and a ram together, leaving all 3 heads. The body was mostly that of a lion, but with the scales of a dragon providing protection. The ram, well, it just added more danger as another thing to watch out for. Unfortunately, William was pretty sure that lightning wouldn't do him any good. If he could fire a very powerful bolt, then it may do some good, but his weaker bolts wouldn't do much good against the scales. If they couldn't penetrate inside, they couldn't stop the heart. Even if it could otherwise work, some chimeras were especially resistant to such attacks due to their partial nature as a dragon. Fortunately, they really weren't as strong as a real dragon, but that didn't mean they could be underestimated. One of their most dangerous features was that they also had draconic wings. They would have been dangerous enough if they couldn't fly, but adding flight to the mix made them dangerous predators. Fortunately, the knights had come prepared with bows and spears. This would allow them to attack it in the air, and if it came down for sweeping attacks, the spears would give them a bit more reach. The group was fortunate, or unfortunate, to come upon one on their first day in the area. The terrain was mountainous and rocky, and they had been forced to leave behind their mounts, though they would have not maneuvered well against an aerial opponent anyway. William was quite glad to get off his horse, since his thighs were hurting significantly. He also felt more comfortable on his feet in a fight. Fortunately, they spotted the chimera far away, so they had some time to prepare. However, it was most certainly moving toward them. They had only enough time to reach an area with a cliff going up before it got close. Fortunately, with the cliff, it couldn't attack them from every angle, limiting its options. However, before it reached them at all, William had Chris attack with a lightning bolt. Instead of going for precision, it was just as powerful as it could be made. William might have preferred a fireball, but he wasn't confident in hitting a moving target, especially one who could move in 3 dimensions, with such an attack. The lightning, however, just required him to properly aim where it currently was. After the crack of thunder and the flash, the chimera charged. It seemed to be relatively unscathed, but not entirely unharmed. At least, a patch of its scales was blackened where it got hit directly. The chimera dived, starting directly toward William, but it instead curved around once it realized it would hit the cliff behind him. It got close enough for the knights to fire several arrows at it, some of which hit, but didn't seem to penetrate the scales. Then, the chimera came back around, flying parallel to the cliff face. The dragon head started roaring. That wasn't quite enough for William to be sure something dangerous was coming, but Chris also provided a warning using several quick flashes of color. The general idea was magic attack coming, dodge. This meant it was the kind of thing that Chris couldn't block, which meant it was probably some kind of area breath. William only had enough time to shout a warning to the nearby knights before preparing to protect himself. Area breath attack incoming. Get ready to dodge. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 38. William warned the knights to dodge the incoming attack from the dragon head. Of course, he also prepared to dodge, though he wasn't sure exactly what kind of attack it would be. Fire? Lightning? He knew there were several different possibilities, but he didn't know what this particular chimera was capable of. If only their scales were conveniently color-coded. But they weren't. This one happened to have red scales, which would have let him know it breathed a cone of fire, but none of the literature he'd found, nor the experience that Leela had showed any sort of pattern. Because he knew this, William was ready for any kind of elemental attack, and perhaps because of that, he was slow in avoiding the attack. He moved a quick hop to the side, anticipating a lightning bolt. He would be able to continue his motion if he needed to dodge a fireball or something else. However, what he saw next wasn't any of those things. Instead, it was nothing. Not that the chimera stopped attacking. Indeed, it had definitely breathed out something. A wind attack? William understood that it took a significantly larger amount of energy to make wind dangerous than pretty much anything else. Wind blades weren't really something that could be done, at least not with any reasonable amount of mana. William pondered this, while the knights listened to him and dodged. A soft wind blew over William, though he felt that it was aimed more toward where he had been previously standing. Nonetheless, instantly his eyes started hurting, and he smelled something terrible and pungent. He realized something was wrong, and continued to leave the area he was standing in. As he moved out of the area, his lungs suddenly started burning. Poison. It didn't have to appear as a stereotypical cloud of purple or green. After all, many toxic gases were colorless. William didn't really have the time to think of the complexities of that. However, he still had to fight the chimera. As he started to talk, he coughed painfully. Next up is, he coughed again, stone spears. He said that not only to inform the knights of his spell, but also Chris. They had a pretty good method of determining when and where a spell would be fired, based on how William held Chris, but the spell they were using had to be planned out. William was going to fire stone spears in the hope of breaking some of the scales. He would have to hit a moving target, but the chimera would hopefully have to take some more time before its next breath attack, during which it would have to attack with tooth and claw. As William started to chant, he went into a coughing fit. For any wizard, that would spell the end of their casting. However, since he was only doing it as a cover anyway, it didn't matter. It did, however, make it hard to focus on what was happening. He tried to keep the timing correct as he watched the knights engage the chimera. It clawed at them, as the dragon and lion head bit at them. The goat head actually rammed into one knight, who barely blocked with his shield, but was thrown back. The knights got in some hits with their spears, but the chimera flew past before they could get into a good formation. 4 cough, 3 cough cough, 2 1. The chimera was flying back around, straight toward the group. He thought he saw it look at him, as if laughing at his inability to cast magic anymore. This time, it was the one surprised when some of the rocks on the ground formed into vaguely spear-like shapes and flew toward it. Arrows couldn't really hurt the chimera because of its scales. It was quite tough, but not invincible. Its wings, for example, were less well-armored. It was there that William aimed his attack. The chimera wasn't ready to react to more magic, and one of the wings was injured. This was enough to force it to land, though it was little more than a crash. The knights took the opportunity to surround it. William would have helped, but he was occupied with coughing. He felt like his lungs would be forced out at this rate. In addition to his lungs, his throat, mouth, nose, and eyes all burned. If only he could get the poison out. He didn't know what he could do about that, though. So, he just coughed. Not that he could stop doing that, but hopefully it would force out whatever it was that was causing the problems. William vaguely saw the knights come back from fighting the chimera and start walking up to him. He coughed, a huge racking cough, and out came blood. It landed on the ground. That was probably bad. However, William felt somewhat better. He wiped his mouth and squinted his pained eyes at the knights. How is everyone? Gerald gave William an incredulous look. He said something, but William couldn't hear him. Oh, his ears hurt too.
No wonder.
One of the knights who had some knowledge treating wounds came up to William. William pointed to his ear to let him know he couldn't hear, but his finger came away a bit bloody. William felt his face with his other hand, and it also had blood on it. That was weird. Didn't he just cough up some blood? Where did the rest come from? William sat on the ground heavily. He didn't feel good. He remembered to tell Chris to create some wind in the area, to get rid of any lingering toxins that might be nearby. He was pretty sure whatever it was had mostly dispersed anyway, since he wasn't feeling any worse. In fact, he felt pretty good, comparatively. The knights looked worried though, as the knights, George, maybe, looked over William, showing him to open his mouth so he could look inside. He also looked at William's eyes and ears, wiping up blood with a bandage of some sort. William just sat there focusing on staying conscious and getting his equilibrium back. After about 15 minutes, William realized he could hear again. He said so. I think I'm probably going to be all right. I feel better. Less bad, anyway. Better? Gerald came up close to William and staring intensely at him. Really? Well, I'm not going to say I'm fine, but I'm not just toughing it out. I'm really quite weak when it comes to pain. He looked at the bloody bandages. That probably looked like more blood than it actually was. Probably. As George finished what he thought he could do for William, he moved on to the knight with the broken arm, the one who had blocked the ram's attack. Then, William passed out. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 39. When William awoke, he saw Leela standing nearby, though somewhat blurrily. His eyes were somewhat sore, may have been the right words. His ears also hurt still, and his mouth, throat, and lungs felt worse than the rest of him. However, it was only to the point of feeling bad. He had experienced death once, and this didn't feel like he was heading in that direction. Plus, he could sit up just fine. Leela turned to look at the noise from him sitting up. You're awake? Are you okay? How are you feeling? Pretty much all of my head and chest hurt. I also feel pretty weak. That's still pretty good. You did lose quite a bit of blood. Leela asked him some more questions about how he was feeling. His hearing was fine, even though he'd had trouble immediately after the battle. His sight was still slightly blurry, but it seemed to be clearing since he woke. So, how long have I been out? Is the monster extermination still going? It's already over. Otherwise, we wouldn't have met up like this. Well, it's not like you missed anything. The battle with the chimera was yesterday. Fortunately, there weren't too many monsters in this region. However, Marius' group also ran into a chimera with that poisonous breath. Fortunately, he wasn't in the area of the attack, but some of the knights, well, they aren't looking good. You probably should have been much worse. Do you have any idea how you're relatively fine? William had pretty much one explanation for anything exceptional he did. Where's Chris? My staff? He looked around and saw Chris on the ground beside him. This probably protected me. Leela smiled. I'm glad you have it then. I should go check on everyone else, okay? She walked off. So, Chris, how did you protect me? William took Chris to an area with no one else nearby, so that he could write on the ground. Me? I didn't do anything. So I somehow managed to be mostly fine from a poison that almost killed some knights? That doesn't make much sense. I haven't seen any signs of that kind of exceptional toughness until now. Well, it's because you coughed out the poison and stuff, yeah? That was blood. I know it was blood, but it took the poison with it. From your ears and eyes, too. All the poison pushed out with it. William did remember that he had felt a lot better after coughing up the blood. So, do you have any idea how that happened? Well, I don't really have the right words to explain it. You just pushed it out. I pushed it out, or it just got pushed out? You did, I think. It's like when you go really fast sometimes. Whoosh. Oh, I didn't really feel that at the time, but I guess I was slightly distracted by trying to cough up my lungs. I wish I could do that kind of stuff on purpose. As they were traveling back to Astana, William saw some of the knights that had been poisoned. They certainly seemed to be much worse off than he was. Their conditions didn't seem to be getting any worse, but they also weren't getting better. If they didn't have very robust constitutions, it was likely they would have already died. However, if they could remain stable until they arrived, they would have a good chance to recover. William was comparatively much better off, even though he'd actually been more or less directly in the poison. Was he only alive because of that mysterious phenomenon? He didn't like the fact that his life depended on luck. Still, he was glad that he got to continue his second chance at life. To prepare for possible events in the future, William came up with a few ways to counter the poison attacks. If you knew when they were coming, it might be possible to burn the poison away before it struck. This might have the drawback of turning it into fire that was still flying at you, but at least fire was something that could be somewhat defended against. A wind spell could also be used to push it away or deflect it. After all, there hadn't really been much momentum behind it. Likewise, if one were prepared, a number of shielding spells could ward the poison off. Unfortunately, Chris couldn't really shield William with magic and also cast offensive spells. Still, if William were to encounter another chimera, he would probably need to stay on the defensive until determining what type of breath it had. The monster-subduing expedition had been quite successful, even with the wounded and a few dead knights. Unfortunately, it couldn't be expected that any kind of battles would allow all of the members of one side to return unscathed. Still, without the help of wizards, the knights would have been much worse off. Not that it made William more comfortable with death, and he hadn't even personally witnessed any of it. Upon returning, William got back to his usual routine of teaching, researching, and worrying about events that wouldn't happen in his lifetime. The last one he fortunately didn't do all the time, but it still bothered him. There really needed to be some kind of prepared efforts, or the Demon King might succeed in the next attempt, or the one after, with each reincarnation being more dangerous, and with proportionately less wizards. The only thing William could think of to counter it was soul magic, but unfortunately, it couldn't even be tested. William couldn't practice it. Neither could Chris, but for different reasons. Chris could use magic, but still couldn't do it. Chris' specific problem was, there wasn't enough information on how to do it. He wasn't the type that could fumble around and figure out how to do things. William didn't have enough information to give Chris good instructions. In fact, it could be that the only ones who knew how to use soul magic were the Demon King and whoever he learned it from. That was not an encouraging thought. Leela might be able to figure it out. William really didn't want her to try it, though. It was one thing to kill monsters, demons, or even humans if it came to it. However, William felt that it was much worse to destroy the soul of something, even monsters. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 40. William and Gerald were sparring, as they often did. After he got the book on staff techniques, William had improved significantly. His staff was almost a blur as it danced around, attacking Gerald from every side. Gerald, however, was parrying or blocking every blow, and starting to add in attacks of his own. Eventually, the momentum of the battle shifted in his favor, and William started to get pushed back. Then, the staff was knocked out of William's hand, and Gerald's sword swung up to his neck, where it stopped. William was breathing hard. I guess I'll probably never beat you. Gerald was also breathing harder than normal, but obviously hadn't been pressed too hard. That's true, however. You don't spend all day training staff techniques, while I train most of the time. If you spent all your time training your body and gave up being a wizard, I wouldn't necessarily agree. Or, if you use that fancy staff of yours. I don't think winning because I have a magic weapon is much to be proud of, though. TCH, it's so unfair. A magic weapon and a cute girlfriend. Leela? She's not my girlfriend, you know? What? Why not? It's just, besides the fact that I think of her more like a sister, it wouldn't go well, for reasons that I can't really put into words. More specifically, reasons he wasn't going to put into words. What was he, like a century old now? Wait then, is she single? As far as I know. Why, you interested? Gerald looked somewhat embarrassed. Yeah. Do you think she might be able to like a guy like me? William shrugged. I can't claim to know how any woman thinks, but I doubt you'll get anywhere with Leela unless you're straightforward about it. Worst case scenario, she knocks you through a wall and you wake up in the hospital a week later. She could do that? With magic? Yeah. William didn't mention that she wouldn't unless he was a huge jerk, which Gerald wasn't. He just thought it was funny. Okay. Gerald got a determined look on his face. Of course, you'll have to wait until she comes back from her next excursion, which could be pretty much any time. William once again thought about his own future in that department. Finding someone could be nice, he guessed, but William tried not to think about it too much. That was becoming easier now that his hormones had settled down somewhat. William wasn't planning to avoid marriage, specifically, but he wasn't going to actively seek it out. Perhaps, someday he would find someone who was his type. Not that he knew what his type was, but he was pretty sure he'd know when he met them. Probably. Chris indicated to William he had something to say, so he was brought somewhere to write. I figured out how to do the swoosh thing you do. It's like, you pull out the energy, and then bam. He accentuated this point by slamming into the ground, hard. Though, hard wasn't the best way to describe it. Chris could only move so fast on his own, and while he could hit relatively hard, his main selling point was endurance. When he'd been locked up in a room with made of iron, it had apparently taken him months, if not years, to get out. It was just that the iron gave out before him. In this case, however, Chris hit the ground hard. William could feel it and see that Chris sunk in. Though dirt wasn't particularly tough, it was hard to bury a blunt object very deep in it. Chris was pretty far in, and he seemed to be stuck. After William helped him out, he had many questions. I could definitely tell that you did something. Can you explain? I just take the energy from inside and go swoosh or fwoosh, yeah? The swoosh and fwoosh were actually just him spinning around. Do you mean mana? I certainly have mana, but I think it's not mana? That wasn't very helpful. It was a good thing Chris wasn't the one who was the teacher. How do you use this energy? You just take the energy from inside and move it around. Like, Chris spun vertically for a few flips. You do that too, I think. I do that. William thought about it. Chris obviously had some idea of what was going on. William had experienced occasional bursts of speed, and sometimes hit harder than he otherwise thought was possible. Apparently, he had even expelled poison from his body. His first reaction to these things was, that's impossible. Of course, he was in a world with magic. He wasn't completely sure what was possible. If there was magic, why not other things? Inner energy? William concentrated and looked inside himself. He didn't feel anything for a long time. Maybe there were too many distractions out here. William returned to his room, where he usually meditated, trying to sense mana. This time, he was looking inside instead of outside. Nothing happened for almost an hour. Then, he thought he felt some kind of energy. On the other hand, it was a rather vague feeling, and he could easily be tricking himself into feeling something because he wanted it. The best test was if he could do something with it. Presumably, when he had his bursts of speed, he was using that energy. William returned to outside and tried to get back that feeling. This time, it came more easily, though it was still faint. He tried to gather energy to his legs. Right away, he could tell it was working. William dashed across the field for about 40 yards, and then he almost collapsed. His legs weren't tired, but he ran out of that energy. It had been used up in only a few seconds. That said, he had been fast. More importantly, it had been on purpose. After this, William couldn't sense even a trace of energy for the entire day. In the morning of the next day, he felt he was about 10% recovered. Well, it seemed he couldn't do too much with this energy, but it was something. He could also think of better ways to use it than just running in a straight line. Of course, it wasn't something that was much use in an academic setting. It still made William feel special, though. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 41. William practiced the inner energy, at least the best he knew how. By using it, over a few weeks, it felt like he had a little bit more and was more efficient at using it. Still, it wouldn't be any good except for in short bursts. What was it? William wasn't sure about that, but he was sure that his world had a seriously lack of detailed information on things. He wasn't sure if anyone had the pieces of information he wanted, but if they did, it wasn't available to him. In addition to his physical training, which he felt was useful to keep up for various reasons, William also continued his academic studies. There were many things to learn, though the practical applications weren't always apparent. His forays into alchemy let him come across some magical herbs with effects that couldn't be compared to normal medicine. Yet, they were very rare. More importantly, they were rarely solely beneficial. Most of them were poisonous to some degree or another, and this couldn't be removed without also ruining the desired effects, such as fixing scar tissue. There was nothing truly miraculous, though. It wasn't like with the right herbs you could make a potion that would just close up your wounds on the spot. Even healing magic mostly just promoted natural healing, putting the body in a state that it would recover from things it possibly wouldn't have before. As for his studies of soul magic, he felt ashamed to even call it study. It was more just vague guesses. It was bothering him enough that he even brought it up to Leela once. He hadn't particularly been planning to tell her about it, and the reason he wanted it. However, once it was brought up, he couldn't just tell half-truths. Leela would know, and wouldn't appreciate him hiding it from her longer. As it was, she was somewhat upset. Just somewhat, though. I'll have you know I'm not still an immature kid. Even if I'm reckless sometimes, I'm not going to just go to try and defeat the Demon King on my own. Not that one's around. Yeah, sorry. It's just hard to know who I should tell about these things. I'll try to trust you more in the future. In fact, he'd somewhat noticed her increased maturity. Not that she wasn't still childish sometime, but she acted her age when it was important. Still, William felt like he'd made a mistake in letting her find out. Leela was known to go out on missions spontaneously, disappearing for months at a time. Thus, when he didn't see her for 6 months, he wasn't particularly worried. Then, he started inquiring. She wasn't on any monster hunting missions or anything now. She was just gone. He didn't want to think that she was going to do something stupid, but that was what he felt. Still, she had just declared her maturity, so maybe he would have to trust in her. It didn't stop him from worrying, though. Why didn't she say something? That said, William couldn't imagine her dying. Getting into dangerous situations? Yes. Doing foolish things that caused even more danger? Absolutely. Dying?
No.
He imagined her blasting all the danger with fireballs, and then beating it over the head with her staff for good measure. It wasn't entirely unfounded confidence either. However, he could also imagine her getting hurt, and he didn't like that thought. He kind of wanted to go after her, but didn't. There were many reasons for this. He didn't know where she was. She was also long gone, so he didn't have any confidence in catching up even if he knew where she was and was going to. Lastly, he would probably just make it into 2 people missing, instead of being able to help in any way. Thus, he decided he would have to be patient, no matter how little he liked it, especially once she had been gone for a year. William was working on his connections as well. Though he didn't particularly like people as a general thing, he knew they had information of all kinds. The things he wanted most in every area of his life at this time were information. He kept up contact with Jean Shangrue so that he could hopefully find information on what plans, if any, Liao Yang had for dealing with the Demon King. He also kept up his contact with the knights and started to reach out to other schools of wizards, though they were all smaller than the Astana Wizards Guild. He didn't have any way to contact the rulers or the military of other countries, but it also wouldn't have done much good to do directly. He certainly didn't have the status to do that at this time anyway. William also had a few contacts, met through his parents, among the merchants of Astana. In addition, through Marius, he knew a few nobles. Specifically, some of the better ones, if not necessarily more rich and powerful, just more deserving of their status, more noble, based on the actual meaning of the word. Even just maintaining relationships with these various groups got him unexpected information. Even if the information should have been expected, sometimes he surprised himself with his ignorance. He idly brought up the subject of inner power with Jean Shengrue, not intending to get anything from him. However, Jean Shengrue actually had some information, though not necessarily something great for William. Actually, it's something that the warriors of Liaoyang use. Unfortunately, beyond that, it's a very well-kept secret. The various sects all keep their methods secret. Even if you had a large quantity of money, I doubt I could get you a proper cultivation method. William realized once again that he was pretty terrible at magic. Sure, he understood that he had zero magical talent, but the fact that he accidentally, though not without effort, stumbled across the beginning steps of another combat method said something. Not that William was a genius at inner energy, either. He knew that, because the knights used it subconsciously too. He just happened to have a little bit of conscious control, but he could tell that it wasn't very effective. Still, William could use Chris to more than make up for his various weaknesses, so it wasn't like he was weak. Beyond that, he once again realized how little information was available to the public. If the humans shared their various methods, maybe they would all be much stronger and easily defeated the Demon King. Then again, maybe the Demon King would learn what they could do and become even stronger. Maybe he was already doing that. That was a possibility that scared William, especially because he knew it was at least a little bit true. How true? Well, he would have to go over the records to confirm his suspicions. But what he currently remembered didn't indicate he was going to be happy about the results. I'm going to be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 42. William looked at the list of herbs in his hands. There were quite a variety of herbs listed, ranging from cheap herbs to rare and expensive. The list even contained some that were illegal, for good reason, based on what William had learned about them. The only common trait that they shared was their ability to be used for a certain effect, or be made into potions that had the effect he was seeking. William was, however, aware that most of them were only rumored to possess the properties he desired. That is, an increase in the ability to do magic. He set out organizing the list, removing some items. First, he sorted out the ones that were related to gathering mana. He didn't need those at this point, since he still couldn't sense mana anyway. Then he separated the illegal ones out. He didn't like the thought of any of the side effects that they had, and he knew at least that part of what he'd learned about them was correct. Finally, he ended up with a short list of herbs that could be used in various ways to increase the ability to sense mana. However, William was under the impression that they would likely only work if one had the ability to begin with. An ability William was fairly certain was tied to the soul. That said, for soul magic to work, it had to be able to bridge the gap between the physical world and the soul. Therefore, it was possible that some herbs could affect the soul. Not likely, though. It took William over a year to gather all of the various things he wanted. He experimented with them as he gathered the right sets of ingredients to make various potions. The results were less than exciting. To Williams, the potions did nothing but give their side effects, though he could resist those well enough. Mostly, they just made him feel vaguely queasy. On students, volunteers, and only using standard formulas as approved by one of the professors of alchemy, the effects were quite short-lived, though it did seem that most of the formulas did, in fact, work. William tried various new combinations of the various herbs, but all it did was increase the side effects more, to the point that he felt it necessary to use inner energy to remove the toxins he was adding into his body. He wasn't sure if there would have been any positive effects of these experiments, but he wasn't going to give them to anyone else, since they seemed rather unhealthy. At this point, William found it hard to pretend that he wasn't still really interested in being able to use magic. He even considered the illegal herbs again. Most of them were illegal because of the various side effects, which were often much worse than the benefits. This was to protect student wizards, and even older adults, from getting themselves killed. William was, however, much more confident in his physical abilities and health than most wizards. Still, he was conscious of the laws. It wouldn't do to break them, given his position. However, there was still a way. William went on several trips to gather such herbs, outside the borders of any country. He would use them on the spot as well. This at least somewhat assuaged his guilty conscience. William thought he was probably being pretty stupid, even given his relative safety. His thoughts were confirmed when one of the herbs he collected, a black plant with thorns that even emitted a dark mist, almost killed him. William was very certain that it would have, certainly, killed anyone who did not have an antidote or other help immediately at hand, or the ability to control inner energy. Even as it was, William barely made it back to Astana. His body was weakened by the poisons, and he'd suffered attacks from some magical beasts. Normally, they would have been fairly easy for him to defeat. He only barely managed to hold on because Chris was still perfectly capable of using magic. The final result of all his experiments, William was definitely unable to sense mana, no matter what kind of stimulants and methods he used. This basically just confirmed what he already knew and cost him some of his health and a large amount of time. He couldn't help it, though, since he was obsessed with magic. Learning how it worked was all well and good, but making it work would be so much better. He couldn't perform experiments without someone to help him and someone qualified. Students could help with some things, but he really needed someone who was excellent at controlling magic. That was obviously not himself. However, he had to admit the reason he put so much effort into trying that was because his usual help was gone. His friend, something like a little sister, Leela, was gone. She had been gone for years now, with no sign. William felt like it was his fault. After all, her disappearance had been shortly after he talked to her about the Demon King and soul magic. Perhaps some of the reason he sought out more and more dangerous things was a feeling of guilt at her disappearance. As time went on, it seemed less and less likely that she would return. William was concerned about her, and not just because she was his friend. She also represented hope for the future of wizards, and William felt if there were more people of her level, the Demon King would not be such a danger. He didn't know what kinds of consequences her death might have on the future. Fortunately, he didn't have to find out. After she had been gone for 5 years, she returned. She showed up in his laboratory and handed him a scroll. He almost didn't recognize her. Her face was scarred, and she was thinner. She looked tired, but she also radiated confidence. William barely had time to ask how she was.
Infine.
You need to read that. I need to go rest for a while. William was just left behind, shocked. However, he followed her as she went out, worried that she might wander off again, until he saw her enter her room. Well, at least she would be around for a night. William looked at the scroll. What did it say? And where had she gotten it? William opened it up to look. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 43. The scroll simply read, for the teacher. Come to Crescent Grass Valley at the new moon of the 8th month, and you shall gain the information you desire. It also had some more specific details on location. It was otherwise an extremely cryptic message. Since Leela had obtained it, she should at least believe it would have a good chance of being beneficial. William calculated the time it would take to get there, and he would have a few days to prepare before he had to leave. First, though, he would talk to Leela to try to figure out where she had been and what she had to say about the message. He had to wait until the next day for that, though, since she was so exhausted that she didn't come out of her room. Once she came out, he started asking, So, where have you been, Leela? She frowned. Well, it's a secret. Not the most helpful of answers. Is there anything you can tell me about this message? I didn't read it, but that person, well, they weren't willing to tell me anything. However, they asked some questions and said they would talk to my teacher, to you. They didn't say why it had to be you. William sighed. Why did you disappear without telling anyone? I can tell wherever you went, it was dangerous. Leela frowned again. Because you would have tried to stop me. It was dangerous, yes, but so what? William, I know you're right. Humans might be wiped out if nothing is done. I could have gone with you. Could you have, though? I can fight, you know. I even beat you in duels. You can fight, yes. I know you can't maintain an illusion all the time, though. You have responsibilities here, being a teacher and organizing things. Leela slightly smiled. Me? I'm the type that can run off and do stupid things. I know that. Is that person trustworthy? Leela shrugged. Maybe. It's hard to tell. However, they definitely know things you need to know. I can't say any reasons for it, but I think they probably are. It's worth the risk, and I'd almost rather risk myself than you. Almost. Almost. Leela actually grinned this time. Should I bring anyone with me? Leela shook her head. I don't think they'd like that. If they actually have bad intentions, well, I don't think it would help. Even if it was you? Leela looked around evasively. I think I probably shouldn't be there. William thought she looked scared. That didn't make William more comfortable. William found himself staring at a grassy, dark field. Traveling by himself, well, just with Chris, for a couple weeks was extremely boring. However, it did give William time to think. Though, that didn't really make him feel more positively about this. However, as far as he could tell, it wasn't a trap, which just meant it wasn't a trap, or it was a trap he wouldn't be able to get out of. If asked if he was afraid of death, William would have said no. However, he still didn't want to die at this age. After all, he was still young again. In addition to an ambush, William also didn't see whoever it was he was supposed to meet. Everything was dark, especially since it was the new moon, but William could actually see relatively well. His night vision was actually quite good, for some reason. Maybe it was just his eyes in this life, or something else. He hadn't really thought about it before, so he couldn't compare different stages of his life. Well, Chris, here we go. William walked out into the field, stopping next to a particular rock, which was easy to recognize. After waiting for a few minutes, a cloaked figure walked out. As they approached, Chris started glowing red. That meant enemy. However, William didn't need his warning. This person was a demon. William hadn't seen a demon in person before, but it was pretty easy to tell. He probably wasn't supposed to be able to see because of the cloak, but he could. This person, this woman, had horns. It was dark, so William couldn't be sure, but he thought her skin might be reddish. This could certainly be a dangerous situation. However, if it was just one, he knew he shouldn't run, or he would become vulnerable. Likewise, if it was an ambush, he was probably already surrounded, and thus also shouldn't run. Should he attack? Well, William wasn't sure what the right answer was, but he didn't. Instead, he waited. The demoness stopped about 5 meters away. You are Leela's teacher? William nodded, and the demoness frowned. You are young. William shrugged. I'm older than I look, which was true, but not exactly in the way he made it sound. Well, you have the letter, so I suppose I will have to believe you. William indeed had the letter with him, but hadn't taken it out. Somehow, she could sense it. Wonderful. Now then, the demoness pointed her hand off to the right, toward the landmark boulder, and started chanting. Oh, pyromancy, I call upon thee. Grant me thine strength and obliterate my opponents with a mighty conflagration. William knew he could reach her before she finished chanting. Chris was pulling him in that direction. However, William didn't move. Not that he wasn't ready to act if necessary. However, he felt that he didn't need to move. Instead, he waited for the chant to finish. Then, William saw something that he wasn't expecting. Instead of a fireball, a lightning bolt shot out through the boulder. That didn't bode well at all. Demons already knew that chants were meaningless. His face fell. Then, the demoness spoke. You don't seem surprised. At least, not that this could be done. I suppose it could be you. What could be me? The teacher and the inquisitive one. Don't worry, she grinned, showing off sharp teeth, though William probably still wasn't supposed to be able to see that. My sources tell me that the Demon King doesn't know how to subvert chants. William thought to himself, he doesn't know. But are you going to tell him? However, he decided to say nothing, since in theory he wasn't supposed to know his contact was a demon. Unless she was not a contact, and just a very leisurely assassin. Instead, he just said, good. I have come to believe you know something about soul magic? Don't enjoy chatting about magic, do you? Well, I do know what you seek. Actually, I very much enjoy chatting about magic. However, generally I don't do so with hooded figures. So, what can you tell me? Very well then. I promise this is what you need, though it may not be exactly what you are seeking. What you want is details on soul magic. I am unable to provide that. However, I do have this. She pulled out a scroll, much like the one with her initial message, since William was certain it was from her. Then, she tossed it over to him. Go on. Read it. I'm sure it will be enlightening. William unrolled it. It wasn't long. All that was written was convert the soul to power, destroy the cycle of reincarnation, shattering of the soul. Though that was all that was written, there was more to it. The words almost leaped off the page, into his head. William clearly felt it. He looked down at the scroll, and the words still remained. However, in his head, they were something more. All that William knew was that it was definitely not magic. After all, if it were the chant for a magic spell, well, it had already been shown that both parties here knew that was useless. There should have been a description of how to imagine the soul shattering, and details on how it worked. Instead, William only had a vague sense of something in his head. The demoness laughed slightly. Well, it doesn't actually matter if you read it, I suppose. Someone generations down the road will need it, though. Maybe you can figure out what kind of person that someone is. What you do with it is up to you. Now then, I may get in contact with you in the future, if reason comes up. Until then, she turned around. Wait. William wasn't sure why he stopped her. It seemed like he should probably have just let the demoness go. She was definitely dangerous. After all, even if she wasn't hostile. Why are you helping out against the Demon King? Why? She laughed. Because everyone hates the Demon King. Then, she walked off. William knew that wasn't true. Even she didn't sound like she believed that, if William was reading her tone right. However, he did believe that she hated the Demon King. That gave William some confidence. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 44. William watched the demoness walk away and sighed. It was a sigh of relief, but also something William didn't understand at first. Then, he figured it out. Chris, I'm cursed. At this point, Chris started flipping around even more than he had been. During the whole encounter, he hadn't wanted to stay still. What? Cursed how? What do I need to do? William sighed again. No, it's nothing like that, don't worry. It's just, I thought I had it figured out. There wasn't any woman who made me really interested. I'm still not sure if I have a type, but if I do, she was it. What?
No.
She's a bad woman? I know. She's a demon. That's why I said I was cursed. There wasn't anybody I wanted, but now that I find one I might want, it's a stupid idea to even consider. No. I've seen her before. When I was made. That's probably bad. It's bad. Really bad. What is that scroll? Show me. If it actually did something bad to me, won't it hurt you too?
I'm invincible.
Chris exclaimed. Only if it's trying to break you or kill you, right? It put something in my head.
I'm invincible.
I should be fine, probably. Chris, I'll be fine. Really? Show it to me so I can see if it's a trap. William wasn't sure it was a good idea. However, even if she was a very bad woman and had been somehow involved in Chris' creation, he still felt like she hadn't been trying to hurt him and definitely had intentions that weren't helpful toward the Demon King. Though, if she had been around since Chris was made, she would have had a lot of time to practice deceit. Assuming demons lived that long. The data he had said they lived a long time, possibly forever, so it seemed likely. This may be a very, very bad idea, William said as he unrolled the scroll for Chris to look at. William wasn't sure what he expected to happen. He held the scroll open, and Chris looked at it. Words flew off the page into Chris. Then, Chris started spinning circles on the ground. This behavior didn't bother William, since it was basically Chris' way of going, So? It's not bad. I'm not really sure what it is, though. William nodded. Yeah, that's what I thought. Do you think we should show it to other people? Only those people we can trust. William nodded. If she was telling the truth, one of them will have to pass it down to their descendants. So far, only Marius fits that bill. Hopefully, someone will figure it out by the next cycle. William pondered the situation he found himself in, the best hope he had found for defeating the Demon King, and it was from a demon. In addition, he had basically no idea how it would help. If it wasn't a trap that neither he nor Chris could figure out. This scroll did something, but as far as William could tell, it just injected some knowledge that was not knowledge into his head. In short, William was confused. However, William was going to hope that Leela had successfully found someone that truly would help. Speaking of Leela, they would have to talk once he got back. It was obvious that Leela was attempting to avoid William. She would spot him at a distance, then suddenly turn and go down another hallway. Although she had many strong suits, subtlety was not one of them. Another one that was missing was running speed. Thus, after several occasions of her avoiding him, William decided not to let her walk away. He dashed down the hallway, stopping in front of her where she couldn't pretend to have not seen him. "Oh, air.
William.
We need to talk." "Oh, well, I'm sure we will, but I'm very busy right now," and Leela was also not good at lying, especially since her eyes completely avoided looking at him. "That's fine. I'm sure we can talk about where you were out in this hallway, as you head to wherever it is." William glared, to make his point. Leela looked around for an escape route, but finding none, especially since William could run faster than her normally, and at almost ridiculous speeds for short bursts. "Okay, we'll talk." After they moved to an area where they could talk freely, William started, "Now, since you're obviously an adult now, and thus have the right to make your own decisions, I would have no right to yell at you for your decisions." William paused to take a deep breath. Why the hell did you go to the demon country alone? The force of his shouting almost knocked Leela off of her feet. Once she regained her balance, she just stood there shocked. She hadn't heard William yell before, at least not in any serious manner. Well, Lila's eyes grew determined. It was necessary, wasn't it? After all, the Demon King is a problem that has to be dealt with. Yes, I could die, but it was a necessary risk. William understood that, but it didn't stop him from being upset. "You could have died." William nodded. "However, did you consider that something worse could have happened? Consider the very reason the Demon King is a problem. Might there not be other demons who can destroy the soul, or worse yet, harness it to make themselves stronger? You might not realize this, but you are very important to the future of the wizards here." Chris started moving, and William tried to read what he was scrawling on the floor, though it was a bit hard without anything to actually write in, since he had to just follow the motions. After consulting with Chris in a whisper to figure it out, William shuddered. "Leela, they could have used you to make some sort of object that the Demon King could use to increase his power on his next reincarnation." William sighed. "Well, it's already done, isn't it? Just, please, don't do anything like that again." "That's fine. However, you're also not allowed to go do anything reckless in the future. You would, if you thought it would help." William couldn't deny that. Leela tilted her head questioningly. "So, was it worth it? I barely managed to get anything." "Well, I met with someone. The value of their help is somewhat hard to determine at this point." William pulled out the scroll he had received. "Read this. Convert the soul to power. Destroy the cycle of reincarnation. Shattering of the soul." Leela tilted her head. "Is that right? I don't think it particularly means much." William was confused. Leela had the most potential for magic he had ever seen, but unlike with himself and Chris, the words just laid flat on the paper. William shook his head. "I don't particularly understand it either, but it's probably important. I just don't know how, yet. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again." Chapter 45. William still had very little idea of what it was that the scroll did. He was certain it wasn't a bad thing, otherwise he never would have showed it to Leela. However, the demoness who gave it to him was rather suspect. William hadn't personally felt any ill intent from her, but Chris' memory of her from before certainly didn't shed a positive light on her. That said, as many of Chris' earlier memories, it wasn't particularly clear on anything. All that was really certain is that she was around when Chris became a staff, and not how involved she was. He took out the scroll and read it again. Convert the soul to power. Destroy the cycle of reincarnation. Shattering of the soul. It was a frustratingly helpful collection of phrases. It wasn't instructions of any kind. William didn't experience the vision of the words flying off the page again. Instead, it was as if it were perfectly normal text. Since it was related to soul magic, William had expected it to have some effect for Leela. However, instead there was no reaction. Upon further consideration, though, it shouldn't be connected to magic if it reacted to William, unless he met certain other requirements, and would be able to do something if he could do anything with magic. In that case, it was even more frustrating. Chris. He could do magic, and the symbols had also flown off of the scroll and into him. Communication with Chris was hard. Besides the fact that he was a staff, William expected that he probably wasn't a clear communicator before that, either. Alternatively, it could be a side effect. Either way, it was hard to talk to Chris about it. In fact, William had some ideas that he couldn't even begin to put into words, except that the soul magic he had obtained was not magic. Chris actually agreed with that assessment. However, it was definitely mysterious and like magic. To support his theory, William showed the scroll to Marius. It was something that should be done eventually anyway, because he intended Marius' family to be the keepers of this until the generation when the Demon King finally showed up again. Unfortunately, but expectedly, Marius' reaction was similar to Leela's. He saw rather unremarkable writing and triggered no reaction. There was only one other person that William wanted to test it on, because there weren't many he could trust. Though he trusted his parents and Professor Pierce, as well as a few others among the older wizards, he didn't think it would be relevant or helpful even if they did trigger an effect. The only problem was, William was having trouble finding him. Specifically, he was looking for Gerald, but he wasn't at the Knights' training ground. When he asked the other Knights where he was, they looked around as if they were somehow embarrassed. Well, he's probably. One of the Knights looked at another. The second nodded in some kind of affirmation. He's probably at the Wizards Guild. William wasn't sure why he would be there. If he had been looking for William, he would have already found him. However, upon arriving back, he quickly found Gerald. However, in the same place, he also found Leela. She was glaring at Gerald. "Stop following me around like a lost puppy. I already told you I'm not interested." Gerald stood there stoically and shook his head. "Not until you hear me out." "Ugh, just give up already. In fact, why don't you talk to this instead?" Fireball. Normally, of course, a wizard couldn't cast a spell with a single word. That wasn't even really a chant. However, Leela was exceptionally good at gathering mana, and she had learned from William how things actually worked. A fireball the size of Gerald's torso appeared, exploding over him and knocking him off his feet. Leela turned around and walked away. William walked over to Gerald's smoking body and poked him. The response he got was a groan. He looked up at William and said, "I don't think she likes me." "Really?" William looked over Gerald, but aside from some singed hair and clothing, he was pretty much all right. Besides the soot covering his face. "Well, she definitely doesn't hate you. She threw a fireball at me. Big deal. She's thrown bigger ones at me. You duel her in the arena, though." "Outside the arena." William looked down at Gerald's confused face and pulled out the scroll. "Read this for me, would ya?" Gerald's eyes flitted across the paper. Then, as if they were somewhat stuck, the letters slowly dragged themselves off and floated toward Gerald, entering into him. What kind of magic was that?" William pondered. "Well, what I can tell you is that it isn't magic." Gerald tilted his head questioningly. "It's not?" Gerald shook his head back and forth and stood up. He looked down at himself, and although the situation wasn't pretty, confirmed that he was relatively unharmed. "You're sure she doesn't hate me?" "I can't say I understand anything about women in general, or even how Lila's feelings work, but I can say for sure she doesn't hate you. She might dislike you, though." "How long has," William vaguely waved his hand around, "whatever that was, been going on?" "A few days, but this is the first time she threw a fireball at me." To William, this said she definitely didn't dislike him too much, if it took her a few days to get annoyed at him. Though, he couldn't say much more than that. Well, good luck, I guess. In the coming days, it wasn't rare to see a fireball thrown at Gerald in the Mages Guild. Using magic in the halls was technically forbidden. However, Leela never destroyed any property that was around. Attacking people with magic was significantly more disallowed, but the victim in question never seemed to get really hurt and voiced no complaints. More importantly, there wasn't anyone, with the possible exception of William and Marius, who could actually enforce any kind of rules on Leela. Thus, it just became something that everyone knew about, but nobody really talked about. It just became accepted as one of those things that happened around Leela sometimes. "I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again." Chapter 46. William found it unfortunate that even in a world of magic, human lifespans were about the same. He didn't care about it for himself, since he'd already been given the privilege of a second life. Though, if he could live 2 or 3 times as long, he might survive until the next incarnation of the Demon King, which would be nice. However, the main reason William cared about these things was because of people like Phineas Pierce. Those in his generation were quite knowledgeable, and though they had shared much of it, they still had much more to tell. It would be a loss to the world, in addition to the personal loss of a friend William would feel. Of course, William didn't just start thinking about this out of nowhere. Lately, it had become quite obvious how old Professor Pierce was. After all, he'd been somewhat old when he and William met, but 25 more years was weighing down on him. William had been trying to get the most out of the time available, though. He spent time learning every subject available to him. Likewise, he also taught as much as he could. Some of the knowledge William felt was similar to various kinds of upper-level mathematics. It was correct, but had little practical use. Yet, anyway, William didn't think that would always be the case, though. The only thing that William was uncomfortable with being public knowledge was the knowledge that chance, at least the specific words, didn't matter. According to the demonists, the Demon King didn't know that. However, if it became public knowledge here, William had no doubt that he would certainly find out. That could affect many variables. For one, casting speed basically had a specific minimum limit based on the chant. No matter how fast one could actually gather mana, there was a limit to how fast someone could speak. If they believed that they actually had to speak specific words clearly, then their spell could fail if they were too hasty. If someone like the Demon King, who William presumed would be very good at controlling mana, didn't have to spend the time to complete a whole chant, they could react to situations much more quickly. Although the power wouldn't be as much as could be gathered in a longer period of time, versatility was dangerous. Plus, if the Demon King stuck to specific chants, it would be easier to counter him. It was always possible that the Demon King or someone around him would come up with the method, but considering that they hadn't yet done so meant it wasn't likely. Unless, of course, the demonists had been lying to William. He didn't think that was true, but he wasn't so confident in his ability to read people that he could say she definitely wasn't lying. However, he was sure she was against the Demon King, and so providing information that was false, at least if it would hinder defeating the Demon King, wouldn't be in her interests. That was what William decided. So she had probably told the truth, and almost definitely told things that would be most beneficial to defeating the Demon King. That said, it wasn't like there had been a lengthy discussion. Hopefully, William could meet with her again to discuss the Demon King's weaknesses. Though, that might as well be left to someone in a later generation. Pretty much everything William was doing had some relation to the Demon King, because since he knew about the future issues, such as the declining percentage of wizards born, William felt responsible. Thus, he had been working on his contacts, including those in Liaoyang and other countries, working to find those who felt the same way as him. Those who would work toward the future, even though the absolute earliest anything would happen was 100 years away. Of course, there were a few in Astana as well, such as Leela, Gerald, and Marius. William couldn't say he had managed to get those connections on his own. Of course, various people had helped him. Many of those he was in contact with, William had never met. Instead, his parents Marius, Jean Changrue, and a few others were very instrumental in the process. Some of those others were also reincarnated individuals. The search for reincarnated individuals had brought in many more people than William had expected, though it still wasn't a large amount. However, they kept showing up, maybe 1 or 2 a year. This was just people who spoke English. Theoretically, there were many more. However, they were all in a certain age range. Specifically, all had been born after the last Demon King War. This somewhat helped the theory William had. Obviously, reincarnation was real, having personally experienced it, so he could hypothesize some things and make some observations. The first observation was that, among reincarnated individuals William seemed to have retained the most of his memories. Many of them were a little or a lot fuzzy, but still capable of recognizing and somewhat speaking English, at the very least. Since they had all been born after the Demon King War, it would be strange to believe it was unrelated. Thus, William came up with his theory, although it was basically completely untestable. Since the Demon King had destroyed many souls, some had needed to come from another world, or worlds, instead of being naturally born in this world. This could be because there were a fixed number of souls, but William thought it was more likely something else. After all, if there were a fixed number of souls, no populations anywhere could increase. Though, certainly, it was possible that it might be fixed over a large scale, with a certain number having always existed, William thought another explanation was more likely. At least, it was an explanation he preferred. Worlds probably had a certain amount of souls they could produce over time. This was enough to keep up with any kind of population growth, since deaths would also occur allowing souls to be reincarnated. Normally, they would likely stay within the same world, and their memories would also be lost. Even if they swapped between worlds, the lost memories would be the standard. However, in a case of emergency, such as the Demon King destroying a few million souls, it was likely that souls had to be transferred more forcefully, thus not forgetting all of their memories. That was the explanation William had come up with, though he had no way to verify this. Certainly, nothing he was willing or capable of doing. Anyway, I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 47. William had been dealing with people too much lately. He wasn't good with people to begin with, and dealing with stubborn people was worse. Though there were some reasonable people who understood the threat the Demon King would pose next cycle, there were also those who didn't. They were the type who wouldn't plan for the future because it wouldn't affect them or their immediate descendants. They refused to believe the evidence William provided, and William thought they were stubborn and stupid.
It was possible.
That stupid wasn't true, but they weren't doing a good job of showing that to William. These various people were both near and far. Some were nobles from Astana, and even the city of Kanta, and some were from other countries. What bothered William the most was that he wasn't even asking for anything
From
them other than that they think ahead to a few generations down the road. At least a few of them realized that it was reasonable to at least pretend to take his advice.
perhaps even some of these actually would.
There were also wizards who fell in this same box. Jeff, and those like him. They didn't understand, even though William had shown them convincing numbers, such as the percentage of wizards compared to the population. The total numbers were still going up, so they weren't worried. Some of them probably understood, but didn't understand why they should contribute to the effort to solve the problem, why they should expend any of
Their own.
resources on it. William just wanted to hit them. He didn't, though. William had been working on his position in the guild, and hitting people wouldn't do that any good. Of course, if he was in a duel, he would completely trounce people, but he couldn't just hit people because he didn't like them or they were idiots. That was Lila's domain, but William
Also,
wasn't going to directly or indirectly have Lila hit people or fireball them. That wouldn't be helpful.
it got to the point that William was actually happy.
When a dragon started attacking villages and cities, not for the destruction it caused. That still very much bothered William, but he had an excuse to leave the guild for a while. More importantly, he might get to
Hit something.
The general policy with dragons was to leave them alone, as long as they didn't attack any people. Even occasional farm animals being eaten wasn't worth provoking possible wrath for. Dragons were dangerous. However, if they were already killing people, they had to be defeated as soon as possible. Obviously, the best choice would have been to bring Lila with him, but William couldn't find her. She'd left behind a message that she would be gone for a few weeks, but the problem couldn't be put off that long. Thus, William gathered some knights, as well as a few of those younger wizards, about half a generation below him, that were talented at magical combat. There was an official bounty from the country, and although it wouldn't be particularly amazing once split among a large number of people, it wasn't insignificant either. Thus, there were those who were interested in the money, and those who wanted to protect people, as well as those who were somewhat of both. The danger of the dragon was not yet high enough that it required an army, so everyone who went with William and Gerald, who lead the knights, were volunteers. Paid volunteers, of course. William was just glad to get away from politics for a while. That, and it was a good opportunity to practice magic in groups. Specifically, they had to learn how far apart wizards needed to be to avoid issues from overlapping incantations and wrestling over control of the same mana. Obviously, it was a bad idea to experiment against a dragon, but that was what the other magical beasts were for. Dragons generally lived deep in what would be considered monstrous beast territory north of Astana, in the large area between Astana and Demon territory. There were plenty of chances to fight magical beasts along the way. As he entered his 30s, William had expected his physical ability to start to decline. Not much, but a little bit. However, he hadn't felt the effects of that yet. It was certainly harder to improve his body more, but he'd already reached a level that was impossible on Earth. He still wasn't as physically impressive as the knights, but he was, at the very least, impressive for a wizard. Those other wizards he brought with him had all learned how to wield their staves as weapons in an emergency, but at best, they could hold off a regular-sized wolf. William, however, could fight on the front lines, or at least just barely behind the knights. In addition, he also attacked with magic, though nobody else knew Chris was the one doing that. There were some rumors that he was crazy, though, since he talked to his staff, but that wasn't the only reason some people thought he was crazy. However, he was also respected by many. William smiled as he faced off against a not particularly imaginatively named steel-fur bear. This type of magical beast was an exceptionally large bear, with somewhat metallic fur. Obviously, it was quite tough. However, William wasn't intimidated in front of it at all. Maybe that was because he had gone crazy from dealing with people too much lately and not getting outside, but it was also true he didn't have to be too afraid. A paw swiped at William, containing enough force to injure a knight even in their armor. William didn't have armor, of course, but he did have mobility. He ducked under the paw, which he felt moved rather slowly. Of course, he knew this was just because his reflexes had been heightened. It wasn't that the paw was slow, just slow enough. As he ducked under, he spun Chris around, striking at the back of its outstretched limb. There was a loud thump. It wasn't particularly injured, but it didn't get off unscathed either. Although steel-fur bears were very hard to cut, they were much less resistant against bludgeoning damage, since the fur could at most absorb some of the impact. In addition, with William and Chris working together, they could penetrate through defenses with inner energy. It didn't always work, but it was consistent enough to count on. As William dodged around the bear, the knights and other wizards fought other bears as well as different magical beasts. The monsters in this area were quite agitated, moving around in groups they normally wouldn't. Such things could be expected after a dragon became active. William moved around, getting hits in where he could. However, the bear was very tough and refused to go down. Meanwhile, not all of William's dodges were perfect. He sustained a few scratches from claws and teeth and was bleeding significant but not yet life-threatening amounts. His attacks just weren't quite effective enough. After a large swipe by the bear, William leaped up on its back. Obviously, it moved to throw him off immediately, but it was not fast enough to stop him from getting in a single strike to its head. A loud sound rang out. William would have loved it if the bear instantly collapsed, but instead it moved violently, throwing him off into the side of a tree. The bear turned toward William to attack him while he was stunned, but it couldn't move properly. After all, it had a serious concussion. Although William wasn't at the level he could destroy its brain with one attack, any damage to the brain was significant. After that point, the battle turned back into William's favor, and he eventually defeated it at about the same time the other magical beasts were defeated, though he helped clean up a few that were fleeing. More specifically, he had Chris shoot them with lightning bolts. William was feeling a lot better after the battle, until he remembered his injuries and had to treat them. "I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again." Chapter 48. William's group advanced toward the lair of the dragon. They entered a small valley where the entrance to its cave was said to be. Generally, upon discovering the existence of a dragon, efforts would be made to find their lair, if only to make sure that people avoided the area. However, it was also useful if, or usually when the dragons decided to attack people. As they moved along their way, William's group encountered more agitated magical beasts. Fortunately, there weren't too many, so they advanced safely, though not without injury. As they approached the cave, magical beasts showed up less and less. This wasn't unexpected, since they would generally avoid the territory of a dragon. However, there were other signs in the area that made William think something strange was going on. William wasn't an accomplished tracker. In fact, if you asked him to track anything smaller than a bear, he would find it impossible and could probably only track a bear that was exceptionally heavy. However, he noticed the signs in this area because he wasn't blind. They started coming across magical beast corpses. This wasn't completely unheard of because they often fought each other. However, these were clearly slain by magic. Fire, specifically. Dragon's breath was, in fact, magic. It was only as the group advanced further that William thought the cause might be something else. He started seeing more burned areas and small craters. He'd seen such marks and they were caused by fireball spells. As they moved along, he saw traces of other magic being used. Lightning bolts, earth walls, tornadoes. It was becoming less and less likely that a dragon caused all this. Finally, they came upon a great battlefield where some of the previous traces appeared again. William wasn't the type who could say which marks happened first. Unlike great movie detectives, he couldn't play out the entire scene. Someone stood here, then dodged to the right, firing off a lightning bolt. Then they cast an earth wall to block a claw, the left claw of the dragon. They blinked while standing here. Frankly, it was ridiculous to even imagine that kind of detail. However, he could find a few traces. He couldn't say when in the battle things occurred, but he recognized some things. There were scorch marks around a parabola pattern, indicating a fire breath had been blocked by something, likely a water shield. At least, that's what William would have tried. An earth wall would have worked, but would have left traces behind that William didn't see. There were also traces of boulders having crashed into the ground, and places that they had been moved from. However, besides scorch marks, there were relatively few signs of magic on the ground. In addition, there were no tracks indicating a dragon had been nearby. That didn't mean there wasn't a dragon involved in the battle. Instead, William assumed that the dragon was flying. That was much more advantageous. Presumably, all the magical attacks from its opponent had been launched toward the sky, thus not leaving any marks. Except for the boulders, of course, which had to inevitably come back down. Though he wasn't a great detective, William knew the battle had happened recently. He couldn't say whether it was minutes or hours, but at most a day or two. That was because the area was still warm, though presumably it had been scorching hot and burning at some point. The group split up to search for traces of the dragon, or possibly its opponent. However, they remained within shouting distance, because nobody was sure whether the dragon had won or lost. William hoped it had lost, or at least been injured, because even though it would be nice to brag about having fought a dragon, that could only be said if he were still alive. Even if he was more likely to live than others, he also didn't want the others to die for the sake of something stupid like glory. William was here because the dragon was attacking humans, and if that could be stopped, he would be content. It was only about 10 minutes before someone found the dragon, though they had first found the trail it left as it crashed to the ground. Everyone gathered together, though ready to split up to avoid a breath attack, before approaching the body to make sure it was dead. Upon getting closer, nobody doubted it. There was blood soaked into the ground, partly dried. That put the time estimate up a bit. Upon further investigation, the reason for the blood was obvious. Although there were several wounds on the dragon, it had an astonishingly large one on its chest. There was a hole that went in, near to the heart. The hole seemed to rather cleanly pierce through the scales and flesh beneath, as if it were cut with, well, a magic sword, maybe. William couldn't think of what else would make that kind of cut. However, that wound didn't seem to be what killed the dragon. Instead, it was probably made to remove the dragon heart. It wasn't the actual heart of the dragon, which was obviously still there. Instead, a dragon heart was a magical crystal that grew inside dragons. This was what allowed them to use magic, and thus their breath weapons. Presumably, this one would have had a fire-type dragon heart. Although some of the knights were disappointed that they didn't get to fight the dragon, they were also relieved, since they saw the destruction in the area. Plus, they would likely still be able to claim the bounty on the dragon. They searched the dragon's cave, but as expected, there was nothing interesting. Unlike the stories told to children, dragons didn't gather large piles of gold coins. After all, how would they even pick them up? All the cave had were various skeletons of creatures that had presumably been dragged there and eaten. However, the dragon's body itself was actually valuable. Scales, teeth, even bones were worth something. The scales were very tough, so they could be made into armor. Though, they were obviously not impenetrable. William looked at the smooth edges on the hole in its chest. Those must have been made after it was dead, or at least immobile. It was so smooth that William thought it would have needed to be cut by a laser if he were in his world, or a water jet. William looked closely, then nodded. Well, at least he knew where Leela had been. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 49. Although the end goal of the journey had been usurped, William could definitely say it wasn't pointless. Both the knights and wizards in the group had experienced battles, or more battles, since some had before, with magical beasts. William hoped that some of the experience would be passed down to later generations. There were records, of course, and William was even writing his own compendium on magical combat. But teaching from actual experience was more effective. Hopefully, enough of the future generations would keep up their training. Though, William also didn't want other wizardly pursuits to be excluded. After all, if the Astana Wizards Guild just became a war machine, it wouldn't be good either. He just didn't want them to become complacent, only making money and nothing else. How did wizards make money? Mostly, through the creation of useful devices. Things such as light sources that didn't need oil, enchanting clothes to be able to resist attacks, and various other things. Things only nobles could afford. But having a few noble customers was worth a lot more than a myriad of commoners. William hoped that some effort would be put toward making life better for people in general, but it probably wouldn't be, except by coincidence. William would have been perfectly happy to have the wizards no longer throw fireballs at all, except that this world wasn't the kind where that could be accomplished. There were always dangers around, especially the threat of the Demon King. William thought about many things on the journey back. He felt like he didn't have enough time to do everything he wanted, even though he really had an entire lifetime. It slightly helped that the journey back was longer, due to the wagon carrying the dragon being slower. Once they returned, there were celebrations of various sorts, and William heard a lot of people telling the story of how they killed the dragon, which, of course, wasn't really true. However, even if the group had been the ones to personally slay the dragon, these same people would have only barely contributed. In short, they were the type that told stories. The first thing William did was go look for Leela. It was still tangentially possible that it had been someone else who had actually killed the dragon after all. Once he saw her, though, he reconfirmed that it had definitely been her. She was injured, not badly, since she was walking around and smiling, but William saw some wounds on her face and hands, and her hair had obviously been somewhat burned. That actually made William feel better, since he knew at least she had some trouble fighting a dragon. As for the reason she was smiling, well, it was probably her new staff. It had a very wonderful gem on the top, a dragon's heart, to be exact. People are telling the story of how we defeated the dragon, William said. Leela turned to face him. Oh, congratulations. She continued smiling at him. Yeah, it looked like there was a very impressive battle before we got there. My question is, why did you go alone? Leela pointed to the top of her staff and raised an eyebrow. For this, I also wanted the reward money, but I couldn't bring the dragon back. Well, there are already too many wild stories about me anyway. You couldn't have waited to join a hunting party? Then I wouldn't have gotten the heart. You're famous enough you could have taken that as your part of the reward, even if it's much more than a normal share. You just wanted to see if you could fight a dragon alone, didn't you? Yeah. William sighed. Well, next time, please don't go alone. At least bring me, or William wasn't sure if he should say Gerald, someone else for backup. Leela nodded. Well, maybe that would have been good. I did at least check out how big it was first. It was just a medium-sized dragon. Of course, that still made it bigger than some houses. William decided that Leela wasn't going to stop worrying him anytime soon. He wasn't sure what he could do about that. At this point, William noticed Gerald arriving and excused himself. He didn't stay around to listen in on the conversation, but he did notice the conspicuous lack of a flash from a fireball. Was that progress? William wasn't sure. Over the next years, the funerals William was dreading started becoming a reality. They included such people as Phineas Pierce, Professor Farman, and even Arison Ilias. This made William uncomfortable, unaware that he was becoming the older generation. Certainly, there were some in the older generation, but there was still a large gap where many of those who fought the last Demon King had been. At 40 years old, William felt old. However, this was only mentally. His body felt fine. In fact, he still looked young. Not like he was 20 or anything, but probably late 20s. As for his mental oldness, he was actually much older than he felt anyway, but it was strange to be at the age where the children of people in the same generation could be considered adults. William had many things on his plate, and it seemed like there were always more instead of less, even after he resolved things. Maybe it was because he cared too much about the future. Yet, everything was becoming routine as well. Until one day, he received a scroll. He immediately recognized the handwriting. After he compared it to another scroll he had kept around, this one similarly was short and to the point, containing a time and place to meet. William hoped it was good news, or at least useful news. He still wasn't even sure what he'd gained the first time, except a sense of mystery. However, he knew he couldn't pass up the chance to meet with the demoness again. He knew that at the very least she had information he wanted, though he wasn't sure if he would get it. I'm gonna be a wizard when I grow up again. Chapter 50. William showed up at the meeting location, a different one this time. It was actually quite a nice place, with a stream flowing nearby. It was strange to think it had been about 10 years since he met the demoness. The previous meeting had been somewhat enlightening, but without any concrete help for defeating the Demon King. There was only the mysterious scroll which gave a vague feeling of something. He sat on a smooth rock near the stream and waited. He'd already checked for ambushes, though the feelings he got from the last time told him it was unlikely there would be one. It was probably also unnecessary for the demoness. Even if she couldn't beat him alone, it would be close. Realistically, though, there wasn't any need for them to kill William even if they worked for the Demon King, which they obviously didn't. Regardless of the truth, William found it hard to relax, for various reasons. He didn't even know if there would be any helpful information this time, though he felt it was likely. The scroll from the last time would probably only really be relevant once the Demon King reincarnated, though William was certain it wouldn't solve all their problems even if they figured out the mysteries it contained. He decided to try to relax by closing his eyes and listening to the sound of the stream. A demon lord is going to attack. The voice came unexpectedly, causing William to jump up and fall off his rock. It was hard to stand up from a cross-legged position. After he picked himself up off the ground and looked around, he saw the demoness looking at him from a few meters away. She wasn't laughing on the outside, but William thought he saw a slight grin on her face, though it could have been his imagination as it quickly disappeared. Well, that was abrupt. Last time you didn't seem interested in small talk. Should I have started with a statement about the weather? Well, William looked up at the clear skies. You could at least have said greetings or something. Do you know when this attack is? A demon lord was just any powerful demon. Theoretically, they wouldn't be reincarnated and would have less supporters. Thus, they would be less dangerous than the Demon King. But that didn't mean they couldn't start a deadly war. Hopefully, at least, they would only cause normal deaths instead of being able to annihilate souls like the Demon King. The demoness held out a scroll. It will probably be about 5 years before they are prepared. A general outline of the probable army makeup is included here. William took the scroll and looked at it. It contained a large amount of information. Well, these are approximations at best. William looked back up at the demoness. So, why give us this information? She might hate the Demon King, but that didn't mean she was really an ally or friend to humans. She certainly hadn't stated any such thing. She slightly smiled. Well, although I don't hate this guy as much as the Demon King, he's currently my least favorite of those living at this moment. Unfortunately, I can't just go kill him. So I figure letting you humans prepare gives a higher probability of him dying. She shrugged her shoulders slightly. At that, William had to wonder if she had encouraged him to send an army, or if he already had such plans. Although she had been friendly towards him, she was obviously also helping them because it would benefit her. William had no way to judge her true character, though she was obviously capable of political scheming since she had survived for a long time while still opposing the Demon King, if not openly. If she had instigated the attack in any way, there wasn't much William could do about it. William knew she had the answers, of course, but he didn't think asking such questions would be good for his continued longevity if she really were scheming against the humans as well. As she turned around to leave, William stopped her. Wait, I have some questions if you have time. She turned back. Well, this time.
Ido.
However, I'll have you answer questions for me, too. One for one. What if we don't want to answer one of the questions? William wasn't sure what type of questions would be asked. He definitely wasn't going to give out any information that would compromise Astana or any of the other human nations, though it seems like the demons may have spies giving them such information already. The demoness shrugged. Then you ask for a different question, or we can just leave. William nodded. What's your name? The question came out unbidden. There were certainly more important things to ask, but that was what William's mouth said. She put on a thoughtful look. Unfortunately, I can't answer that one. On the small chance my name finds its way back to the Demon King. Ask something else. William was disappointed, but also glad he hadn't wasted a question on that one. Though it wasn't necessary that he would have a limit on numbers, they should be important questions. Thus, thinking of the future, he came up with another question. Do demons' horns do anything? They obviously weren't for goring people with, since human-shaped bodies weren't made for butting heads. The demoness actually smiled at this and clapped her hands together. Good question. Actually, horns enhance our ability to sense and manipulate mana. William was taken aback. He hadn't actually expected such an answer. In addition, it was information that would be useful for fighting against demons, but she had freely given it out. William was under the impression it was the truth, too. My question: why is your staff not glowing this time? Well, William didn't think the answer was important to the safety of humanity or anything, but he still hesitated slightly because of her connection to Chris. I already know you're dangerous this time, so there's no need to warn me. It wasn't a complete answer, because he wanted Chris' warning to be available in case more dangerous people showed up, but it was true. She stroked her chin. Then she whispered to herself in a voice William thought he wasn't supposed to be able to hear. Interesting. I didn't know it could do that. Since he'd already started on the topic, William decided to continue with it. If a demon loses their horns, can they no longer do magic? The demoness shook her head. We don't need them. It's more like the function of a magical staff, though we can use those in addition. My next question is, how did you subdue this staff to let you use it? These questions were going in a direction that were making William uncomfortable, but he decided this one wouldn't hurt to answer. I asked nicely. She stared at William as if he were an idiot, and her mouth hung open slightly. Really? William decided that was still technically part of the first question. Really? He nodded. William pondered his next question, and once he came up with it, he thought about whether it was a terrible idea to ask it. Meanwhile, the demoness seemed to be thinking intently about William's answer. Finally, William decided to ask the question, even though it could have some dangerous consequences. If you implant demon horns in a human who can't sense mana, does it let them? The demoness broke out of her thoughts and looked at William. Then, a grin spread across her face, and he could almost swear her eyes sparkled. That actually terrified William a little bit. You thought about that too? I'm ashamed to say, it doesn't work. As a bonus, it doesn't work very well on those who can already sense magic, either. The demoness spoke with authority, like someone who had actually observed such experiments. William's suspicions about this woman were somewhat confirmed. That is, she was a mad scientist, or something like it. William had thought about the possibility immediately after learning that demon horns enhanced the ability to sense magic, but he wouldn't have actually done it, except possibly with willing subjects, but probably not even then. As for my next question, how much does the staff enhance magical ability? Double? Triple? It should be at least that. That was an awkward question for William, since he wanted to know the answer too. Unfortunately, Chris wouldn't let anyone else use him even for experiments. His only reason given for this was, don't wanna. Unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that question. The demoness glared at him in a scary fashion. Hey, I thought we were exchanging information here. You can say you don't want to tell me, but lying and saying you don't know is no good. I really don't know. Her glare grew more intense. Ridiculous. There's no way you wouldn't have tested it and measured it. I can tell you're that kind of person. Just say you don't want to tell me, and we can move on to another question. William wasn't sure why he answered as he did, but for some reason he told the truth. Well, I can't use magic. The demoness' face turned from angry to shocked. What? But that's... She started mumbling. That shouldn't be possible. Before he could react, she had moved up to him and grabbed his head in her hands. She frowned as she looked in his eyes from immediately in front of him. You're not lying, though. Chris swung down on her arm, but William only felt a vague feeling of something and he bounced off. You came up with subverting chance on your own, right? You understand how magic works. William nodded. The demoness stepped back until they were a more reasonable distance apart, then bit down on a finger as if thinking intensely. I can't stay here long this time. Next time, we'll have longer. Make sure to show up. At that, she left, leaving William to stand there staring at her back, wondering what was going on and what she was thinking. He hadn't even gotten to ask about the details of the coming invasion, but he realized he barely cared about that.